Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Jiraiya's Daughter? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My legs are dangling off the edge, the bottom of the bottle is my only friend, I think I'll slit my wrist again, and I'm gone, 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 gone. I sang as I sat on the roof of my apartment. My legs are dangling off the edge, a stomach full of pills didn't work again, I'll put a bullet in my head and I'm gone, 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 gone. Circumstance, a fact or condition connected with or relevant to an event or action. It's often associated with the word convenient, fitting in well with a person's needs, activities, and plans. Through circumstance, I wasn't happy with my life. Through convenience, I had no loyal friends or family, and I could only think of a handful of students that even liked me. Below, dozens of people just walked about their day. No one noticed the drunk teacher above them. 2 empty bottles of beer lay somewhere broken behind me. The song continued, and I sang as loud as I could to it. Did the people care? No, none of them knew me or knew I was up here. As the first chorus ended, I broke from the singing and laughed. I wasn't wearing a suit, but I sure looked nice. What little mascara I wore ran down my face, my uniform was unbuttoned, I had pizza stains on my left bee, my right eye had been blackened, and my pants had more dirt on them than all of California. If I was about to meet God, sure as hell wasn't going to pretty myself up. The old BSRD made today something messed up for sure. My legs are dangling off the edge, the bottom of the bottle is my only friend, I think I'll slit my wrists again and I'm gone, 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 gone. I sang again, joining back into the song, my legs are dangling off the edge, a stomach full of pills didn't work again, I'll put a bullet in my head and I'm gone, 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 gone. I really was going to shoot myself. That or jump. I hadn't picked yet, but my gun was still holstered in its holster. It was a Browning high-powered. It may not have looked as nice as Maria, Benny's little beauty from New Vegas, but I kept it in working order. It's seen 3 generations of use and now will go down with me. In fact, the reason I loved the little pea shooter was thanks to the Fallout game. The second chorus came, but I ignored it and reached down into the box beside me. If I really was going to kill myself, I wouldn't do it on an empty stomach, and I only had 1 more piece of pizza left to finish off. Besides, the thing cost me $30, I sure as hell wasn't going to throw it away. As I bit into the mass of meat and cheese, I laughed to myself again. Bay 34th Street Pizzeria always tasted good, even if I liked my pizza with enough sauce to kill a small dog. Double pepperoni, mushrooms, double sausage, triple the cheese, stuffed crust, extra sauce, and more garlic that was necessary. It was amazing, and in the hot summer sun, it didn't get cold. Even after being up here for nearly an hour. More than once I had to wave off pigeons. My legs are dangling off the edge, the bottom of the bottle is my only friend, I think I'll slit my wrists again and I'm gone, 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 gone. I stood up as I finished the last slice. It wasn't easy devouring it just so that I could sing the last of the song, but I had, and I was proud of it. My legs are dangling off the edge, a stomach full of pills didn't work again, I'll put a bullet in my head and I'm gone, 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 gone. I stood up and looked over my city one last time, as the song began to end, and the voice of a little girl sang in my ear. I wish that I could fly, way up in the sky. Like a bird so high. Oh, I might just try, I could feel myself starting to cry as I sang with her, I wish that I could fly, way up in the sky. Like a bird so high. Oh, I might just try, oh, I might just try. I decided to jump. Hello and welcome to the Afterlife Reincarnation Center, a voice said. I looked around and saw nothing. I was standing in a void, but when I looked down at myself, I was illuminated as clear as day. We understand that your life was disappointing and unfulfilling, and we care for the mental states of those that have killed themselves. Please enjoy this complimentary blanket. We understand the void can be cold, and while your reincarnated life is loading, we don't want you to catch a cold. A black blanket plopped over my head and startled me. The void wasn't cold, but I pulled it against me tightly. Is this the afterlife? I asked the void. Somehow it heard me because my question was no louder than a whisper. Yes, Oh, I choked, and I felt a tear start to run down my face. A minute or an hour, I couldn't tell, passed before the voice announced, "Thank you for waiting. We have selected the elemental nations to be your reincarnation destination. Please enjoy character creation. If you have any questions or have a suggestion as to what we can add to or change from our selections, please do so." As the voice finished, a screen appeared in front of me. It had a blue backdrop that failed near the bottom, a white screen with black text, and on the right was a scroll bar. It only had one question, but before I read over it I had to ask, is this? What's going on? You are being reincarnated. I cried. You have, like many others, been selected to be reincarnated into one of the infinite multiverses that span reality. Due to your life being unfulfilling, and due to your lack of faith, you're not going to the afterlife, and will be given a second life. But why? I asked again. I didn't want this. We understand, but life has the right to happiness. You were not happy, and thus, were given a second chance. Why? I didn't. No, I then snapped, and in a tear-filled rage, demanded, I killed myself because I didn't want to live anymore. So why give me this? I don't want it. But incorrect. The voice corrected me, making me grit my teeth. You killed yourself not because you didn't want to live. You killed yourself because of stress, not wishing to deal with your current life, and losing your job over being assaulted by your superior and blamed as the attacker. If given the chance for a better life, you would have taken it. He wasn't wrong, but I screamed and shook. No. I just want it to end. I don't want. Relax, the voice requested in a calm voice, and something, magic probably, forced my nerves to calm. I wasn't angry anymore. I wanted to be, but I wasn't. Again, the feeling of time slipped from me, and when I found my voice, I asked in a sarcastic tone, really? The elemental nations? Yes. We have reviewed your life and have calculated that you'll have an 87% chance of enjoyment with a life found in the elemental nations. Technology, they are only 10 to 20 years behind your own word, in the set timeline of Uzumaki Naruto. However, depending on your choices during character creation, we may alter where in the timeline you arrive, with the latest being when Naruto turns 8. I don't really want to go there. We understand, however, we have selected this destination for you. How you enter this world, who you are when arrive, and your own decisions are fully up to you. Regardless, however, we have calculated that you will have an. Yeah, you've said that already, I interrupted the voice, only to scowl. This sounds like one of those fanfictions I read growing up. I winced. Don't tell me my life will be like them? Because we are providing you with the gamer abilities, yes. The statistics show that most people who grew up playing video games wish life was one as well. It makes planning out your life easier, as well as makes you an overall better person. In addition, we have recently learned that speaking to those to be reincarnated is better than just giving them a screen and hoping for the best. The voice sounded like it was smiling, but at the same time, I raised an eyebrow. Since I wasn't allowed to be sad or angry, sarcasm seemed to be the middle ground I found myself in. Are you a boy or a girl, because I can't tell it all? Yes, it answered, and I snorted. So out of everything, you guys picked Naruto? Why not another anime I grew up with? I asked. You grew up watching 7 different shows growing up. Cowboy Bebop, Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, Digimon, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, and Naruto. We have selected Naruto because it's been with you the longest. Our other option was Pokemon, with a 72% chance of enjoyment. It explained. I'd rather deal with Pokemon than the shinobi of the Naruto world, I argued. The chance of death is the same for both locations, the voice laughed. The Pokemon world is not as safe as you think, and oftentimes, people forget about Pokédex entries. Please, enjoy character creation, and go through things with a detailed eye. There is no rush. I sighed. Will it really be like those fanfictions? With the gamer pop-ups and the dungeons. Every aspect of the gamer is in no small part under your control. Just say options when you're in the world and you'll be given the options screen. There, you can do everything from alter the dungeon rules, customize the heads-up display, change how pop-up notifications work, play the tutorial and more. I nodded at the explanation and looked to the screen. Please select the starting nation. Note, you can go back at any time and rethink your answer. I grunted at the question, and without bothering to go through the options, I clicked on Konohagakure. It was near the top, with the other major hidden villages. There was no point in picking another option, and then the screen flicked to the next, and a long list of clan options popped up. Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju were among the many options. Even Danzo's clan was listed, but I didn't really want to be related to him. Please select your heritage. Aburame clan. Access to the Aburame clan jutsu, +2 to intelligence and wisdom per level, and you gain the bug lover perk. Akimichi clan. Access to the Akimichi clan jutsu, +2 to vigor and strength per level, and you gain the big belly perk. Civilian born. +3 additional stat points per level. Hataki clan. +2 to dexterity, +1 to intelligence and wisdom, and gain the white fanged perk. Hyuga clan. Begin with the Byakugan, access to the Hyuga clan jutsu, +2 to dexterity and wisdom per level, but gain the SLV perk. Inazuka clan. Access to the Inazuka clan jutsu, +2 to strength and dexterity per level, and you gain the man's best friend perk. Nara clan. Access to the Nara clan jutsu, +4 to intelligence per level, +1 to wisdom per level, but gain the lazy perk. Orphan. You gain +3 to vigor per level, +1 to any stat of your choice, and gain the independent perk, but have no family. Sarutobi clan. Access to the Sarutobi clan jutsu, +2 to vigor and wisdom per level, and gain the royal blood perk. Senju clan. Access to wood style, +2 to chakra, +1 to vigor and strength per level, and gain the royal blood perk. Shimura clan. Access to root utilities and jutsu, +2 to strength and dexterity, and gain the root training perk. Uchiha clan. Access to Sharingan. Access to Uchiha clan jutsu, +2 dexterity per level, +1 vigor and chakra per level, and gain the survivor perk. Uzumaki clan. Access to the Uzumaki only Fuin, you gain +2 to vigor and chakra per level, and gain the Fuin expert perk. Yamanaka clan. Access to Yamanaka clan jutsus, +2 to intelligence and wisdom per level, and gain the mind's eye perk. It's missing a few things, I addressed, looking through the list. You don't have a basic shinobi option. Like if your parents were two civilian-borns who became shinobi. They're not a part of a clan, but they're still a ninja. Kind of like Sakura. Your suggestion has been noted and will be calculated into the options. Please wait, the voice sang. You're also missing options to be children from other people. Like the Sannin, or Kakashi. Guy even. I don't doubt that Jiraiya had a kid or two just from going out and having fun at a warehouse. One slip up and you have a baby, I added. Your suggestion has been noted and will be calculated into the options. Please wait, the voice sang again. If you're going to add that, you might want to just make it Sannin option, that leads to another option to pick between the three Sannin. I'm sure someone in the world would love to be crap, what's his name? I then snapped my fingers as it came to me. Mitsuki, I think that's his name. The clone child of Orochimaru, in the Boruto show. Your suggestion has been noted and will be calculated into the options. Please wait, the voice said for the third time. As it all loaded, I pressed the back button and read the option for Konohagakure. Reading it aloud, I whispered to myself, Konohagakure, or Village Hidden in the Leaves or Hidden Leaf Village, is the hidden village of the Land of Fire. As the village of one of the 5 great shinobi countries, Konohagakure has a Kage as its leader known as. I trailed off, realizing that this was presented just like the wiki. I rolled my eyes and began to scroll through the information. There was nothing of note that I didn't already know, but being born in Konoha would give me advantages on tracking while in forests, along with an increase to my vigor per level. Having so many plants and animals in one place, and in such a high degree would increase my immune system and make me less likely to have allergies. It was nice, but the bonus wasn't why I picked the option. Character creation has been updated. Thank you for your suggestion, Ashley. That was all a wonderful idea. The voice praised. You're welcome, I said, almost automatically. The new options read as such. Standard Shinobi, name pending you gain, +1 to Vigor, Strength, Dexterity, and Wisdom per level, and you gain the second generation perk. Sannin Born, name pending you are a child of one of the Sannin. Child of Jiraiya, assess to the Toad summoning contract, +2 to Vigor, +1 to Strength and Wisdom per level, and gain the Pervert in Training perk. Child of Orochimaru, access to the Sneak summoning contract, +2 to Intelligence, +1 to Vigor and Chakra per level, and gain the Clone perk. Child of Tsunade, access to the Slug summoning contract, +2 to Wisdom, +1 to Dexterity and Intelligence per level, and gain the Medic perk. The new options were alright, but I had to shake my head at Orochimaru's option. Clone was a bit too on the nose, but Jiraiya's option was welcoming. The Nara gained more stats than the other classes, but it was clear the lazy perk counted as a negative. Being an orphan and civilian born was off the table, and the new standard shinobi perk was a bit of a well-rounded pick, but less so than the others. It was good, but all of the additional perks could go any which way. What I did know was the Uzumaki and Uchiha options were quite powerful, and having access to wood style through the Senju clan would be amazing. You're missing the Guy and Kakashi suggestions, I pointed out. Those options require much research to look into, and cannot be implemented quickly. Makes sense, I agreed. Given my past life, what do you think I should take? I asked the voice. Its response was quick, Child of Jiraiya. I narrowed my eyes. You calling me a pervert? Yes. I sulked and asked, am I really that perverted? Your computer has exactly 12,822 megabytes of pawns saved on it, the voice asserted. You also follow over 200 adult artists over dozens of websites. Though you died at 22, you have seen more adult content than Jiraiya has seen through his whole life. Really? Yes. DMN. I guess you know better than me, I stated, pressing the Child of Jiraiya option. A second screen then popped up, and this one was filled with perks. I read through them slowly, taking in all of the possibilities. There was over 100 of them, but the first to spot my eye made me laugh. Really? I can keep my gun? Why is that an option? Don't guns not exist in Naruto? Contrary to popular belief, guns have existed in Naruto since Chapter 19, a symbol of courage. When Tazuna and Sakura enter the shop, but before Sakura kicks the thief in the face, a rifle can be spotted behind the counter, next to the shopkeeper, the voice explained. Also, we allow this option for those who wish to be, and I quote, a gun-slinging badass ninja god, end quote. I take it one of the other, reincarnations was a bit over the top? Yes. I laughed, and after mulling over everything, I picked my options, while stating, if guns are already a thing, I don't think I'll be taking this option. Are you sure these are the three you want? Evasive action. Through hard training and a bit of luck, you know how to duck, weave, and force your way through a war zone. You gain +1 to strength, dexterity, and luck per level. Healthy livin'. While others would die, you hang on for dear life. You gain an additional +5 vigor per level. Sensor. You are a sensory ninja, and are able to detect the presence of those with chakra. I guess we go into character creation now, don't we? I asked the voice. Yes. Please enjoy our state-of-the-art, 3D rendering of what you look like while you create your new look. A short little girl appeared in front of me. She had Jiraiya's black eyes and white hair but wasn't wearing anything. Age range has been restricted from your choices, however. You will be 9 years old when you enter the elemental. Nations. That's alright. What era will I be spawned in? That is a surprise, however, we have calculated a 99% chance you will enjoy it. You're sounding more and more like, what's your name? I trailed off again and again I snapped. Fi. From Legend of Zelda. You're sounding more like her by the passing minute. At least I'm useful, the voice countered, and I could hear a twang of irritation. You really are, I agreed. I would hate to have to deal with this by myself. I'm glad you find me so helpful. Is God really real? I suddenly asked. And the afterlife? You said it earlier, so it is real? All of it? There are many gods, but the one you grew up being told about does exist. Guess Mom was right about being a devoted Catholic then. If you won't be let in heaven, you'll at least be forgiven and given a second chance. Negative. Being a Catholic is not the reason you're being reincarnated. In addition, your track record puts you more of an atheist than a follower of God. All souls, good or evil, have a large chance of being reincarnated, while others go to heaven. There is no, as your faith calls it, hell. So there's no punishment for someone being evil? No. Only penance. I rolled my eyes and didn't bother asking what that was, only to look at the little girl I was to become. After I, wake up as her, will I be able to speak to you? No. The next time we speak will be when you die. Do you have any ideas for names? I'll need a new one for when I wake up. I don't think Ashley will do. How about Hikigaru? I really don't want my name to be Toad. It would be fitting, and it does sound cute. The voice sounded like it was nodding, and it's good to see you still remember your Japanese. I guess you're right, I drawled. Hey, how do you add tattoos? I want to give myself those line things Jiraiya had when he was a kid, or is that something to do with his blood? They are under physical cosmetics, right under the face options. The voice pointed out. Wait, I forgot to do eye color. I scrolled up to the option and clicked it. What color are Jiraiya's eyes? I then slapped my forehead. Right, black eyes? I hummed. No, wait, what color is Tsunade's eyes? A light creamy brown, though I'm curious as to why you ask. I can mess with people and tell them I'm the daughter of both. I just gotta make sure I somewhat look like her. After a long moment of silently fiddling with the jaw sizes, the voice spoke up. If you are able to provide 10 additions to character creation, I have been given the authority to make you the daughter of both Tsunade and Jiraiya, giving you both of the features associated with the options. However, even if you would be the daughter of a Senju, you will not be given the perk. Only 10? That'll be easy. I already thought of another one earlier. I laughed. There's a random button here on the right, I pointed. Why not add a bunch of presets based off of people's options, instead of giving them a close template to work with? Like, you have a lot of people being reincarnated, right? You said I wasn't the only person, and others have made suggestions? Why not use what they've made as additional templates too? That is 2 suggestions, 8 to go. You are very creative. Oh, I know. I then stepped past the screen and pointed at the little girl. Why not make the new me here more interactive with character creation? Like in the newer Fallout games. You know, like, have them look about with a thumbstick or something, and options to make her spin about so I can make sure things are right. It's so I don't have to get up and walk around her. Your lazy suggestion has been noted and will be used for other users. 4 of 10. Eventually, I came up with 12 ideas. 2, I was told, were already in the game, while the remaining 10 would be implemented for other reincarnated souls. Then character creation came to an end, and before I said my goodbye to the voice I asked for their name. I am Zazriel, it said. Thank you for the help, Zazriel. You're odd for an angel. You're welcome. Enjoy your life as the daughter of 2 Sannin. Wait, one more thing, I then spoke up, my eyes going wide. Please don't make my melons any bigger than they were in my first life. They're already annoying as is. I don't think I'll be able to live if you're any bigger. A laugh filled the void only for the voice to agree. Very well. Enjoy your new life, Hikigaru. A force made me close my eyes, and a screen appeared before me. Here are your stats, perks, and a summary of your life. Hikigaru's stats. Level 5, no title, civilian. Hit points, 1500. Hit points Regen PS, 6.5 horsepower PS. Chakra, 425. Chakra Regen PS, 0.5 PS. Vigor, 50. Chakra, 15. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 35. Wisdom, 45. Luck, 15. Perks. Child of Jiraiya, Assess to the Toad Summoning Contract, +2, to Vigor, +1, to Strength and Wisdom per level, and gain the Pervert in Training perk. Child of Tsunade, access to the Slug Summoning Contract, +2, to Wisdom, +1, to Dexterity and Intelligence per level, and gain the Medic perk. Evasive action, through hard training and a bit of luck, you know how to duck, weave, and push your way through a war zone. You gain +1 to Strength, Dexterity, and Luck per level. Gamer's Mind allows the user to calmly and logically think things through, allows for a permanent peaceful state of mind, immunity to psychological status effects, and allows you to experience the world as if it is game. Healthy livin'. While others would die, you hang on for dear life. You gain an additional +5 Vigor per level. Hardy. Because you have 50 Vigor, your passive percentage regeneration for your Vigor is doubled. Konoha Born. +1 Vigor per level, easier time. Tracking through forests. Medic. You gain a bonus to learning healing skills, and healing others equal to 25%. Pervert in Training. You're a pervert and know the transparent escape technique. How you use it is up to you. Reincarnation. Because of your past life, you gain +2 to Intelligence and Wisdom per level, along with a bonus to both equal to that of your past life. Along with it, you gain the following: +50% bonus to teaching others, and the memories of your past life, including how to read and write, firing a gun, and any motor skills you had. Sensor. You are a sensory ninja, and are able to detect the presence of those with chakra. You are the drunken child of two of the Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade. The latter didn't tell the former about you, and you've spent the last 5 months heading towards Konoha to become a ninja. You left your mother a note saying goodbye, but evaded her by taking a scenic route. You're now 9, and Konoha is no more than 5 kilometers away. Though your journey is ending, you're glad it's over and glad your mother, who spent most of her nights drunk, is far, far away. Shizen really was more of a motherly figure towards you than she was anyways. When I opened my eyes, Konoha's eastern gate loomed in the distance. The note was on the nose about my feelings for Tsunade. She only became a good character after Naruto had talked sense into her, and nearly died so that she could live. Before that, she was self-centered, and with each step I took, my new memories of this life filled my mind. It wasn't enjoyable. Mama wasn't nice, always threw away her money gambling, and drank more than I liked. Options, I said as I walked, and a screen appeared before me. Even though it was dark, the road was clear, and I could see quite well thanks to the new moon. I didn't bother looking up from it as I read everything over. The rules were as I expected. Everything was customizable, and as the voice said, I had full control. Clicking on the help icon, I read over some of the stuff about the stats. Wisdom was chakra control and how clear and strong your mind was, while intelligence was how well you memorized things, how well you could recall information, and general experience gain. Though the clear thinking section of wisdom was a bit wasted thanks to my gamer's mind. Strength was how hard you hit, how much you could carry, how much you could endure a hit without moving, and surprisingly, damage threshold. With a strength of only 18, my damage threshold was a solid 0, but I couldn't really give you an idea as to how strong I was. At the moment, it was just a number. I had nothing to compare it to. Vigor was hit points, regeneration, resistance to everything, even flinching, and was overall general health. Chakra was chakra. It was how much I had and how quickly it regenerated, while dexterity was how well I control my body. It also affected ranged weapons, reaction time, and balance. Luck was all about critical hit chance, lottery chances, trip chances, and so on. It was luck. There wasn't much to it. But those were just the stats, and there were so many more options that hooked me into things. There was a page for notes, a playlist for music, a tip section from others that were reincarnated, and, best of all, a way to edit the HUD and all the pop-ups. I instantly changed the blue backdrop to the same red that Jiraiya and I wore. I also changed how pop-ups worked. Instead, they would be small icons that showed up whenever I learned something new. Tiny and out of the way. When I clicked it, it would open and give detail. There was even an inventory, but I'd wait before I'd use it, even if I was carrying a backpack. Lastly, There was also a clock, an alarm clock, and a compass. Then the gates of Konoha were no more than a stone's throw away, and I closed the menu and took a quick glance at the clock. It was 5:12, and I knew the night watch already knew I was approaching. The security of Konoha was nothing to mock, and then it happened. I felt chakra for the first time. It was welcoming but off. To me, it felt like I was sensing foods, colors, and emotions. Light and dark but warm. It was wonderful, and a part of me was worrying that my gamer's mind ability would stop me from enjoying life. The thought was silly and was dashed off in an instant. As I took a deep breath and took it all in, I had to smile. Before I had felt stressed, angry, sad, and a bit sassy. Now I was just content, and as several people approached me, I let my shoulders relax. The chakra felt right, and one of them leaped down from the wall, while two others walked up to me through the gate. The first blue-clad man to reach me had a very large nose, a small sheet stain for a mustache, and a short beard. His build was endomorphic, and his thigh was thicker than I was. When he spoke, it was in a soft voice, but there was still a hint of suspicion. Mind telling us why you're here, little girl? He was to the point, and I was a kid now, so I would enjoy life. Hello, Shinobi-sama, I spoke, and my voice was upbeat and cute. I'm here to become a Konoha shinobi. Really now? He smiled at me and crouched down. And why would that be? Because my papa was one, and I want to be one too, but he doesn't know I'm his daughter. He slept around, and my mama was aware. I tried to sound as cute as possible, but my words just made the man wince. Really now? Do you know your papa's name? Before I could answer, a second and third Konoha shinobi landed near him. The third said, So Saul, what do we have here? The way he spoke was informal, and I doubted he was older than 13, or even 14. He wore his headband like a bandana, and under it, his hair was tied back and tucked into his vest. His eyes were very small and black, and his chakra, now that I was so close to him, felt sour. Don't mind him. Now, who's your papa? The second Chunin asked me, waving off the third. His hair was brown, and his body was light. I couldn't make out the color of his eyes, but his chakra was much warmer than the other two and reminded me of butter. My name is Hikigaru, and my papa is Jiraiya. The three men looked at each other, only to examine me closely. I could feel their eyes looking over every inch of me, and if it wasn't for my gamer's mind, I'm sure I would have squirmed. A second passed before the second shinobi formed a hand seal. Release, he said, making sure I wasn't a genjutsu. There was no change, and the third shinobi then muttered, She does have his white hair, Shimon-senpai. I don't think it's a trick. What should we do? We'll see if it's a trick, Yutogo, Saw stated. Shimon, go inform the Hokage that he has a visitor. He'll be in his office in 30 minutes, but I don't think he'll want to wait for something like this. At his order, the ninja vanished, and I felt his chakra fade away. The large man then looked towards Yutogo. You stay here and stand guard. I'll escort her to the Hokage's office. If he orders a blood test, then we'll know if she's telling the truth. However, he looked down to me, I'm going to have to ask you to hand over everything you have on you. All right, I hummed as I pulled off my backpack. Here you go. Thank you, and, as he took my backpack, he pointed to the pouch on my hip I had yet to notice. That, too. Let me explain something that I didn't realize in the dark of night. The world looked the same as it did in my previous life. The Hokage had arrived in his office before I did, and I loved what I saw. Sartobi Hiruzen was an older man, with more wrinkles on his face than I could count. His hair was graying, and on the left side of his face were 2 liver spots. His chakra felt potent and strong, and reminded me of cinnamon. Even with him suppressing it, it was so much stronger than mine, or even those hiding in the walls. His smile was also warm and welcoming, and his teeth were somehow perfect. You certainly look like you're his daughter, he hummed, and knowing him, I wouldn't be surprised if you were. His expression somehow kept looking happier and happier, the longer he looked at me. Hawk, fetch a medical nin from the hospital and have them prepare for a blood test. We'll have this sorted out if she's Jiraiya's daughter. He then ordered. There's no need for a medical test, I smirked. Mama might not have told me who my papa was, but I figured it out. About that, Saw said your mother was a prostitute. Can you tell me what town she comes from? Where did you used to live? Hiruzen asked. Oh no, Mama isn't a prostitute, I corrected him, and my smile fell away. I just call her aware because she's a horrible person that does nothing but drink and PSS her money away. She deserves no respect, and didn't really do a good job raising me. Left her because I taught myself more than she's ever taught me. Really now? Hiruzen said, and part of me felt saddened that I wasn't lying. The memories were disappointing, but even then, I knew they could have been so worse. Do you know your mother's name? Yep, but you can't tell her I'm here. She'll try to drag me away, and that's sure as hell not happening. I'm here to be a ninja, and there's no one can stop me, but you gotta promise, alright? Please Hokage Gigi. He lifted a brow at my words, but stated, very well, I won't tell anyone about your mother. S-rank secret? Well, I'm sure it's not that bad. Considering who my papa and mama are, everything about me should be an S-rank secret considering the number of enemies they have. So yeah, it's that bad. I muttered. His smile returned, and with a light chuckle he agreed, very well, I promise I won't say anything. I'll consider it an S-rank secret. My mama's Tsunade. The old man choked on his own spit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a much-heated debate, agreed not to tell my mother I was here. The argument was a calm one, and we never raised our voices, but the tension was there. Over and over I had to tell him why I didn't want her to know. Some of it was a biased opinion of her from my last life, but most of my arguments came from my new memories. The longer the conversation went on, the more memories I could draw upon, and the harder it was for him to deny that I was mature enough to not only understand my own situation but take steps to correct it. Before Mama became the Hokage, she was nothing more than an annoying drunk who had a strong case of PTSD. After she had become Hokage, she became one of the more enjoyable characters. Much more than some, Konomaru and his friends, Ten, and Temari, to name a few. There was even an interaction between the grandson of Hiruzen and my mama that always stuck with me. The little brat had locked himself in a room, unable to accept that the hat had passed on to another. He had feared that his grandfather's memory would fade away if Tsunade got her hands on his things. All of his traps, all of his inventions, all of his weapons, and the barrier of junk he acted to stop her couldn't, and when she was within reaching distance of him, she just took a book behind him and left. She didn't say anything. She just took it and went about her day. Her actions at that moment made me laugh, and even though some would say it was filler, not all filler was bad. I knew there was a good person under that, hence she used to make herself young, but all she was now was a washed-up hag who had yet to prove herself. To Hiruzen I had said, I've lived alone for months trying to get here, and I'm fine. No one knew who I was, or suspected anything from me. I know how to live on my own, and I'm going to be a ninja. If she was here, she would drag me off again to be a second Shizun. Nothing more than an assistant, and not a daughter. It was the truth, and ever since I played the third Fallout game, the truth always came with a harsh reality, and the words of Three Dog always won out. You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Hiruzen, bless his soul, then demanded we at least tell Jiraiya, saying, he has the right to know. By now he had pulled out his pipe, and I knew the smell of weed well enough from my students to know he was using it to relax. Why Tsunade kept this a secret from him, I'll never know. He had said it while looking over the blood test, and I fully agreed. My words made the old man smile. I'm becoming a ninja because of Papa. He is a war hero, and even if Mama fought a war too, he's the one that stayed. He's the one that pushed forward. He's the one to hold his virtue, his freedom, his loyalty, and his people above what he wanted. He's a writer, a hero, the teacher of the Yondaime Hokage, and I want him to know I'm his daughter, so I can make him proud. The rest of our conversation was short. A question here, a question there, but in the end, we agreed that I would be a surprise. For myself, I just wanted to scare him, yelling surprise, only to give him a hug, but for the Sandaime Hokage, he didn't want to send a message out in case it got intercepted. Now, given how early it was and how I had yet to eat anything, I sat in a restaurant across from a Tokubisu Jonin who was ordered to watch me, and to pay for anything I asked for. It was none other than Ebisu, only a few years younger than he was when he was first introduced. While he ate grilled fish, I ate fruit, while he had rice, I had toast with marmalade, and while he drank coffee, I drank water. All the while I had had my face in a book. I wasn't reading it, but I was using it as an excuse to go over the menus. While I had seen much on my walk to the village, there was so much more to go over, and the pages of text just kept going, and the voice didn't really express just how much creative freedom you had over everything. Observe, I muttered, looking at Ebisu with a mouth full of peaches. Did you say something, young Hikigaru? I finished chewing and swallowed, before speaking up. No, Ebisu-san. I'm just sounding some of the words out that I don't know how to read. I got it now though, so that's good. The man accepted my lie as if it was candy, and gave me a faithful grin. If you need me to pronounce something for you, just ask. I nodded and looked up towards the information floating over his head. He was level 36, his hit points came out to a total of 2,700, his chakra was 2,160, he was loyal to Konoha, and he was a Tokubisu Jonin. The last two I already knew, but I was a bit surprised at how low his hit points were compared to his level, but I was a teacher, and I had the formula for how hit points worked right in front of me. The formula was LV 50 plus Vitality 25. Logic dictates that since he's also from Konoha, he gets that wonderful +1 to vigor that I had. Inputting his level into the formula, and assuming his vigor was equal to his level, gave me a grand total of 2,700. He was over 6 times my level but was no tougher than 2 of me. By the time I grew 10 levels, just off of my current stats, I would have more hit points than him. I held in a laugh and rolled my eyes at myself. I was going to be a hard girl to put down when I leveled up. My bonus was +8 per level, but I didn't know if I'd broken the game yet. Sure, I was going to be tough, but when has that ever stopped someone from dying? Raid bosses were a thing, and a skilled enough team could kill anyone. Even then, there were those in Naruto who broke all logic with their strength. It would make sense why some were stronger than others, and I knew, even if I was tough, I was nowhere as strong or as fast as the perverted Tokubisu Jonin. Ebisu-san, can you show me where the hospital is, the ninja academy, and where some parks are I can play in so I know in the future? Of course, he agreed, taking a sip of his coffee. There's a park just down the road, and the academy isn't too far from it. The park was a park. It had swings, a jungle gym, slides, and sand. There was nothing special about it, and with today being a Wednesday, anyone who would use it was at school, but the Ninja Academy was something else. It reminded me more of college than preschool and elementary. It was also small, with only 8 classrooms for roughly 200 students. Again, I had to stop myself from grinning as I heard yelling. I recognized Irika's voice, and with a loud yelp from one of the classrooms, a boy in orange stumbled out and had to stand by the door. Neither of them noticed us, and Irika scolded Naruto with more anger than was necessary. You're going to stand out here until the end of class, and if you run off, I won't buy you ramen for a month. What? But Irika-sensei. No buts, Naruto. I've shown your multiplication 12 times already, and you still don't have it, and you don't need to call other students names because you can't get it right. But Irika-sensei, I wasn't the one that started it. Naruto tried to argue, but the door was closed, and his arms sulked. I felt Ebisu's hand on my shoulder, followed by a slight tug. Come Hikigaru-chan, it's best we don't worry about this. I'm sure the school's principal will wish to speak with you since you'll be attending this school soon. In a moment. I waved off his hand and approached Naruto. His chakra felt welcoming, to the point of bliss. It reminded me of a sweet snack that was a bit salty. Kind of like caramel crown popcorn, or salted honey roasted almonds. Under my breath, I said in a whisper so quiet I doubted voice could even hear, observe. Naruto was level 3, and his hit points were a solid 525. Not quite a third of my own, but his chakra made up for it, 3,780. I would bet money his chakra stat gain per level was even higher than my current vigor score, if not the same. That, or he gained a bonus that gave him quite a bit more chakra than normal, and I knew it wasn't his Uzumaki blood. I saw what that perk did while creating my new I knew being a Jinchuriki had something to do with it, but still, I had nothing to work on. These numbers were just that. Numbers, and of course Naruto would have quite a bit of chakra. "Hello," I said to the real Naruto. He looked like a cosplayer that was on point, only his hair wasn't idiotically held in place with gel. Somehow it stayed in place, all messy and chaotic. "What do you want?" He grumbled with his arms crossed. "I heard your teacher yelling at you, and when you see another person from Konoha in trouble, you're supposed to help them. It's our will of fire, after all," I explained, and I stood beside him and held out my hands. "I'm going to show you a super amazing ninja math trick to learn how to multiply 9. "Really?" Naruto hollered in my ear, and while he was loud, he wasn't as loud as a gun being fired, and I've spent many days shooting a gun without ear protection. "Okay, so, hold out your hands like I am, and do what I do," I ordered, and Naruto followed. "Now on your left hand, lower your pinky." When I lowered mine, he lowered his. "Now how many fingers are you holding up?" 9. I lifted my left pinky and lowered my left ring finger. "How many fingers am I holding up?" 9. He answered. "How does this help?" "Now watch." I tilted my hands towards Naruto and flexed my pinky. 1 finger to the left of the lowered finger, and 8 fingers to the right of the lowered finger. The 1 goes first, then the 8 goes. When a 1 is next to an 8, what's it called? 18. Yep, and 9 times 2 is 18. We'll do 3 next, so we're going to lower our 3rd finger, which is our middle finger on my left hand. Now, how many fingers are we holding up to the left of our lowered finger? 2. And the right? 7. So 2 next to a 7 makes a 27. Yep, and that means 9 times 3 is 27. Do you get what I'm saying? I think so. Let's see about that. I held up my hand again and lowered my right thumb. What numbered finger did I lower? Remember, if my left pinky is 1 and my right pinky is 10, then what does that make my right thumb? 6. Which means this is 9 times 6. How many fingers are to the left and right of it? 5 and 4, and that makes... Naruto closed his eyes, counting in his head. 54? Yep, you got it. Now come on, let's put those ninja math skills to the test. What is 9 times 4? I asked, giving him a grin. Looked down at my hands, but I lowered them and it made me laugh. You have hands too, you know. Come on, try it like I showed you. Hold up your hands and lower the 4th finger from the left. A moment passed as he held out his fingers, and I could hear him mutter quietly, "That's 3 on the left and 6 on the right, so..." He paused, looking up. 36? Yep. Now let's do the trickiest one yet. What is 9 times 10? Naruto fiddled with his fingers, only to mutter, "Wait, there are no fingers on the right." Yep, and what's that in numbers? I held out a hand and curled my fingers into my thumb, making a 0. A 0. So if you have 0 fingers to the right and 9 to the left, that gives you what? Ninty. Now let's flip it. What is 9 times 1? 9. Congratulations, you mastered multiplying 9. Just remember the numbers and fingers trick, and you'll never forget the 9s. The other numbers are harder though, and there are only a few tricks to learn for the smaller ones, but you did it, Naruto-kun. I congratulated him, and then I got a small pop-up on the corner of the screen. It was nothing more than a small, square icon with a black star and red backdrop. It was the same as the HUD, and I ignored it for now. "Thank you so much, I'm sorry, I don't know your name." He trailed off. "It's Hikigaru." "Well, Hikigaru-chan, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." He then held out a hand, only for the door to be thrown open. "Naruto, be quiet. D-Minute, stop yelling." I snapped at Irika, raising my voice only loud enough to get his attention. "You're disturbing the other classes." "What the?" Irika looked to me, only to step out of the class and ask, "And just who are you? I don't recognize you. Are you a new student?" "My apologies, Irika, but Hikigaru-chan here was bothering your student. We were just on our way to introduce ourselves to the principal so that he knows he'll have a new student soon, and the boy distracted her," Ebisu said, stepping into the conversation. Up until now, he had stayed quiet, and if he had tried to speak, He didn't assert himself enough to get my attention. Naruto, I told you to stay. Irika tried to turn on the boy, but I stepped in between them. How about you stay quiet? Excuse me? No. I'm talking here. I waved my hand at him. I just showed Naruto-kun how to multiply 9, and he got it instantly and got too excited over it. If anyone's to blame, it's me, I then added with a roll of my eyes, or the other students for starting the problem in the first place. How the hell is he supposed to learn if he's standing out here all day? And why is a teacher buying ramen for one of his students? You taught Naruto how to multiply by 9? Irika scoffed, not believing me, and a bit annoyed at how I talked down to him. Yeah, it's really cool. Naruto cheered. Come Irika, ask me to multiply 9 by something. Come on. Ask me. 9 times 8. Naruto held out his hands and fiddled with his fingers. 72. He sang. 9 times 5. 45. 9 times 6, and you can't use your hands. Irika then asked, and I let out a huff. But Naruto stuttered, only for me to plant a hand on his shoulder. Just imagine the fingers in your head. It's the 6th finger from the right. I encouraged him. He closed his eyes and again muttered to himself. Nearly a minute passed before he blurted out, 54. Correct. Irika nodded, and that annoying glare he had was now replaced with a grin. Wow, you got them all, Naruto. Yes. Naruto sang. Thank you so much, Hikigara-chan. You're welcome, Naruto. I'll ask to see if I can be put in your class. I held out a pinky, and if you ever need help getting something again, I'll try and show you small tricks for it, alright? He just nodded with a toothy beam that stretched from ear to ear and held out his pinky. Then I got another pop-up, and I was grateful I edited the settings. Having annoying alerts every 12 seconds would get so dull. Hikigaru, was it? Do you know when you'll be a student here? Irika asked. A few days, I hope. I'm going to become a ninja, like my papa. I responded. Who's your papa? You'll learn when I become a student. I want it to be a surprise. I shook my head. It's complicated, Irika. Now, if you excuse us, Hikigara-chan and I really should be off. Ebisu pressed. Yeah, we really should. I want to know where the hospital is after this and all that. I then asked, will you still be out here waiting, Naruto? Yes, Irika answered for him. I'm sorry, but he's still in trouble for earlier. Oh, come on, Irika, please? No, Naruto, you don't call other students names. Especially not those kinds of names. The Chunin shook his head. What did he say? I asked. I'm sorry, but I won't repeat it. Now if you excuse me, I have a class to teach. Irika turned and stepped back into the classroom, closing the door behind him. In that case, I can learn about the hospital later. After I'm done talking to the principal, we'll come hang out, alright? I piped up, looking at Naruto. Really? He asked. Yep. Don't know what we'll do though. I grunted. Come now, Hikigara-chan, it's time to go. Ebisu squeezed my shoulder this time, and I just knew what was going to come next. Alright. See you later, Naruto-kun. I waved as I walked off with the Tokubisu Jonin. Bye. He waved back, but the moment we were out of sight and out of earshot, Ebisu pulled me to the side. You must listen to me, Hikigara-chan. You must stay away from that boy, do you understand? He's very rude and is a troublemaker. He pranks people horribly and is not a nice person. He tried to warn me, but I had expected this. This type of conversation always comes up in fanfiction. Inserted OC number 12 through 50 trillion goes up to Naruto and is warned by everyone to stay away. Some people tell them to F off. Others argue that he wasn't that bad. My words came with a sarcastic smirk, but to Ebisu, it was nothing more than a sly grin. Wonderful, now I have a partner in crime. I cheered. You better watch what you say, Ebisu, or you'll have glitter on your clothes for months. I laughed, wagging my finger at him. It matters not if you prank me, but you mustn't associate yourself with him, he continued to press, now crouching down to my level. You are the daughter of Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, and you mustn't be around such trash. That bothered me, but I held my smile. Are you sure? He nodded, but before he could speak, I raised a hand to his mouth. Then you're going to stop talking, and after I speak with the principal, not you, but me, we'll be going to the Hokage's office so that I can get a different guard. I leaned forward and I let my smile fall away, along with my cute voice. I don't like being told to do something without logical reason, and just because someone pranks others, doesn't mean they're bad, and if you're alright with me pranking you and not him, then it's not the pranks that are the problem. Either he did something, or something around him is the problem, and until you give me a straight answer, I'll pick who my friends are. With that, I turned about and continued walking, leaving the man behind me befuddled, and soon after, I spoke with the principal. He enjoyed my company and was thrilled to have the daughter of Jiraiya come to his school. The only caveat was that I requested to be placed in Irika's class, and unless spoken to, Ebisu kept to himself. After that, I bowed to Naruto, apologizing to him over and over, before, I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but the Hokage Jiji really needs to see me. I promise I'll be right back, alright? Again I held out a pinky and he took it. It's alright, he said. On the upside, I know I'll be in your class. I added and he cheered. One who knows nothing can understand nothing, I said to Hiruzen, quoting Ansem from Kingdom Hearts. I know there's something going on with Naruto-kun, and if your shinobi are going to tell me to stay away from him without telling me why, then I don't want them to watch over me. I crossed my arms and looked stern. Years of teaching helped me perfect the annoyed glare, even if I died young, but he just sat there, smiling. Are you sure? He asked and I nodded. Very well. He then looked up to Ebisu, who looked both annoyed and disappointed. Please fetch a map for Hikigare. I'm sure she'll want to know her way around the village since she won't have an escort. Yes, Lord Hokage. The man bowed, only to run off, leaving the two of us alone, other than the Umbu hiding in the walls. As the door closed, I then asked, why do people hate Naruto-kun so much? Talked with him for 5 minutes and got him to understand math well enough for him to open up to me. I then pointed back towards the door, but Ebisu rushed me off, even though we were in no rush, and was alright with the idea of me glitter bombing his dresser, but not with me pulling the same prank with Naruto. So what's wrong? Naruto is an orphan and oftentimes gets on people's nerves, to the point where they all but hate him. He admitted. Some of it is unjust, but you don't need to worry about them. You can be his friend if you wish, without worry. Hiruzen's answer was a deflection and a lie. If I was Naruto's friend, I would be outed, and while I already knew everything, I just accepted it. But I didn't, and in a low grumble I said, sounds like a bunch of crap. It's not like he killed someone, or hid the existence of a child from their father, or slaughtered his clan, or, oh I don't know, betrayed the village. I had brought up one hand and listed off each excuse with a finger. You know, pranking people doesn't really seem that bad in comparison to some of the things most shinobi have to deal with. I nodded at my own statement, only to bite my lower lip. Hiruzen's eyes had widened slightly, and he took a long draw of his pipe, only to give me the Sasuke grunt. Guess I'll leave you to your work once I get my map, I added. Have you figured out where I'll be staying? Hiruzen blew a large puff of smoke onto his desk, before beginning. While you don't want your mother to know you're here, and you've had yet to use your family name, you're still a part of the Senju clan. One of the properties they own is a small home near the Hyuga clan compound. We are refurbishing it for you. It will have 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a full kitchen, and a backyard for you to train in. We are also working out an allowance for you to use for food. What about utilities? I asked. You know, like gas, electricity, and water, and will the allowance include enough for school supplies and any training equipment I may need? Hiruzen hummed. You've given this some thought. He reached down and pulled out his pipe. Yes, the utilities will be paid for in full by the funds your father has in the village. He then lifted up a few papers that were on his far left. I've worked it all out, and it shouldn't be a problem, and your allowance is more than enough for everything you'll need. Can you mark the address on my map when Ebisu gets back, Hokage Jiji? He nodded and gave me a key. When will it be ready? In a few hours, he informed me. We're installing a new washer and dryer. The old ones broke down years ago, but since no one was using the compound, we didn't bother updating them. It'll also come with a bed, a dresser, a desk, a lamp, and a few items to cook with. However, everything else must be purchased yourself. I paused only to bow to him, more than enough. Thank you. You're welcome. Hiruzen chatted back to me, and after I left his office, I realized something important. I was Senju. I was related to Hashirama. The walk back to the academy was short but simple. Head northwest from the Hokage's office, go past the barbecue restaurant that smells like a disappointment waiting to happen, and it'll be on your left. If you've hit the park, you've gone too far, and for me, it was unmistakable. I've seen it enough times in flashbacks of Naruto being depressed to know what it looks like, and the swing, I had noticed before I had left, had even been recently replaced. But now that I was alone and was looking through the map, I was left to my thoughts, but also my senses. Every home I passed, I felt those inside mull about. The strength between shinobi and civilians was staggering, and more than once, I observed both alike. Civilians were half as strong as Naruto, sometimes less so, and their chakra was no more than 100, but that was a high average. The lowest I saw was a man with 12 chakra. He was old and fat and looked like a mob boss, but he was nothing more than a drunk that demanded a refill, only to be kicked out by a few shinobi who didn't like him ruining their barbecue brunch. Overall, civilians and their chakra felt dull, unrefined, and bland, but the chakra of shinobi was something else. One of the three that kicked the man out felt like salty, buttery popcorn, while the other two felt like Sprite and Mountain Dew. Yes, the sodas, and I think it had something to do with them being Hyuga. One of them was even Ko, the protector of Hinata. It was so odd that their power and strength kept reminding me of food, but as I turned about and kept walking, the voice of a beast clad in green struck me. It was my guy. He stood with one foot on the bench in front of him, a nice smile on his face, and a thumb pointed at his chest. "Your secret is safe with me," he said, and the woman in front of him just clapped her hand to her head. "Guy, sit down before someone sees you and suspects something," Kurenai grumbled, and the green beast sat down with speeds I couldn't keep track of. "Sorry." He apologized, and I couldn't help but walk over to them. Guy's chakra felt like a strong curry, only sweet, like cranberries. Kurenai's chakra felt closer to a strong drink, like sake, but I couldn't get a feel for it. It was warm but sweet, then sour, only to go back to sweet. The moment I muttered "observe," my mouth dropped, and in a loud voice I gasped, "Wow." The two jonin looked over to me and smiled. Assuming that I was gawking at them, Guy gave me a wink. "Kurenai-chan, it looks like we have a youthful fan." He wasn't wrong, but I was looking towards their numbers, and not them directly. Guy's hit points were well over 100,000, nearing 200,000, while Kurenai's was 60,000, exactly. Unless the modifier for hit points changed as you grew older, or something else was in play, I could only imagine what their vigor stats would be. As it was, Guy's level was 79, while Kurenai was 61. Basic math told me that even if I was their level, with what I had now, I was nothing more than a piece of wet paper. "She kind of looks familiar," Kurenai pointed out. Guy, pausing for a moment, narrowed his eyes at me. He pressed himself against the table, leaning on top of it, only to grumble, "She does. Where have I seen you before?" "I'll give you 3 guesses." I grinned, lifting 3 fingers. "White hair. Other than Kakashi, who do I know that has white hair?" Kurenai silently pondered to herself, ignoring the frantics of Guy. I looked to the red-eye mistress, and with an encouraging point towards the ceiling I stated, "You're on the right track, Kurenai-san, but older. You're a genjutsu master, so I'm sure you're smart enough to figure it out." Guy then asked, "Young youth, what is your name?" "Hikigaru." That was it. Their brains processed my name like a slow meat grinder, and I could tell you exactly the moment they realized who I was. Their eyes widened, but Kurenai was the first to speak. "Your father wouldn't happen to be Jiraiya, would it?" "What gave it away?" I asked, doing my best to pose like the old toad did when he introduced himself to Naruto, only for my posture to sag at the end. "But Papa doesn't know I exist yet. I'm kind of just walking around the village, trying to get to know everything before I have to start school in a few days." A disappointing scowl hit me, and my new memories stung the back of my head. It was my choice to be like this. I picked to be their child, so why did it hurt so much? Was I destined to be depressed in my second life too? How does he not know he has a daughter? Guy asked, and I knew he saw the stutter in my posture and heard the wistful sorrow in my voice. I was never good at hiding my emotions. I admitted with a sad nod, Mama never told him and hid me away. I had to run away just to get to the village. It was fun seeing the land of fire, but I wish it didn't take months to get here. You ran away? By yourself? Kurenai asked, and I gave her a slight nod. You're very brave, for someone so young, Guy said, in a stern tone I didn't expect. We're expecting friends in a few minutes. Why don't you join us? My treat. His hand plopped down onto my shoulder, and he gave me his iconic, nice guy, smile. There were even rays of light behind him that spun about, and his teeth sparkled. I'd love to join the famous taijutsu master Mike Guy and genjutsu mistress Yuhi Kurenai, so long as you leave genjutsu to the professionals. I laughed, but it was nothing more than a deep, somber chuckle. So, what are we eating? And who's coming to join you? Dangos, Kurenai noted as I took a seat, and just a few of our friends, Kakashi, Asuma, and Heiate. I had spent hours with the Jonin, just listening to them talk. I even got to point out that Kakashi was reading my papa's books, only for Kurenai to scowl at me, telling me I shouldn't know such things. It felt right being scolded by her. Having someone, and an adult at that, be there to scold me, was good, but when I had returned to Naruto, he was asleep, leaning against the wall next to his classroom door. I had to shake him awake, but to stop Naruto from yelping in surprise, I clapped my hand over his mouth. Beside him, I had dropped my backpack, and in my right hand, I held up a small box of dangos for him to eat. I'm sorry, I said to him, the Hokage distracted me longer than I thought. I got you this for you since I made you wait so long. He thanked me, but with the way he ate, I knew Irika had made him stand there through lunch, and I doubted he even had breakfast. For the rest of the afternoon, we just spoke. It wasn't hard keeping track of everything he was saying. First, he ranted about his dreams of being Hokage, while I told him that my dream was just to be a strong shinobi and that I'll learn what else I want to do when I get older. I didn't really get to pick coming to the elemental nations after all, but Naruto was so simple-minded, happy, and carefree that it felt wrong knowing what I did. He wasn't an anime character anymore. He was real, and the way his chakra felt was welcoming. Then we talked about pranks, and I told him what I wanted to do to Ebisu. I didn't tell him why, just that he annoyed me, and I wanted revenge. Eventually, the longer our conversation went on, the more I was able to make out all of the little changes in his chakra. It kept growing happier, but the moment I mentioned food, it became warm, like a hot cinnamon spice, and I knew right away what he was feeling, passion. He was talking about ramen, after all, and as his mouth went about in a flurry of flavors I should try now that I was new to the village, I was just sad, and it was hard to be sad with the way his chakra felt. While I was the same age as him physically and was a kid on the outside, I realized that no matter how much I wanted it, I was still an adult. Adapting to be as carefree as he was would be tough, but reincarnation was just that. A second chance, but with strings attached that I didn't like. No matter how depressed I felt, at least I had parents that were alive, and even if these feelings stemmed from my new memories, I wasn't just Ashley. I was Hikigaru, and I would be dead if I cried. Hey Naruto, I spoke up, cutting him off mid-sentence. After school, do you want to go play at the park? We can try some more ninja stuff, and after, can you show me what the best ramen in Konoha is? I still have some money from traveling, so I'll pay for it. His eyes sparkled as he looked at me. You bet, we can go to Ichiraka Ramen then. They have the best miso ramen and beef ramen and pork ramen, but not their shrimp ramen, that's just blah. Yeah. I don't like shrimp either. I then added, still got to make sure Irika-san isn't mad at you though. The last thing we need is for him to nag us and make you stay after school. Naruto deflated a bit, but like Guy had done to me, I clapped my hand on his shoulder, smiled, and gave him a wing, but I won't let him. Tuchi-san, 1 bowl of miso ramen. Naruto called out, leaping into the seat at the far left end of the restaurant. There were a few other people here, and most of them gave Naruto a dirty look. Then I took the seat next to him, blocking their view of the blonde boy. And I looked up to the menu and read through some of the options: pork ramen, no narutomaki, with a boiled egg and extra scallions. While this was my first time eating at Ichiraku, I had gone to Japan before and had ramen there. It was now time to compare, and my red pen was at the ready. Was it really as good as Naruto praised? Our time at the park had been iconic. It was a scene from when Naruto was a child. Some of the other students played with us, but one by one, they were taken off and told not to play with Naruto. I remembered how sad Naruto looked, being left alone, but as he watched everyone walk away, I picked up a ball of sand and tossed it at his legs. He had yelped, and the sand-off had begun. I lost, and we were now both caked at sand. What? Naruto asked, looking over to me. What? I asked, looking over to him. You said my name so. He started only for me to interrupt him with a laugh. No, not you, Naruto. The squiggly pink and white things made out of fish. They're called narutomaki. If I had to guess, since your family name is Uzumaki, you were named Naruto because of a pun. You know, since the end of narutomaki sounds like the end of Uzumaki? Really? So I'm named after the best food in the world. Naruto just grinned, and I was surprised at how the revelation made him smile. Somehow, his chakra felt even more welcoming. Coming up, Naruto, Tucci said as he made order after order of ramen. Who's your friend? This is Hikigaru-kun. She'll be coming to school with me soon. Naruto answered. She already showed me how to multiply nines. Really? Well, that's good. He shook his head, but I saw his cheeks raise from my angle of him, and knew he was smiling. We quietly waited for our ramen to be cooked, and when the bowls were placed in front of us, I ate slow, while Naruto devoured his quickly. Mentally, I went over everything I needed to. First was the broth, and as I slurped at it with a spoon, I smiled. It was very meaty and was surprisingly light in salt. The noodles were thinner than I had expected, but as a fan of angel hair noodles, I wasn't complaining. They were light and soaked up the broth well. The boiled egg was a boiled egg. It was good on its own, but in the broth, it tasted heavenly. It was, in no small part, just like the ramen I had in Japan, only fresher, and I did taste a hint of brown sugar, even if it was nothing more than a pinch. By the time I finished my one and only bowl, Naruto had eaten 4, but Tucci was too busy cooking to accept our payment, so his daughter stepped out from behind the counter. She was very beautiful, and to be honest, I was a bit surprised by it. She was always just Tucci's daughter, and all the fanfictions I've read never went into detail over her. She wore no makeup, but her skin was perfect. Her brown hair was straight, and the bandana her hair was pinned under made her look cute. She was the definition of who I wanted to look like when I was older, but when she spoke, my head hit the counter. Are you on a date, Naruto? What? Naruto's eyes widened. No. We're just eating ramen. Yes. I agreed, springing my head up, and I could tell there was a large red mark on my forehead. I was surprised it didn't hurt, and I slammed my head down hard enough to shake the whole counter. We're just eating. As friends. None of, I pointed a finger, and wagged it at her, that. She just chuckled and said, that'll be 250 ryo. I handed her 3 bills with hundreds on them, and pointed towards Naruto, give him the change. Naruto's head whipped to me fast enough for his neck to pop. But Hikigaru, it's your money. And 50 ryo is enough for 1 bowl of ramen. I pointed to the stack of 4 bowls next to him, and I think you'll need it more than I do. Seriously? Thank you. Naruto beamed, as he accepted a few coins from Iam. I'll see you around, Naruto, I said, hopping off of the chair. I need to get home and clean up. Hokage Gigi gave me a place to stay, so I need to get there soon. You call him Gigi too? Naruto asked, surprised. Yeah, I sang. He trained my papa, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The shinobi eating ramen choked, and I just grinned. Home. The place where one lived permanently, especially as a member of a family or household. Growing up, I had a loving mother and father. Even a grandpa who lived with us. We were a military family, set in Dallas. If I was lucky, I got to see my father once or twice a year. He was always on active duty and spent most of his time out west in El Paso. Sometimes, I even visited the desert city to see him when he was in base. It was always fun eating authentic Mexican food right on the border, and I liked the mountain and heat. I even got to ride on top of a tank once, and it was amazing. Growing up, my home divulged into chaos when my grandpa died from a heart attack that crept up on him. There were no warnings. He just gasped and died in front of me. We had been working on my homework and were making fun of the way my teacher wanted my paper to be formatted. A few days later, my father died overseas, and I found out over MySpace. My mother wasn't even able to tell me in person. I learned it from everyone else sending her love letters and their prayers. Then mother died a year later in a car accident. She worked 2 jobs, was overstressed, and went out for one drink with a coworker she liked. I was 13 when she died. To say I was used to living alone was an understatement. I was always alone. This new life, this new home, wasn't going to be any different, but what the Hokage failed to mention to me was that my new home sat on a hectare, 100 square meters, of land. The gate and wall alone reminded me of the Hyuga compound, and as I pushed my way in, I just gasped at the massive walnut tree in the yard. It was at least 30 meters, 100 feet, tall. The other trees in my yard were a small bonsai tree in the far corner of the yard and a black pine tree with a bench beneath it behind my new, regal home. The tree was so much bigger than it, but even then, it was still larger than my old apartment. 2 rooms, one a master bedroom with its own bath and shower, a laundry room, a sectioned-off kitchen, a living room, and a smaller bathroom with a shower. The voice told me that depending on the time era that I entered in, technology would only be a few years behind where it was in my world. I knew Naruto was using computers when he became Hokage, but as I looked at the brand new washer and dryer, I was reminded of those old things my mother used to wash our clothes. They were a pale cream color, with knobs, and while the washer was top-loaded, the dryer was front-loaded. They both were made from metal, and as I pulled open the dryer, I was hit with the new appliance smell. It was going to be a pain getting used to this new life, and not having internet or television, but then again, just how much of the Naruto world did I not know about? They had guns, and by the Chunin exams, Sasuke was able to dodge sound-based attacks, meaning he could dodge most bullets at that point. It also meant that most able Chunin and Jonin were capable of the same feat, not all, but some. They had radio, but it was hard to tell if it was used to broadcast music. They had hospitals with lights and X-ray machines, printed paper, and even were able to broadcast video for the 5 daimyo. Was the technology there? Yes, but was it public? I didn't know. But for now, my home was simple. The floors were made of tatami, the doors were shoji, the red roof was shingled and made of clay, and the engawa that wrapped around my house was clean, waxed, and welcoming. In my room, the items the Hokage were listed off were waiting for me, and with a bit of rearranging, it was to my liking. They were even grateful enough to give me 12 rolls of toilet paper, 2 towels, a laundry basket, and a fluffy body pillow. It felt like winning the lottery, but now that I was alone, I looked to my menus and spent the last hours of my day going over everything I missed. You have slept for 8 hours and gained the well-rested perk. Well-rested, it's harder for you to gain levels of exhaustion, and you gain a bonus to experience equal to your level. The pop-up was annoying, but I waved it away and pulled myself out of bed. With nothing to do today, I walked over to my fridge and opened it. The food I was given was basic but enjoyable. Milk, some fruit that needed to be refrigerated, and bread. I decided to eat the pre-cut strawberries, peaches, and mangoes from breakfast, and for the first time, look over the dungeon options. It advised me to go through the tutorial, and so I did. With my bowl of fruit in hand, I was teleported off to a large white room. The floors and walls were marked in squares, and in front of me was a dummy, like the ones that you see inside of cars when they crash. So that's what it feels like to be teleported, I whispered to myself, looking around. Neat. Welcome to the dungeon tutorial. A voice, but not the one that I met when reincarnating, spoke up. Please use whatever weapons and items you have to defeat the dummy in front of you. Fear not. They will not attack you back but will try to avoid your attacks at civilian pace. Observe, I muttered with fruit in my mouth. It only had 50 hit points, had no chakra or loyalties, and was level 1. The enemy in front of you will demonstrate that sometimes the only way to advance forward in a dungeon is to kill all of the enemies. When the dummy is killed, a door will open. The voice, which surprisingly reminded me of GLaDOS from Portal, only with no robotic tone, continued. Inventory, I stated, and a screen came to view. There was a button that said, Add Item, and I clicked it. My bowl of fruit and fork vanished and appeared on the list. Wiping my mouth with an arm, I took a deep breath before breaking into a sprint. Throwing myself at the doll, I slammed my tiny fist into its chest, and while it tried to evade, I was surprisingly fast. Its hit points dropped by 46, and it tumbled back and fell to the ground. To say I was a bit shocked would be an understatement. The weakest civilian I saw the day before only had 90 hit points. 2 hard punches would have killed them, and I really didn't know how to throw a punch. I restrained myself from grinning and leaped towards the downed doll. It was struggling to stand up, and when I slammed my foot down onto its stomach, I did enough damage to finish it off. It lay limp, and in the corner of my eye an icon with +0 XP popped up. Congratulations, you killed him. You're one step closer towards your goal of being a murderer. GLaDOS announced. Great, they ripped off her personality too. I heard that. She informed me. Please proceed to the next room, as I inform you of the available options you have to use when you enter a dungeon. There was a beep, followed by a door opening on the far side of the room. You have full control over the options for your dungeons, such as the difficulty, what enemies you'll find in the dungeon, as well as spawn rates, what terrain the dungeon is a part of, how physics work in the dungeon, such as time and gravity, and if the dungeon has rest zones. Neat. Sarcasm will be met with name-calling. You are an idiot, who's ugly, and with that white hair of yours, looks old. I get it, I'm sorry. I apologized. There was another beep, followed by a ring. Food will be provided at the end of the tutorial. Your options are fried chicken. That is all. Please proceed to the next room. The rest of the dungeon tutorial was a breakdown as to what I was going to expect from everything to come, and the chicken provided was delicious, but as I had nothing to do afterward, I spent the rest of the day wandering Konoha and seeing the sights. Only for one of the Hokage's assistants to inform me that my allowance has been sent to my home. From there I just bought a few supplies that I would need for school, food, like butter and jam, and a toaster. It was uneventful but nice. The next day, I stood beside Irika, and in front of us was a class of nearly 40 children. Everyone, Irika announced, getting their attention, this is Hikigaru, and she'll be joining us from this point forward. He looked down to me and requested, why don't you introduce yourself? I stepped forward slightly and took a deep breath, before saying a single word, no. Several of the kids then laughed, as I walked up the stairs and took a seat next to Naruto. All right then. Irika shrugged. However, since we have a new student, I'll be handing out tests for everyone. This will give me an idea of where she stands compared to the rest of you. There were several groans from nearly everyone in the class, and even Naruto sulked. As the papers were passed about, I glanced down and snorted. The test was broken into 5 sections. It was all about my understanding of chakra, math, science, history, and language. Everyone here was 9 or 10, so all of it was no harder than 4th grade classwork, and the only section I had trouble with was history. Neither Mama or Shizen taught me about it, but I knew about chakra from my memories, and a brief explanation about it from Sakura when they did the tree walking training. Overall, I knew enough to make educated guesses on those topics, but the rest of it was easy. Some of the questions were as such. What times 9 equals 144? Who was the first Hokage? How does the water cycle work? And so on. When I was done with my test, I turned the papers over and looked up at the clock in the corner of my vision. It had been 6 minutes, and I just rolled my eyes. Reaching down into my bag, I pulled out the book I had with me, and this time, I actually read it. It was a medical book that I had been given by Shizen, but it only went over the basics, and most of it was common sense. Anyone who watched a medical show long enough could tell you half the information the DMN thing. The only noticeable points I went over were CPR and how to wrap a wound properly. Both of which I already knew because teaching was demanding, and knowing these would be the difference between a student bleeding out, for some reason, or choking to death on their own gum. What times 9 equals 144? I heard Naruto ask himself, only to make a sad, shocked meep. Taking out a piece of paper, I started writing out a few notes for the boy, and before a minute passed it over to him once I knew Irika wouldn't notice. The trick was to wait for him to start reading a new sentence or line in a book, and with how he was grading work, I had to wait for him to start going over a new paper. Most people always paid more attention at the start, and teachers were the same. My note read as such: Naruto, when you have a math question that's too hard, you need to learn to make it simpler. Instead of doing 9 times something to find 144, try doing 9 times a small number, plus 9 times another small number to find out what it is. When the total is equal to 144, add the two small numbers together to get the answer to the question. Watch, try 9 times 10, then 9 times 6, then add their total. It should equal to 144, and if it does, what is the answer? Below the note, I even wrote down the work for him to follow, and slid it over to him. When he took it, he had a sly grin, and I knew if Irika saw it, he would get in trouble. I lifted my book a bit higher and placed a finger against my lips. He just nodded and started working out the problem. It was slow, but after he went through the multiplication, he started adding. The total was 144, which meant the answer was 16, and when he wrote down the number, he was all smiles for the rest of the test, even if I knew he got most of them wrong. He even struggled with addition and subtraction. All right, everyone, time's up, Irika announced. Please pass your papers to the left, so I can collect them. Because I was sitting on the far right side of the classroom, everyone on my row passed their papers to me, and when Irika came to pick them up, he asked me, "How was your test?" I told him, it wasn't that hard, but I think I know what I need to work on now. I purposely failed to mention that I was talking more about Naruto than myself, as I eyed the blonde boy. His test was now in my backpack. That's good to hear. He agreed, and after carrying everything back to the front of the class, he announced, "All right everyone, you may spend the rest of class, until lunch, outside. Don't leave school grounds." There were several cheers, but when Naruto stood up, I placed my hand on his side and said, "Hold up." "What's up, Hikigara-chan?" He asked. "I'm going to help you go over your work," lifting up his class work, I then added, "because I don't know what Irika-sensei has been teaching you, but most of this stuff is wrong." Irika, who sat in his desk, looked up at me and scowled. "Hikigara-chan, is that Naruto's test?" "Yep, I'm going to use it to help Naruto-kun study," I announced, only to add, "And no, I'm not going to give it to you. You already know his grades well enough to have an idea of what you would have gotten from it." "But why, Hikigara-chan?" Naruto cried. "Can't we go outside and play, like we did a few days ago?" "We'll have time to play, later, Naruto-kun. It'll be a Saturday, so we'll have the whole weekend, but I won't have my first and only friend be an idiot. Besides, I thought your dream was to be the Hokage." I leaned towards him and glared. "And do you know what that means?" Before he could answer, I clapped my hand over his mouth. "Rhetorical question, Naruto-kun. The Hokage is the best shinobi in the village. The smartest, the strongest, the most caring, and the one everyone looks to for help, and I don't think you not being able to add will help you be the Hokage." "Fine." He sighed, sitting down. "What was that?" I said, holding a hand to my ear. I said fine. He grumbled. "Louder," I demanded, pointing at him, with more enthusiasm. "You'll never be a Hokage if you face a challenge with that kind of resolve." He caught on to my coaxing, and gave me a cheeky grin. "Fine. I don't see why you're helping this loser." A voice spoke up, and I looked over to see 3 students stepping up to us. "He'll just fail like he always does." Again, I found myself rolling my eyes. Great, 3 annoying kids who want to strike up a conversation. Why don't you all just go away, like everyone else? I then looked about. Well, except for the Akimichi kid, the Nara kid, and the Hyuga gal. "Look, we're just here to let you know since you're new in the village, you shouldn't be around this loser." The kid repeated. "And I'll have you know, I spent the last 5 months of my life traveling around the land of fire by myself to get to Konoha, so I don't need some annoying 9-year-old brat to tell me what I can and can't do. I scowled. Now go away before I take off my belt and show you what the definition of behavior correction means. Fine, we'll leave. He laughed, only to walk off. Under his breath, as they left, Naruto grumbled, "Bunch of BSs. Language, Naruto," I whispered to him. "Oh come on, I can't call them the other thing I said, but Irika-sensei says I can at least call them BSs." Naruto cried. "Really now?" I asked, looking to Irika, who watched the whole ordeal. He just smiled and waved at us. "All right then." I accepted, looking down to Naruto's work. "So what are we doing first?" "Addition and subtraction," I answered, "because it's the easiest, and then we'll move on to other things. First, I'll show you an easier way to write out the problems because left to right is just not how to do it, and it's an absolute waste of paper and ink." As lunch came, I was dragged off to the Hokage's office again, but was told to wait by his door. Opening my menus, I again went over everything, and a thing of note was hit point regeneration. It was 0.001% every interval, for every 25 vigor you had. Everyone followed that rule. From Madara to Naruto, to the Hokage, to even Papa, who stood in the Hokage's office. He had arrived sooner than anticipated, but they had other matters to over first. When minutes turned to nearly an hour, I was glad I was reading over the rules. I enjoyed waiting, but I hated it when it dragged on for too long. The intervals for health regeneration was the only variable for healing. I could theorize that Naruto and I were every second, while some random civilian was every hour. Even then, resting did increase the passive regeneration, and unlike most games, like Fallout and Skyrim, sleeping in a bed didn't regenerate my hit points and chakra to full. All it was simple modifiers that increased my own passive regeneration, along with the removal of exhaustion levels. In fact, most injuries stemmed from exhaustion more than losing hit points. Short of dismemberment or loss of organs, nothing would kill me, and I would heal from anything. If I was about to die, with nothing more than that tiny magical pixel from death, it would take my own hit point regeneration 4 minutes to fully heal me. In a game, that was nothing. A useless stat to have, that would make you want to chug potions. For me, 4 minutes was nothing more than a page or two in a book, or a slight distraction by an annoying student. It was also only going to get faster. I would get a lot of vigor as I leveled up, and if the levels of the 3 genin near me, who also waited in line for the Hokage, was something to go off of, then I could only imagine how powerful my regeneration would be when I was as strong as them, or as strong as Papa. Taking out a kunai from my pocket, one of the ones I stole from my mama and had on me when I first came to the village, I placed it against my wrist and cut horizontally. I watched as the wound closed before my eyes. Shinobi were truly powerful. 9 or 10 of the slices would have killed me in my past life, but now the slashes were nothing more than 5s or 8s. What was once an act to hurt myself was now just a number, and a small one at that. "Hey, you shouldn't do that." One of the genin spoke up, but as he tried to snatch away my weapon, I pulled it back into my pocket. "Look." I pointed at my wrist and the gash was gone. "How the hell?" The genin, who I didn't recognize, grabbed my arm and looked at my wrist with a bewildered expression. "Do you have a healing Kekii Genkai?" "I don't know," I admitted, only to go back to my menus. Again I used a book to cover what I was doing, and again, I read over the rules of my new life. Memorizing was going to be difficult. Then, when the hour mark came, the Hokage's door opened, and Hiruzen stated, "Hikageru, please join us inside." When I stepped in, I looked up to the massive man who was now my father. It was one thing to see someone with as much hair as him in a drawn anime style. It's another to see it in person. If I had to guess, he was a few inches over 6 feet, but now that my life revolved around the metric system, my guess was closer to 190 centimeters. It's probably more, considering I wasn't the best at on-the-spot conversion, but with how his hair fell down past his waist, I doubt he ever had it cut. To make it even worse, he wore Geta sandals that made him even taller. I barely even came up to his waist, and I was shorter than Naruto. "Who's the kid?" Jiraiya asked, "And why is she trying to look like me?" "Take a guess." Hiruzen hummed, as he put his pipe in his mouth. It's good to finally meet you. I tilted my head to the side and smiled. Papa. Papa's chakra felt seasoned. It was like soy sauce, only there was a hint of pepper, garlic, onions, and tomatoes. The concoction of flavors reminded me of a smoker grill and the flavor of meat that sat in it for hours. Not to mention it was strong. Stronger than Hiruzen's. After I introduced myself, the sensation I got from him turned sour, but it was still welcoming and grew denser with each passing moment. What? He muttered, looking to the old man that was his sensei. She's your daughter, Jiraiya? What? You can't be serious. I must congratulate you. You finally did it. Hiruzen continued, pulling out a document, and I noticed my name on it. Look, I know I sleep around, but come on. You know I use a seal to stop myself from getting girls pregnant, right? It doesn't fail. It can't fail, everyone knows that. Hell, it's sold in almost every adult store across the elemental nations, so I know for a fact it can't. He chuckled, only to look at the old man and me suspiciously. No, wait, I get it. This is a joke. You're getting revenge on me for making Isako break up with Sozui at the end of my new Ika Ika book, aren't you? You did what? Hiruzen snapped and my ears rang. Damn it, Jiraiya, I have yet to finish reading it. Why did you have to spoil the end? You mean this isn't a joke? Papa yelled and the ringing became worse. And I thought Naruto was loud, I muttered to myself, wincing as I covered my ears. Yes, she is your daughter, Jiraiya, the Hokage continued as if I didn't say anything, and I honestly expected a better first impression from you. Denial, really? He then smirked. Then again, since you don't even know, I doubt you realize you've finally achieved one of your greatest dreams. What dream? Hiruzen tossed the folder at Jiraiya. Your daughter is proof of it, and ANBU has already tracked her movements back to her mother. Witnesses have seen them. Together, and on more than one occasion, people seem to have plotted to kidnap Hikigaru just to get back at her. Great. I muttered. When Papa opened the folder, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes darted back and forth, and his mouth fell open. When he turned the page, he made an uncharacteristic squeak and gritted his teeth. Please tell me this is a lie, Sensei, please. Hiruzen just closed his eyes and shook his head. I'm afraid not. I don't know why Tsunade didn't tell you. I suspect she drugged you to prevent you from remembering, but Hikigaru is your and Tsunade's daughter. Ah, why can't I remember? It wasn't a question, and he threw a fist at a wall, making it crack. You can't be more than 8 or 9, right? Where was I 8 or 9 years ago? The land of waves? No, it takes 9 months for a baby to be born, so I was near the land of rice. He then smiled only to wince. I don't even remember seeing her. He snapped, running his hands through his hair. But why would she keep something like this from me? And how? I saw her on and off every 2 years. Hell, I saw her just a few months ago. You'll have to speak to her about that yourself. However, Hikigaru will remain a secret. She left her and came here. Hiruzen informed Papa only to add, but she left Tsunade to come here 5 months ago and only arrived a few days ago. 5 months? Alone? Really? Papa gawked. How long ago did you see Tsunade? 3 months. He grumbled. So all I had to do was wait 2 months and I would have met you in person sooner? Dimon. I grumbled, but the irritation stemmed from my new memories. Sorry, he paused and looked at me, and this time, it wasn't just a passing glance. You have her eyes and hair. Even if it's as white as mine. And gender. I joked. He snorted, only to frown. I need to see a Yamanaka later. It was a whisper, but Hiruzen and I both heard his plea. Yeah. I know you always wanted to be with Mama, and knowing where babies come from, I know you'll want to have those memories back. I smiled at him, already knowing what the great goals they were talking about were. But I was glad I was finally able to meet you, Papa. The whole reason I left was to make you proud, but mostly to get away from Mama. What do you mean? He inquired. I caught myself and looked down. I won't insult her in front of you. Let's just say she's not a good mom. I don't like what she does or how she drinks and gambles, or how we're always running away from the problems she causes herself. Then the child in me faded, and reality started to kick in. But I want to make the world a better place. And I've been alone for a long time now, but I know you can't stay here and raise me. I don't expect you to. I figured, with you always away from the village, you're on big missions, and with how long I had to wait to come in, I'm guessing you two were going over a bunch of stuff in private. So, I don't expect you to be here for me, Papa. I mean, you're not even here to raise Naruto, right? Their eyes widened at my comment. Yeah, I figured it out. I can remember names and faces easily, and I catch on to small things quickly. He looks just like his father, you know? So, I promise I won't tell, so long as you just try to be better than Mama, alright? When I see you, please don't be drunk, or be running away from things you don't want to deal with, or just telling me to stop talking and go away. I felt a tear on my cheek, and Papa wiped it away. When did I start crying? Didn't I decide I'd stop crying? I promise, he said softly, Hikigaruheim. That caused me to growl, and I requested, please don't call me that. I don't want to be a princess. I don't even want to be Senju. Not until Mama becomes a person I can look up to. Then I might take the name, but not before. She has her faults, but I know she'll come around. Papa countered. I don't think anything will change her mind about things. I deadpanned. She's as stubborn as a mountain that has to move, and do you know what that means? It's not happening. Never heard that one before. Papa laughed. How about you go take your daughter out for lunch, Jiraiya? Hiruzen suggested. I'm sure the two of you will need some time to bond. We'll speak later about her well-being in the village. What do you think, Hikigaru-chan? You up for something? So long as it's not that barbecue place just down the road, near the academy, I said with a bit more malice than intended. That place is a disgrace to barbecue. All right then, we can go somewhere else. It's been a while since I had ramen, so how about Ichirak? He offered. I'm okay with that, plus I'd bet a Rio Naruto's there. He's addicted to the stuff, and if he is, you'll be able to meet your grandson too. Naruto wasn't there, but eating ramen with Papa felt right, and I understood why miso ramen was Naruto's favorite. It really did taste wonderful, but in the company of Papa's chakra, it somehow tasted even greater. We laughed and joked, and I got to understand why Naruto felt so strongly over his death. He truly was a great man. No, would be right. He wasn't dead yet, and if changed things just right, he would never be killed. When I finished my bowl of ramen, I looked up to him. Hey, Papa, I started, do you think people will come for me? To try to get back at Mama? Nah, you have nothing to worry about, Hikigaru-chan. You're safe in Konoha, and besides, I'll be making sure no one knows about you. Papa reassured me. You and I know nothing's infallible. I know things about the village from my time before coming. I know about a girl, I think she's in my class, a Hyuga, that was nearly kidnapped for her abilities a few years ago. So I know people can get in if they want to. I informed him while twiddling my chopsticks. I want to be a shinobi. Not just a great chunin or a powerful jonin, but a great legendary sannin like you. I know I can do it. I'm smart. Smarter than some adults, and sharp too, but I can't be worried about bad people coming and taking me away. All because Mama doesn't know how to control her DMN vice. Without thinking, I squeezed my chopsticks, and they snapped in my hand. I felt the splinters stab into my skin, but they were negligible compared to the slashes I gave myself outside the Hokage's office. I didn't even lose hit points. Taking my hand, Papa began to pluck each of the splinters out. Somehow, he even got the small, thin pieces of wood that you'd use tweezers to just get out. Try to be more careful, all right? He chuckled only to sigh and add, you really don't like your mom, do you? I know there's a good person in her. It's just buried somewhere under all that diamond cleavage she has. I growled. Papa laughed and patted my back. That's an understatement. He shook his head and just grinned. But you don't need to go worrying about all of the nitty-gritty stuff, all right? I'll make sure you're safe even if I'm not around. How? Well, he hesitated, only to snap his fingers, have the perfect solution, but you're going to have to come with me somewhere private. Phrasing, Papa. That sound wrong. I deadpanned. He chuckled, Right, my bad? Running his hand through his hair, he shook his head with a grin. Look, I might not always be here to help you, but I know a way that I can keep you safe. We just need to go over to one of the training grounds. He stood up and placed a few bills on the counter. Keep the change. He smiled only to wave for me to follow him. So, what are we doing? I asked, but I had to suppress a grin. I knew what was coming. How much do you know about me? He shot back. Answering a question with a question is just a form of deflection, Papa. I grumbled only for him to stay quiet, waiting for my answer. You're the super pervert. No one surpasses you on that note. You're a Sannin, an author, and you're the Toad Summoner of Mount Mayabok. You've fought in several wars, are probably wanted dead by a lot of people, and are in dire need a haircut. What's wrong, don't like it? He joked. No, I do, it just seems like it's too much. How the hell do you keep it clean? Sorry, but I can't tell you all my secrets. I'm sure I'll figure it out then. We'll see about that. You have signed the Toad Summoning Contract. Summoning Technique LV 1. Summon a toad to aid you in battle. Larger toads and/or stronger toads require more chakra. Papa had summoned Gamma, the mute toad who carried the Toad Summoning Scroll. The summoning was accompanied with their flashy pose and genjutsu, and after I had stopped laughing at their antics, I signed the scroll in blood. Papa approved, while the yellow toad with blow markings just sat there. It didn't speak, but I could tell he approved of me. His chakra felt like a nice, fresh taco with peppers, and even if the meat was bland, he was happy. So the Yondaime signed this too? I asked, looking at Minato's name. His writing was much finer than mine, or even Papa's. Yeah, he nodded, though he didn't summon them often. He mostly just summoned messenger toads, which is what I'm going to show you. So you and I can stay in contact. And when I need you, I just need to summon a toad, and you'll come running? I asked and he nodded. Well, let's try it then. I bit my finger and wiped the blood on my hand. If this was my old life, it would have hurt, but I felt nothing from it. A second later, the wound closed, and I performed the 5 seals needed slowly. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, then rem. There was a puff of smoke before a very small, red toad appeared in front of me. I would have said hello if I didn't nearly fall over on top of him, but Papa caught me. Do you need a message sent, Jiraiya? The red toad asked in a young, squeaky voice. Wait, he paused, eyeing me suspiciously. Why does this kid look like you? No, Kosuke, I don't need a message sent. I was just showing my daughter how to summon toads. She just signed the contract. Papa answered. You have a daughter? Kosuke gasped. Then you better summon Fukasaku-san and Shima-san. They'll want to meet her. Who? I asked, trying to catch my breath over the summoning. It did take 70% of my chakra, and even if I don't have much, the sudden void was shocking. My boss and his wife, Papa spoke only to nod, and I really shouldn't I? Kosuke agreed. Yes, because the moment you unsummon me, I'm heading right to them. Go ahead and go tell them. I'll cook dinner and we'll summon them around then. Papa ended, and there was another puff of smoke as the toad vanished. So, we're going to have company? I coughed, looking up to Papa. Yeah. You get to meet Ma and Pa. That's nice. I sputtered, and Papa moved me so I could lean against a tree. Hey, would it be alright if we invited Naruto? I'm sure Bachan and Aji-chan would want to meet him, since they did train, well, you know. Each sentence was an effort to say, but the grin on Papa's face made it worth it. Yeah, I think they'll like that. He said, but in a low voice, he added, but I'm pretty sure they would kill me if I didn't. I then forced myself to stand, much to Papa's dismay. Turning to the toad he had to summon to bring the scroll, I did my best to bow without falling over. Thank you for watching over my Papa, Gamma-san. I know he can be a handful, but I can sense the bond you have, and I'm sorry for laughing earlier. I just never thought I'd see the post in person. He gave me a thumbs up, only to vanish. The smoke caused me to cough, and that caused me to fall over. All right, let's get you home, Papa said, pulling me into his arms. I'll go invite Naruto later. I just nodded as exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep in his arms. I'd believe if I knew where I was going, I'd lose my way. I believe that the words that he told you are not your grave. I know that we are not the weight of all our memories. I believe in the things that I am afraid to say. I held a yelp as a demonic zombie impaled its sword into my back. A warning told me I had taken 3,000 damage from it, and when I spun about, I stabbed a kunai through its skull. When the zombie fell over, his weight pulled his sword with him, and I had to grab the blade for it to not cut me open. After he hit the ground, I pushed it out and looked towards the last 6 remaining zombies. Hold on, hold on. I believe in the lost possibilities you can see. By the time I picked up the sword from the ground, my wound started to close, and I rushed towards the first zombie with my new weapon in hand. With the weights I wore, they were just as fast as I was, and when my target lifted his sword to swing at me, I blocked it with mine. Moving my kunai into its face, it hissed, only to go limp. And I believe that the darkness reminds us where light can be. I know that your heart is still beating, darling. I believe that you fell so you would land next to me. Turning, I tossed my ninja tool towards a zombie, and it would have let out a low growl if my blade didn't go through its mouth. Yanking the second zombie's sword from his hand, I held the blades at the ready as I charged my next target. 'Cause I have been where you are before, and I have felt the pain of losing who you are. And I have died so many times, but I am still alive. By now my wound would have healed 10 times over, and when I blocked the zombie's readied swing, I jabbed one of my swords towards its leg. Its decayed skin and kneecap gave little resistance, and as it began to fall over, I pointed the tip of my first blade downward, cutting the zombie's shoulder. I brought down my swords onto the zombie, decapitating it, and I had to hold a laugh. I believe that tomorrow is stronger than yesterday, and I believe that your head is the only thing in your way. I wish that you could see your scars turn into beauty. I believe that today it's okay to be not okay. I had to throw both blades up as 2 of the remaining 3 zombies attacked. The loud pings of our weapons striking each other echoed through the forest, and as the third moved to impale me with his blade, I let my arms go limp and rolled forward. My weapons clattered to the ground as I ran toward the trees. Leaping up, I grabbed a lower branch and hurled myself into the tree. The 3 demonic zombies hissed at me and began to pace around it, waiting for me to come down. Hold on. 'Cause I have been where you are before, and I have felt the pain of losing who you are, and I have died so many times, but I am still alive. There was a pause in the song as I looked down at my foes. The trees here were nothing like the ones around Konoha, and as I leaned forward, I leaped over their heads and ran to my fallen weapons. Placing one of the swords into my inventory, I then yanked out my kunai and turned about. This is not the end of me, this is the beginning. This is not the end of me, this is the beginning. This is not the end of me, this is the beginning. This is not the end of me, this is the beginning. Throwing the weapon towards the zombies, I scored another headshot as one of them fell backward, dead. Lifting up a third sword, this one from the zombie I killed with a thrown kunai, I charged. Using one blade to block the first attack, I brought the second down onto the hand holding its sword, only to continue the cut, sweeping my weapon towards its knee. When its severed hand hit the ground, it did, and I jabbed at its face as I blocked the last remaining zombie's attack. Hold on, this is not the end of me, this is the beginning. Hold on, this is not the end of me, this is the beginning. Dropping the sword I used to jab at the second zombie, I let the weight my attacker pressed into me roll along my blade, directing it towards the ground. When his blade slipped, I reached out with my free hand and I gripped the hilt of his weapon. Hold on, I am still alive. Then the main female voice ended, this is not the end of me, this is the beginning. The last zombie fell into the soft grass below him, as I swung my weapon towards its legs, and after, I drove my blade into its head. As the song began to end, I just stood there, breathing heavily, ignoring the pop-ups that told me that every enemy in the dungeon had been killed. When I finally caught my breath, after nearly an hour of fighting, I lifted a finger and pressed a small square in the corner of my vision. A second song had begun and was close to ending by the time I was ready, and finally, I went over everything. 131 zombie warriors killed, and 131 samurai swords gained, plus their scabbards, but still no katanas. My new treasures just needed to be cleaned of any blood, and they would be opened to selling. With it, I was also given some herbs, but with how plentiful they were in Konoha, I glossed over their details. But there was no Ryo. I was only ever given Ryo when I faced enemies that carried it, and the undead demonic army of Nobunaga had no need for money. Even if my life was a game, and even with the level of control I had over it, there was still a bit of realism to be had. Besides, the whole reason I was throwing myself into the dungeon was for swords. I had no reason for Ryo drops when each one could be sold for nearly 5,000 Ryo each. As I exited the dungeon, I began to strip. While my wounds were gone, my clothes were blood-stained, and after tossing them into the laundry basket and placing my weights down softly, I took a long shower. The warm water felt nice, but with the cold winter air approaching, I didn't want to get out. When I did, I dressed in a heavy olive green GI, with long socks that came up to my knees, and a thick, fuzzy red overcoat. I was the daughter of Jiraiya and often dressed like her to drive that point home. The only thing to add was an olive green beanie and black weights that hid under my GI, and I was done. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on my senses and looked for Hinata. It took a few minutes to find her ginger ale-flavored chakra, but with how bubbly it felt, I knew she was stalking Naruto. Not 10 meters away from her, I felt the salty sweet chakra of her crush, and with how jittery it was, I knew he was in anticipation over something. Without wasting a moment, I sprang out towards them, locking the house up behind me. With a light jog, I reached them after a few minutes, and with a single hand sign, the serpent, I became transparent. Naruto was being Naruto and was counting out several packs of water balloons, along with small bottles of glitter. A prank to be used on some unsuspecting soul. Thankfully, I stopped him from using paint anymore. It was always too expensive, and you could get away with much more chaos with other items that were less permanent. Stepping in front of Hinata, I instantly let my transparent escape technique drop, and she yelped, Hikigaru-chan. I lifted a finger to my lips and moved around the corner she hid behind as Naruto looked up. He said, "What was that?" Only to shrug the noise off and take his supplies elsewhere. "Well, if it isn't my lovely Stalker-chan. See anything you like today?" I asked, pointing to Naruto. She blushed, but before she could say anything I continued, "You know, you're supposed to be heading home? Today is our special training day after all." I reminded her, with a smile. "Oh, our what?" she asked. "We're supposed to train today," I said again, but she kept looking at me as if I was crazy. "Did Hayashi-san not tell you?" "Dimmin' it, I told him to make sure you knew we were supposed to train today." I then shrugged. Well, we still have time, and I didn't plan on doing anything else today. Other than start figuring out what gift to give Naruto-kun for his birthday in a few weeks. I then placed my hand on her shoulder and winked. "Come on, you can stalk Naruto-kun another day." She just nodded and quietly followed behind me. What are we working on?" She then asked after we had walked in pure silence for nearly 6 minutes. "Your conviction, through the use of taijutsu," I answered, slowing my pace so that I stood beside her, "and don't worry. I spoke with a Yamanaka. They agreed this form of training is the best course of action for you." "You spoke about me to someone?" she asked, and though it was faint, I detected a hint of annoyance. "People will do anything for their friends and the ones they love." I shot back. "Think of this as a weekly push to help you strive towards greatness. If not, then think of this as a way to finally open up to Naruto-kun. You'll be more open to doing what must be done by the end of all of it." "You really think so?" she asked. "I know so, but through blood, sweat, and tears, you'll get over everything." I encouraged her. "Blood?" she asked, and there was no hesitation in her question. I just smiled, and we quietly made our way to the Hyuga compound. Giving Hinata a moment, I sat near Hayashi as she changed into a GI. He kept his eyes closed, his face stern, and his back relaxed, but I knew from his chakra he was uneasy. It was like a cream soda, only there was a hint of coffee in it. It was bubbly, like all of the other Hyuga, but tamer and refined. I didn't bother asking why he didn't tell Hinata. I already knew the answer, and I couldn't sense any other Hyuga in our immediate area. This would be a private moment for us, and something he didn't want others to see. I think it'll take one hit before she'll give it her all. I finally spoke, after feeling Hinata leave her room. Her father sighed and looked up to me. Are you sure I should strike you as hard as I can? I just nodded with a laugh. Yes. Just give me time to recover after each blow. Can you really heal that fast? He questioned, but this wasn't the first time he spoke those words. Do I have to give you another demonstration? That will be unnecessary. He shook his head. Hinata then rounded the corner, and she wore a purple GI with a black belt. I sprang to my feet and placed my hands on my hips. You ready? I asked, giving her a big smile. Yes. She nodded, and I stepped over towards the center of the open clearing in front of Hayashi. I'll go over the rules then. You are to come at me with the intent to kill, understand? I asked, only to press on. You are to hit me with full force. You are to not hesitate. For each opening you fail to take, and for each hit you feign, your father will attack me. With full force. Hinata's eyes widened. We are to spar for an hour, and the only time you get to take a break is when your father is attacking me. I will fight you with the intent to push you to your limits, and if you don't push back, I pointed at her father, he'll do it for you. Why you can't? She gasped, looking to me. Why you'll get hurt? You see could die. Not if you attack me, Hinata, and haven't I told you already? People will do anything for their friends and the ones they love. I repeated, quoting myself from before. I asked for this, Hinata. I know what I can take and I've prepared for it. But why? Hinata asked, and I could see tears in her eyes. Why? Because everyone knows you love Naruto-kun, Hinata. Even I love him, but not like you. He needs more friends. More people to accept him. You do, but at a distance, and do you know what that means? Nothing. He doesn't know it all and no. One will tell him. I pointed at the blue-haired girl. That right solely belongs to you, and I don't think anything short of the village being destroyed will make it come out. I took a fighting stance. Unless it's forced out. Hinata was 10 levels lower than me, but a year older, or she would be in a few months. She was 11. In 2 months she would be 12, and in 2 or so more months, would become a genin. Everyone in our class would be, but even with her being a lower level than me, thanks to my weights, she was faster. Her, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiba always were and could beat me in races and quick, short sprints when I had them on. As I rushed at her and threw a punch, I knew she would be able to dodge. The attack was slow, and she moved to the side, evading it, but no counterattack came. She backpedaled away from me, shaking her head as she cried. Straightening myself up, I stepped over to Hayashi and turned to the man. Did Hinata hesitate or not attack, even if I gave her a large opening? I asked the man. He nodded and stood up. Hinata cried out for him to not attack me, but in speeds neither of us could see, the palm of his hand struck my stomach. I was blown back, skipped across the dirt, and hit the far back wall, several dozen meters away from them. Blood stained the dirt trail I left in my wake, and a small pop-up told me that I resisted the internal bleeding the attack caused me. I took one glance at my hit points and laughed, and the sudden Jiraiya just made the pain worse. I had taken over 10,000 damage. He had used everything, and Hinata just kept crying. When she rushed to my side, her eyes had grown redder, and 3 seconds had passed. 7 more and I would start feeling fine. Hikigara-chan. Hikigara-tan, are you all right? Looking at her, I gave her a thumbs up and said, in a moment. 8 seconds passed, and from the corner of my vision, I could see Hayashi. He had activated his Byakugan, and I knew he was looking at my internal injuries. His mouth was slightly agape as he watched them heal. Then 10 seconds had passed, and the pain started to fade. When 15 came, I started to stand, and by 20, I was fine. Hinata tried to stop me from getting up and pressed herself against my side. Please no. And not like this. And not like this. Like Papa and Guy had done to me 2 years ago, I placed a hand on her head and grinned, showing more teeth than I should have. Don't worry. I'm fine, Hinata. Look, I lifted my GI, and showed her my stomach, no bruise at all. What? She questioned with a sniff. I can heal, Hinata. From almost anything. So long as it doesn't kill me, or I lose a limb or an organ, I'll be fine. I can heal through it. All of it. The pain will fade, but that love tap your father gave me wasn't the worst I've felt before. I took a knee and placed a hand on her shoulder. Pain's pain. It's what's in here. I pressed a finger against her forehead. That matters. I know what it's like being alone, and I spend most of my days making sure Naruto doesn't have to be. Now it's your job to. If you truly love him, wouldn't you do whatever it takes to make him happy? Let me tell you, I wish people were there for me when I was sad and alone. If I didn't heal, I wouldn't be here today. I pulled out a kunai and ran it across my wrist, and even if it was a lie, it wasn't a total fib. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing worked. So I just pressed forward, and now I have a home, a papa that loves me, friends, and people I want to help. Please, let me help you, Hinata. Let me help you, by you punching me in the face as hard as you can. I lifted a finger and wiped her tears away. As hard as you can. Right now, come on. Please. She nodded and slowly stood up. She was taller than me but held her head low, and even I couldn't see her eyes behind her hair. All right. She whispered. What was that? I asked, holding a hand to my ear. My sarcasm was met with a palm to the face. Hinata was wheezing, but she threw herself at me anyways. She still cried, but her tears joined with her sweat as she kept pushing forward. In the corner of my eye, I watched the clock tick by. 58 minutes had passed, and she was nearly done. By now, I was faster than her. I was used to long bouts of training, and my vigor kept me calm and able. I still let her hit me. I still slowed down for her to attack. When I threw a punch, I aimed to miss, because her body was too sluggish to react fast enough. At one point I had stopped fighting back at all, and let her hit me over and over. She didn't stop once, and when an hour finally passed, I threw my arms out and grabbed her. She struggled to break free, but I didn't let her go from my hug. Whispering into her ear, I said, "It's over. You can stop now, Hinata." She didn't seem to hear me and kept struggling. Her left arm was free, and over she tried to strike at my side. "It's okay, Hinata. It's over. You can stop." I said louder, and her legs gave out. I fell with her, pulling her toward me so the tired girl fell on top of me and not on the ground. "It's all right," I repeated, running a hand through her hair. "Relax. You don't have to fight anymore. Not today. It's over." She silently cried herself to sleep, and I didn't move as she laid on top of me. Leaning my head back, I softly grunted as I looked up at the cloudy, gray sky. I could tell Hayashi was smiling from the way his chakra felt, but now I felt another person watching us. I knew what Niji's chakra felt like, a mango-lime-flavored sprite. He sat on the far side of the compound and watched us intently. I didn't bother pointing him out. Knowing Hayashi, he knew his nephew was watching. After 10 minutes, I asked, "May you please carry her to her room? I don't mind being used as a pillow, but a bed will do better for her." Hinata's father lifted her with slow, calculated grace. And as he left with her, I took a seat on the engawa. I leaned against a pillar and let one leg lay flat against the wood, while the other was bent in the dirt. I kept my eyes closed and breathed slowly, letting my body finally relax after pushing it for so long. Other than the shower, I hadn't stopped training all day, and it was good to just stop. Hayashi took his time, and when he returned, he brought tea. "Thank you," he started as he poured me a cup. "How do you take it?" "Sugar." He nodded at my answer and stirred sugar into one of the cups. When I took it, I drank slowly and enjoyed the strong, roasted green tea. It was Genmeika, made just right, and I have to add, quite expensive. "You are quite wise for someone so young," he said, looking into his own cup. I don't think I have ever seen her fight that hard before. I stayed quiet, knowing I didn't have anything to add, and he kept going after taking a sip of tea. "You are welcome here whenever you like, so long as you are friends with my daughter. And that will never change. A promise of a lifetime, if you will." I held my cup up towards him, only to add, "But you know, I'm also here to help her get with Naruto after all. I don't think they'll be together, You never know. I then stood up and placed my cup of tea in front of him. Thank you for your time. But I should go and start dinner. I promised Naruto I would cook him something amazing if he successfully pranked a Jonin, and with the way his chakra feels, I'd say he did and is now in trouble. He bowed in return only to say, thank you for everything. Naruto was hanging from a tree, upside down while hogtied. The rope, ground, and his clothes were soaking wet. Glitter reflected the light of the sun quite well, but with how much of it he was covered in, I knew he wasn't going to be clean for months. Like before, when I scared Hinata, I was transparent again and appeared in front of him. He yelped and thrashed about, screaming, "Ah, Hikigerton, don't scare me like that. Get used to it, Naruto. If you can't spot an invisible ninja then," I pulled out a kunai, "it's going to kill ya." I then tossed it towards the rope, and as Naruto fell, I caught him. At that point, it was just a matter of untying him, but I didn't, and as I pulled him over my shoulder I stated, "Looks like I owe you a homemade meal then, right?" "Yeah, but can you untie me?" he asked. "Nope," I laughed. "I got you where I want you, and now we can go over some more training ideas, and this time, you can't run away." "What?" Naruto screamed, and he quickly started to squirm. "No, not again." "Oh come on, Naruto, it wasn't that bad. You just fell off the tree a couple thousand times. Into a bed of gravel." He protested, and he was able to break free of my grip. "I'm not doing that again." He began to snake away like a caterpillar, only for me to pick him up by the collar. "It's been a year since we started this kind of training, Naruto, you should be used to my training by now." "But Hikigara-chan, I don't want to." He cried again. "You're not getting away, Naruto. Best to lay back and accept it." Come on," he wailed. "Please, please, please don't make me do anything crazy," he requested. "I don't know. I was thinking about making a lot of really hot boiling water for you to learn to run across. I'm thinking the water near the hot spas should be good." I suggested. "You already have wall running down, so why not add water to the list? I think I'll bring a camera too. To capture the moment, you know? But I don't want to be boiled alive." "Quiet lobster, I'm thinking of ways to train you." I chuckled. "Besides, you can make a clone now, so the training's worth it, right?" I asked. "Graduation is a few months off, and you'll need to be at the top of your game to pass them. You have been working on transformation at least, right?" Don't tell me you're still only using the CC jutsu." He gulped. "Look, it's a good jutsu, I'll give you that, but you need to be able to transform into anyone on the fly if you need to. You remember what happened when you tried it on those 3 enemy ninja girls?" I reminded him. "It didn't work. Nothing at all. You need to be a master of transforming into anyone, including boys. Then you'll be unstoppable." "I know, but please, nothing crazy, all right?" "Crazy? Sure, I can do that. I'll throw a few piranhas into the water then." "But I asked for less crazy." He cried, and as my walk home was filled with jokes, mostly pointed towards Naruto, I could feel the chakra of Hiruzen watching us. I glanced off to where it was coming from, and only saw empty air. But I knew he was watching us through his crystal ball, and I gave him a smile and wave. Hikigaru's stats. Level 27, Child of Jiraiya, Academy Student. Hit points, 28,050. Hit points regeneration PS, 505.4 horsepower PS. Chakra, 895. Chakra regeneration PS, 4.957 PS. Vigor, 240. Chakra, 25. Strength, 50-50. Dexterity, 50-50. Intelligence, 101. Wisdom, 155. Luck, 37. Available perk points, 12. Bluebirds. Combat Biologist. Because you have 100 intelligence, you do an additional 50% damage every time you attack an enemy's vital spot. Die Hard. Because you have 100 vigor, your passive hit point regeneration is quadrupled when you have less than 50% of your max hit points. Genjutsu Resistance. Because you have 50 wisdom, your understanding of reality is quite sound, and you gain a plus 25% bonus to spotting and breaking genjutsu. Grand balance. Because of your 100 dexterity, you will never lose your balance unless it's through an injury and status effect. Hunter's wisdom. Because you have 100 wisdom, your understanding of people helps you track them, take them down, and not just people, but animals. You gain a bonus to tracking equal to 1/4 your wisdom, and you gain a bonus to damage equal to plus 25% when attacking an unsuspecting target. Mind's Eye. Because you have 50 intelligence, you can imagine objects, geometry, and people in your mind's eye perfectly, without flaw. Quick Hands. Because you have 50 dexterity, handling all weapons is easier and easier. You gain a plus 50% bonus to handle weapons you have some experience with. Resistant. Because of your 200 vigor, you become immune to most status effects. Seasoned Sensor. Because of your 150 wisdom, the range for your sensing abilities is doubled. Strong Back. Because you have 50 strength, your back and spine won't give out while under heavy pressure and will only break when attacked. Stonewall. Because of your 100 strength, you gain a plus 5 damage threshold for every 10 strength against blunt attacks and a plus 1 damage threshold against slashing and piercing attacks. Tough. Because you have 150 vigor, the standard hit points you gain per level is increased to 150, and the hit points you gain per stat point of vigor is increased to taking a bucket of water. I slowly poured it over Sakura's face. The girl screamed, coughed, and slipped off of the tree we stood on. Down she fell, howling for dear life, only for the rubber I tied to her leg to spring her back up, stopping her from hitting the ground. Good morning, Sakura. She screamed at me, Hikigare. What's going on? I'll give you 3 guesses. I laughed, looking down at the girl. She wasn't wearing anything but panties and a small, training bra. Part of me laughed, knowing she'll never need it. She then realized her situation and covered herself up. With a face as pink as her hair, she screamed at me, You're here to get rid of me, aren't you? So you can get Sasuke-kun. Wow, Sakura, how'd you know? I then pulled out one of the samurai swords and held the blade close to the rubber. And you know what that means? I swung the blade down, cutting the rubber, and she fell 4 meters into a small river. When she pulled herself out of the water, I leaped down and landed next to her. You're wrong. What the hell do you think you're doing, scaring me like this, Hikigare? Sakura shouted at me. I said you get 3 guesses. You have 2 more. And you know I don't like Sasuke-kun like you and Ino, and every goddamn girl in our school. I explained. So, make 2 more guesses or give up, and I'll tell you why I dragged you out here. Just tell me, she hissed, and where are my clothes? Reaching into my back pocket, I pulled out a folded piece of paper. I spoke with your parents and got permission to train you. It wasn't hard convincing them. They were both genin before exiting into a civilian life. From this day forward, Sakura-chan, every week, you're plump but is mine. I then tossed a backpack at her. Get dressed, we're going hunting. Let me see that. She screamed, taking the letter from me, only to read through it. No. You can't be serious. She then deflated, letting her knees drop. Oh, one more thing, Sakura-chan. Since you're now my minion in training, you are to refer to me as senpai. Do you understand? I asked. And you might want to start getting dressed. I sense there are some people about, and you don't want them to see you like this, do you? Her face turned red again, and she threw open the backpack, pulling out the clothes I got for her. Regardless of what they were, I knew she would wear them. Black shorts that fell just above the knee, a black shirt, a red pair of shinobi sandals, and an open red vest. She looked great in it, even if she was still wet. Great. You look stunning, Sakura. I cheered, giving her a quick applaud. I really hate you right now. You really hate me now, what? I asked. I really hate you right now, Hikigare-senpai. She said, somehow looking even more deflated. Really? And I went through all of the trouble of finding out what Sasuke's into for you. And this is the thanks I get. I then held up another paper, and the pink-haired girl tried to snatch it away. She couldn't because I leaped backwards, landing on the side of a tree. Now, Sakura-chan, if I gave it to you now, You wouldn't have earned it. Besides, do you really think I'd write it all down? I then turned the paper over, showing that it was blank. If I did, Ino or another girl could get to it, and you don't want her knowing all the little details, do you? No, I don't. Sakura yelled. It really was sad at how easy it was to manipulate her. Great. Now, pay attention. I'll repeat myself if I have to, but I'd rather not. Wait, how do I know you're not lying to me so you can take Sasuke-kun for yourself? Because, Sakura-chan, I keep telling you I'm not into him, but no, I'm lying, and then you and Ino call me names, and then I go read a book, and then Irika-sensei yells at me for not paying attention, and let's be honest here, he's really easy to ignore, so he yells louder. Then I get in trouble, only to vanish because it was just a clone all along. I rambled. Now do you want to know, or not? Yes. She finally sighed. Great. I then leaped down. 1. He's only interested in strength. I placed my sword in my inventory, and Sakura raised an eyebrow. He has a goal, an ambition he has to achieve, and nothing else matters to him. If you can't help him achieve that goal, you're just an annoyance in his way. Are you sure? She asked, and I nodded. Then, hold on, how did you do that? The storage seal thing with no hand signs. I might just be an academy student, Sakura, but all those who are training to be shinobi or those that are shinobi are capable of amazing things. I'm still trying to figure out how to weave hand signs with one hand, but storage seals? Got that down. I deflected. But your attendance is lower than Naruto. Am I supposed to learn anything from you? Low blow, Sakura. I thought you were smart. I shook my head. And what does that mean? She asked, annoyed. Look, not only was I able to talk to your parents about you behind your back, but I was able to kidnap you, strip you down, and tie you to a tree with some rubber bands. Not once did you wake up or even stir. I then reached into my pouch and pulled out a kunai. If I wanted to, I could have just slit your throat, and all those perfect grades would mean nothing. Oh, she said, a bit scared. Actions speak louder than words, Sakura, and in our world of shinobis, if you can't back up your words with actions, then it's nothing. Putting my weapon away, I added, relax, I don't hurt my friends. She nodded. Now, what I mean is that I spend all of my time training. I then weaved the snake seal and became transparent, and Sakura gasped. Did you know that I sometimes am in class, but no one knows I'm there? Really? Yep. I just got to wear the right clothing, and I blend into the roof of the class just right. Sometimes I just use a transformation, but I like wearing the right colors. It makes things easier. I think I was able to trick Irika-sensei a few times with it, too. And guess what I'm teaching you? How to become invisible? Transparent, Sakura, not invisible. You have the chakra control for it, and it doesn't take much chakra at all. Once you master this, you'll be able to sneak around a lot easier, and with how low poor your sparing skills are, not getting into a fight at all would be a better idea for you. Think about it? Am I right or am I right? That makes sense, Hikigaru Sepia. She agreed. Alright, so, how do I do it? She asked, and I let the jutsu fade. Not so fast. I still haven't told you the other things Sasuke likes, and there are a few things you'll need to learn first. I lifted 2 fingers and went on. Second, his favorite food is onigiri with katsuobushi and tomatoes. Third, loyalty is a big thing for men, and for him, but something even better is being attractive. You have the hair for it, but not the body. What? But I dye it and look great. She countered. Sakura, we're training to be shinobi, we don't get to dye it. We don't get to look like those hot civilian gals you see in books and magazines. Our bodies need the nutrition to keep going, and if we don't get what we need, we risk dying on a mission. We need to be fit and ready. I scolded her. Besides, skinny girls look good in clothes, while fit girls look good naked, and between what I saw earlier and that exotic pink hair of yours, you're just a few sit-ups away from making any man yearn for you. She blushed at my praise only for me to grin. And with the right kind of squats, you'll make that booty of yours turn Sasuke's head. She blushed harder. You better not be calling me fat. She muttered. Fat? Please, you're anything. But. She just looked down, only to turn to the side and look at herself. It's not really that plump, is it? Sakura, your mind's going in the wrong direction. We need to be plumper. I corrected her. Besides, Sasuke likes power, and what screams power? Being able to crush a watermelon between your legs. I laughed. But enough about we need to talk about training. Now, pay attention because I'm going to go over the biggest advantage a shinobi could have. Mobility. You're going to climb this tree without using your hands. Wait, I thought you said we're going hunting, she asked, only to add, and how the hell am I going to do that? You saw me do it earlier, and yes, we are going hunting. Well, you are. I'm going to go hide, and you'll need to find me. Don't worry, I won't go any farther than 50 meters away from this spot. All right. And if you can't find me in 2 hours, I'm giving you a pixie cut haircut. What? She screamed. Yep. Oh, and if you try to run, you automatic fail and I get to cutting. I then pulled out a kunai and a scroll. The first I used to point at her hair, and the second I threw at her. Here's a scroll on how to walk on walls. I'm sure you'll get it soon because the timer started when you woke up. What? She screamed again, and the last thing I saw before I vanished into a dungeon was her frantically opening the scroll I gave her. Warning, dungeon event imminent. Would you like to partake in the event? Yes. I huffed, looking at the notification. With how often I entered this dungeon, and with how often I give it the opportunity to activate any time else, why did it have to be now? All I wanted to do was enter the dungeon, sneak about and avoid the grunts of Oda Nobunaga's army. No fighting, just stealth training, but I had to click yes. There was no stopping me from exiting the dungeon whenever I liked. I was in control, and I made it so, but even with my control, it was my luck that picked when I had an event. There was an explosion the moment I clicked yes. The explosion was no more than 3 meters to my right, and as a tree fell to the ground, a demon emerged from the smoke. Standing before me was the very first boss of the first Onimusha game. It was very large. He was almost 3 times my height, with skin the color of muscles, and teeth larger and sharper than my head. He had eyes, but they were glowing pink dots before a shadow of black, and both were on me. In his right hand, he carried a metal club with spikes, and in his left, he dragged another demon. It was nothing more than a foot soldier, struggling to break free of the behemoth's grip. He said, "A human? I was going to eat this, but I guess fresher meat will do." He then laughed, and in strength I could not match, crushed the small demon in his offhand. Clapping my hands together, I performed the rat seal and became transparent. Leaping towards the nearest tree, I twisted myself up into its leaves and leaped deeper into the forest. The demon made a confused grunt, only to look about. "Where did you go, little human? I can't eat you if you're hiding." He then laughed again as he swung his weapon into a tree. It shattered in an explosion of splinters, and from my hiding spot, under a shrub, dozens of meters behind him, I just watched as he began to rampage. Whispering to myself, I said, "Observe." His name was Osric, his health was just under half of my own, and he had no chakra. Drawing out one of the samurai swords I obtained from this very dungeon, I leaped out from my hiding spot, silently moved across the grass, and after jumping up towards his neck, I impaled the blade halfway inside of him, only to kick off his back, bounding away. He yelped and tried to swing his weapon at me, but I was already gone. My attack had done 800 damage, and as I watched him from my hiding spot, I took off my red coat and weights and placed them into my inventory. This would be a game of predator and prey, and he destroyed a second and third tree in his attempt to find me. Pulling out an olive green head wrap, I tied it around my hair, and between my attire and my technique, I was practically invisible against the green of the forest, and when I hid in the shade, I was. A second attack irritated him. A third made him glow pink, and as steam began to push off of his body, he roared as he charged through several trees, knocking them over. For a moment, I thought he was using the 8 inner gates, but dashed the idea away. He wasn't, and when he paused to catch his breath, I struck out with 2 more blades. That was 4 and 5, and soon it was 10. Lifting his massive club up, he threw it in my direction, but it was only out of sheer luck that he tossed it my way. It careened over my head, crashed through a tree, and came to a rest where I had first entered the dungeon. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he charged after his club, and as I sidestepped him, I didn't make a sound. If I did, Osric wouldn't have heard me over his own rampaging. He then bellowed, "Where are you, human? Fight me. Stop hiding like a bug." Somehow, his face was a shade redder than it was before. 8 blades stuck out from his back, and as I ran up to him, I used them as stepping stones as I climbed onto his head. He struggled, swaying about as he spun around. The flailing of his arms was aimed behind him, but it hit empty air, and as I drew 2 more swords, I swung them down, impaling him through his eyes. His roars of rage turned into screams of agony. No! How could I have been defeated by a worthless human child? He croaked, as I used one final blade to stab him in the chest. It's called stealth. It doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't even find me. I whispered, only for a notification to pop up. Osric's banquet. Complete. I let out a long, annoyed sigh. This dungeon had bosses, but they were nothing more than stronger versions of the undead demonic zombies. Granted, for some reason they were alligators, but still, they were nothing more than an annoyance, and Osric was the same. As I went to recover my swords, a notification told me I had been given my reward. A man-sized spiked club, Rio, an unknown scroll, and a skill scroll. With the latter, at any moment, I could just pick a skill I wanted to improve, and it would level up by 5. It was the 6th one I had collected in the last year, and I was just a few levels away from using them. Clicking on my skills, I scrolled down to S, then ST, and after a minute, found stealth. Part of me was glad the menu was in English, but the other part of me hated how everything, and I do mean everything, was listed under skills. How to cook, how to wipe my butt, how to breathe, and even how to sneeze. It was all there, waiting. As for my stealth, it was at 65 of 100, and in 5 more levels I would use the scrolls. The club was just a club, and the Rio was just Rio, but I'd never turn a blind eye to 50,000 of it. That was roughly the price of a C-rank mission. Observe, I said. The scroll's statistics started to pop up. It was a B-rank, fire-based technique called paper bomb jutsu. I wanted to curse at how dumb the name was but clicked, yes, on learning the scroll. As of yet, it was the first technique I found that I wanted to learn. The ratio of damage to paper bombs to chakra was also in my favor, and so long as I used a small yield, high-damage paper bomb, then there would be no collateral damage. But I had little chakra, and unless I spent every day of my life training to increase it, or spent every stat point I gained when leveling up on it, I would never have enough chakra to spit out anything useful. Then again, I did have a plane to get around it, but it would be a long time before I even tried replicating Mama's forehead seal. Taking a look at my clock, I grunted at the timer. It had been only 25 minutes, and most of that had been me recovering my weapons and waking Sakura up. Taking off the head wrap that hid my hair, I re-equipped my weights and red coat and exited the dungeon. Sakura, bless her heart, was still searching, but was up in the trees, jumping about like a frantic child, which she was. Sometimes she would fall, only to catch herself, and other times she would just shout at me. But where did I hide to stop her from finding me? On the ground, where she wouldn't look, 2 meters away from where I had given her the scroll on how to walk on walls. Taking out a book, I began to read the history of the warring states. At the hour mark, I closed the book and used it as a pillow. After 90 minutes, I started going through my options to see if there was a way to use the menu with just my eyes. If Sakura was able to tell I used some sort of storage without any hand signs, then smarter. Shinobi could find out I didn't use any seals at all. Mental note, learn Fuin, I muttered to myself in English, and cover thy butt. Thankfully, the option to use my eyes was there, and for the last 30 minutes, I spent my time navigating the menu, getting used to the new changes. Then Sakura screamed, "I found you!" She was panting, sweaty from the strain of leaping about, and I could tell she was having a hard time staying on the tree. Her hair covered one of her eyes, and it was time to reward her hard work, even if it had been more than 2 hours. "Wow, you found me with only seconds to spare." I lied. 20 more and you'd have had short hair. "Gee good." She wheezed, only to fall from the tree. I leaped up and caught her, carrying her to the ground. Easy there. Just breathe and relax, alright? I said, walking her over to the stream. I'm going to put you partly in the water to cool you down. She couldn't argue and just nodded. From the waist down, Sakura sat in the water, using me to lean back on. I pulled out a rag, placed it in the water, and handed it to her after squeezing out most of the liquid. She accepted it and placed it on her head. You did good, but I should point something out to you, I started. I hit on the ground. Do you know why? She shook her head, not speaking, so I went on, because I knew you'd look up in the trees after I gave you a scroll on how to climb. That's mean. She stuttered. Yes, and it's a lesson. Always do the unexpected. If they think you're going to hide high, hide low. If they think you're going to run left, run right. Move about, distract, and conquer through the unseen. It's how you survive as a shinobi if you're weaker than everyone else. When I teach you the transparent technique, I'll go over ways you can hide, alright? How to run without making a noise, how to distract with a thrown rock or a broken twig, and stuff like that, alright? You'll need the training to impress Sasuke and surpass Ino. She's from a clan and a strong one at that. That said, I already have to spar with Hinata every week, so we'll have to figure out a time for me to teach you, and no, I won't promise to kidnap you again. She gave me a glare. Because I'll never make a promise I don't know if I can keep, and to be honest, it was kind of fun kidnapping you. I lied. I might want to do it again. That's not funny. She mumbled. Sure it is, you just got to remember I'm highly sarcastic. I then reached into my inventory and took out 2,000 Ryo. It was all in 20s, so the stack of 50 bills was rather large. Now why don't you and I go out on the town and just enjoy ourselves? Like go to the spa and then get our nails done. My treat. She smiled and stammered, sure. Good afternoon, Gunsellerson. Is my order in? I asked, looking up at a very old, very rough man. He had bags under his eyes larger than the moon, and his beard was scruffy and unkempt. His eyes were small, and he wore a heavy coat to stay warm. Order. Sakura whispered behind me. Hikigaru-senpai, why are we here? After a day at the spa, getting our nails done, and even buying a pair of matching earrings, Sakura and I now stood outside an older home. It was well eroded. The engawa we stood on was cracked, old, and partly rotten. The wooden beams holding up the roof sagged, and the door that the old man pulled open nearly fell off from moving. There was an odd smell in the air, but it was hard to place. It was neither good or bad, just off and unsettling. Oh, I'm not allowed to buy a gun since I'm not old enough, and since I'm not a shinobi yet. Owning one is another matter altogether, and I'll have to go inform the Hokage about it since I'm underage. I explained. Don't worry, it's not illegal buying through a third party. It's just, I paused looking for the right words, an alternative business practice. The old man chuckled but asked, Do you have the money, brat? I nodded. Yep. Do you have my new baby? He chuckled again and closed the door. After a moment, he reopened it and held out a small box. Leaning it forward, he opened it, revealing a finely crafted pistol, and while this world may not have been as technologically advanced as my old one, it was still special. The technology here was equal to the late 90s, minus cars, planes, and boats. They had television, radio, and even an electrical system. All of it was civilian-based, and most of it was not worth a DMN to shinobi. It's why it was rarely ever shown in the manga and anime. After all, you can't mass-produce steel beams without infrastructure. You can't have glass in every window without a way to mass-produce the glass. You couldn't have lights in the hospitals and the Hokage's office without some way to mass-produce the bulbs, and then there was the electricity. There had to be power lines feeding energy to each home. And with that electricity, you could power medical equipment, such as an X-ray machine. But you can't have an X-ray machine without a strong understanding of radiation. Technology was everywhere, you just needed to know where to look. Guns were no exception, but guns were also useless. Most bullets moved close to the speed of sound, and weaker ones moved slower. To a shinobi, they were useless. They were loud, and why would you fire a gun when you could throw a kunai or shuriken and get the same results? Without making a sound, I should add. In combat, if a spring came loose, a screw popped out, or if the gun was struck and something in it broke, you would find yourself weaponless, and as long as the foe you faced never stood in front of the barrel, you'd never hit them. Regardless of how powerful your gun was, that was the truth, but the gun before me was a beauty I never thought I'd see again. May I see it? I asked, and the old man took it out, removed the magazine, and handed it to me. The gun was custom-made and painted a dull olive green. Everything but the grip matched my clothes, and even then, the grip was a nice, dull black. The only light that gleamed off of the gun was from the engravings of toads and slugs alongside stars and stripes. The hammer even had that odd hole in it, and as I tugged at the trigger, I smiled at how heavy it felt. Pulling the slide back, I just smiled as the springs pushed it forward, clicking it back into place. The pink took me back to a time where I first fired a gun. I had been with my grandfather, and it was raining. Lifting up my new weapon as he instructed me, I looked down the sights and aimed them towards the Hokage monument. I had to stop myself from giggling, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop smiling. 20,000 Rio, right? I asked, looking down at the gun. 20,000 Rio, Gunslinger-san confirmed, and be quick. I reached into my pouch and pretended to fiddle around. Using my inventory and navigating it with my eyes, I extracted the cash and held up a small stack of 40 bills. On each one was a picture of the second daimyo, holding a fan. The old man took the stack of money, while Sakura just gasped at it. How do you have that much? My pink-haired friend asked. I buy and sell and trade in the market and can turn a profit on most of the stuff I sell. Can't tell you where I get the product though. Trade secret, and no, it's not illegal. Counting it out in his head, the old man nodded. Everything's here. He then held out the box and added, take it and go. I got a retirement to plan now. I can finally get out of this fucking village. Opening the box, I counted out 5 full magazines and an extra 50 bullets waiting to be loaded in. Thank you so much for helping me, Gunslinger-san. I hope you have a wonderful retirement. Go shoot yourself in the eye, brat. He grumbled, but I could tell he was smiling. Quest complete. My pride, my joy, come to mama. Experience gained, 5,000. LV, 28 progress, 5,000 28,000. Total experience, 363,000. Reward, Browning High-Powered. Browning High-Powered, nickname pending. Damage, 300. Effective range, 50 m. Fire rate, semi-automatic. Ammo, 9 mm. Standard mag, size, 15. Critical location modifiers, -5, 2, 4, 10. Well crafted, breaks less, requires less maintenance, and never jams. He was nice. I hummed, only to take out a magazine and load my new gun, and right after, put the box away in my inventory. I think I'll name you Life Giver. I glanced at Sakura and asked, you want to go shoot this with me? I don't think I do. She stammered. Okay, more fun for me then. I shrugged, placing the gun in my pouch. You up for lunch or are you heading home? I probably should head home. Tell your parents I said hello, then. I'm going to go. I paused, looking towards the village. Join Hinata in stalking Naruto, that or go. Spar with someone. No, wait, I need to tell the Hokage about my new firearm. Need to run home to get the paperwork first. I muttered to myself. Sakura sweat dropped and asked in a low, slow voice, why do you think Hinata's stalking Naruto? I'm a censor. My range is 3,200 meter, 1.98 miles, so I know everything that's happening in the village, plus a good ways out. I explained before I started my walk to the Hokage's office. But that's 3 kilometers. Sakura screamed from behind me. I know. Try and keep it a secret, I don't want people knowing. They'll want to put me on a tracking team at that point, and I'd rather be on an assault team with Naruto. That's if he even passes. She huffed under her breath. Why do you even hang out with him, anyway? He's so annoying. Sakura asked, catching up to me. I know what it's like not having parents, Sakura, and I know what it's like to be lonely. I'm treating him like I'd wish someone treated me growing up. I don't understand. Don't you always go on about having an amazing papa? I do, but he's not in the village. Ever. I saw him for the first time a year ago, and haven't seen him since, but I do send him letters sometimes. I live alone, and before even coming to the village, I traveled for 5 months alone. So, I kind of know how Naruto feels. I explained. Alright, but, Sakura stammered, how? I snuck around for the most part, avoided people and towns as best I could, and used the transparent thing to stay hidden. I got lost a lot more than I'd like to admit. I answered, looking back to my memories before coming to this world. It wasn't pleasant, but I then added, oh, and you better hurry home, Sakura. I can sense your parents are near the fishing vendor. They're probably picking up shrimp for dinner. That's something you like, right? Really? You can tell that just by where someone's standing. Buildings don't move, Sakura. People do. If you remember where a building is, then you can guess why a person is in the area. Wait, how do you know I like shrimp? Sakura demanded, giving me a stink eye. Let's say Hinata isn't the only one with stalker tendencies. I laughed, only to clap my hands together. See you another time, Sakura-chan. I'll teach you the transparent escape technique next week, alright. I then vanished, and Sakura deflated, only to squeal with excitement. I look forward to it, Hikigara-senpai. She screamed out, even though I was still only standing in front of her. At this rate, I'll get to Sasuke-kun before Ino Pig. I didn't bother telling her and just leaped off. Revenge, the action of inflicting hurt or harm on someone for injuring or wrong suffered at their hands. That was the definition, the starting point, that Uchiha Sasuke's story began, and it was as complex as it was idiotic. After he killed his brother and learned the truth, he sought to destroy the very thing his brother gave his life to protect. Even if Itachi told him that no matter what he did, he'd still love him. It was heartbreaking, it tugged at my sense of family, but most of all, it just irritated me. He didn't know I was behind him as he trained. Leaping up, he spun in the air, throwing shuriken and kunai at his targets, before roundhouse kicking a dummy as he landed. His fighting style was fluid, his aim was almost perfect, and as he twisted his body about, it was clear he was quite flexible. 3 qualities needed to fight in this world, and 3 qualities needed to master the Uchiha fighting style. If I tried, I could be the top student in the class. It wouldn't be too difficult to beat Sasuke as he was now. I had everything I needed to be number 1. In terms of levels, I was 28. Most average academy students were between 1 and 15. Most genin were between 16 and 25. Chunin were between 26 and 35, though I have seen some weaker due to not being in combat roles. Most Tokubetsu jonin were between 35 and 50, while every true jonin I've met was 51 or higher. And Bijuu were 60 and higher, and now that I was a higher level, I could tell that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, was level 80. Sasuke, like Hinata, was genin level, unlike all of the other academy students. He was level 20, and even if I was only 8 levels higher than him, my own vigor dwarfed his. Basic math told me his vigor was 40, and with a total of 2,000 hit points, my own health was 14.5 times more than his. I was grateful for the tough feat because now it would let me survive things other couldn't. But I also knew that if I didn't use weights to train, I would be weaker and slower than him. Much weaker, but still as tough. As it stood, my weights did only add up to 500 kilograms, but unlike Lee, I wore more than just 2 leg braces. With the weight spread out over my whole body, it was easier to move about, and if my memory served me right, Lee's weights were roughly 10 times heavier than the world record deadlift back in my old world. Each, mind you, so he walked around with 20 times more weight than that. Mine only stacked up to the world record, and that was with them all added together. As I started to pull them off, I was grateful I was transparent and hiding behind a tree. One of the weights I used was a weighted bra, and with no hook to open and close it, to pull it off I needed to take off my shirt. When it and my arm and leg weights were in my inventory, I slipped my shirt back on and stepped out from behind the tree. Reaching out with a hand, I caught one of Sasuke's thrown shuriken between my fingers. He didn't notice and kept pushing himself forward, going through the motions of his training. When he finished, he looked back to see his work, only to see the shuriken he tossed twirling in the air. You know, if I was an enemy I could have just killed you? I asked, letting my jutsu drop. Sasuke instantly gave me an annoyed glare. What do you want, Hikigaru? He then asked. Well, I just got finished going out with Sakura, and after explaining to the Hokage how I got a gun, and why I should have it, and filling out some paperwork, I'm feeling a bit pent up. So I thought, what better way to work off all this stress than go fight someone? I explained. So, you up for some sparring, or are you too busy fighting the trees? Why would I want to spar with you? He asked, giving me a blank look. 'Cause, I thought your goal was to avenge your clan, or was I wrong about that? I tossed the shuriken behind me, and there was a ping of wood as it hit the target. What better way to get stronger than to test yourself against those superior to you? No, he stated. You know, I think I failed to mention that you, I pointed a finger at him, don't have a choice in the matter. Springing forward, I threw a punch at his face. I moved slow so he could avoid the attack, but the moment he pulled his head away, I popped him in the mouth with the back of my hand. His retaliation was to throw his own punch at me, but I caught his wrist and pulled him closer. Using my offhand, I shoved my palm into his chest with as much force as I could muster, and his measly 2,000 hit points were dropped by 50 as he flew across the training yard, only to hit a tree. Come on, Sasuke-kun, you can do better than that. How do you think you're going to revive your clan with that kind of strength? I asked as he slowly stood up, holding his chest. Better yet, how do you think you're going to kill Itachi if you get winded by me? Don't mention him in front of me. Sasuke hissed. Itachi! I sang and his brow furrowed. I don't have to deal with this. He grumbled, only to try and walk away. Come on, Sasuke-kun, I didn't know you were such a coward. What do you say? I said, maybe the Uchiha clan isn't all that cracked up to be. Perhaps you're not destined to avenge them. Maybe, I'll be the one that kills Itachi for you. That did it. Sasuke growled and lashed out by throwing 3 shurikens at me. I didn't bother dodging. Each one struck my chest, and he went wide-eyed as I just smiled at him. Each one did as much damage to me as I did to him, but compared to being stabbed through the chest by a samurai sword, this was nothing more than a paper cut. Wow, I chuckled, plucking one of the shurikens out of my chest. It seems there's some spine in you after all. I flicked the weapon back at him, and as I spun in the air like a coin, I dashed forward and slammed my fist into the tree behind him, just over his shoulder. While the tree didn't shatter, there was a hard crush as the bark splintered. This is how it's going to go down, Sasuke, I continued, dropping the honorific. My goal in life is to be the strongest. Not to be the Hokage, that's Naruto-kun's goal, not to avenge your clan, that's your goal, but to be the strongest so that no other atrocity happen again. Your goal is to be strong too, but what you are now is nothing more than a genin-level kid stuck in the academy. Standing up, I held out a hand for him and pressed, the only way to climb higher is to test yourself against others. To see where you stack up. This, I pointed to the 2 other shurikens in my chest, is the result of my training. I don't even feel this. If you want to get stronger, you're going to take my hand, then try to punch me in the face. Because those wooden targets don't fight back, and I'm the only one in our school who's even able to give you a challenge. He looked at my hand for a few seconds, then to the shuriken in my chest. With a reluctant and annoyed grunt, he took my hand, and I pulled him up. Fine, he muttered, but don't attack me unprovoked again. I can accept that deal, so long as you, I poked him in the chest with a finger, work on your aim. I pulled the last of the shuriken out of me, and pointed to where they hit. Each one struck a rib. If you aim for someone, aim between their ribs. It'll do more damage. I then spun on my heel and trotted over to the center of the field. Ready for round 2? He didn't answer and just took a combative stance. This time he attacked first, and when he was close enough to throw a kick at me, I blocked his leg and threw my fist out towards his face. He hit the ground with a crooked and bloody nose. Hikigaru, are you paying attention? Irika asked me as I wove 4 hand signs. The tiger, the rat, the bird, and the snake. No, Irika-sensei, I answered, I'm reading a book and am practicing hand signs for a technique I know. He let out a long, annoyed sigh and asked, Hikigaru, how can you expect to be a great shinobi if you skip class, and when you do show up, you don't even pay attention? By studying, practicing, and doing research outside of class to get ahead, and not have to worry about anything unless it's a test. I waved him off, but I didn't look away from my book. You and I both know the standard, monotonous daily tasks of school only makes up 20% of the final grade. And who told you that? He asked. You did when I was disguised as a student's parent 3 weeks ago. That was you. Irika deadpanned. Yes. I then looked up to him and asked, did you know the world is almost 13,000 kilometers wide, and even at the top speed of our most elite jonin, it would still take them roughly 16 to 20 hours to go around the world? That's about twice the speed of sound, and that's pushing it. Most don't move at those speeds because they lack the stamina to go that fast for that long, or because it's uncalled for. There's no way jonin can move that fast, Ino snorted, but I ignored her and looked up at the question on the boat. Naruto-kun, go answer the question. You should be able to get it. Yes, Hikigaru-chan. Naruto hopped up, and a few students chuckled to themselves. One, an annoying boy near the front of the class, stated, he's like a puppy. Hey Hikigaru, can you make him do tricks? Sure I can. I then looked over to my blonde puppy. Naruto-kun, can you please prank him with your best trick? His smartest deserves it. Sure thing, Hikigaru-chan. He laughed, only it was rather dark, and as he turned to the kid, I spied a mischievous grin on his face. The kid just sulked, and Naruto's grin faded away when he looked up to the problem on the board. It read as such, 4x plus 8 equals 24. The answer was 4, and Naruto already knew his maths well enough to work it out. He even started talking to himself as he solved it. 4x means, he paused, trying to remember, 4 times an unknown number, and that plus 8 equals 24. So, I have to, he paused again and stuck out his tongue, work it backwards and make the stuff opposite. So plus becomes minus, so that makes 24, minus 8. That's 16, and if it is 16, then we have to divide it by 4, and that gives me 4. He turned to me and asked, does x equal 4, Hikigaru-chan? Yes, it does, Naruto, Irika answered for me. You got it right. Good job. Please go take your seat. Naruto was all smiles as he did what he was told, and Ino muttered, no way, how the hell did he get it right? Quiet down, will you? Shikamaru asked, and it's pretty obvious. Hikigaru's been tutoring him. Yeah, and come tomorrow, there's no way I'll fail graduation. Naruto cheered as he sat down, but it was a false hope. So does that mean Naruto's not dead last anymore? Kiba asked. Yes. Now, I paused, looking at some of the civilian students. Nobori is dead last. Oh shut it, Toad Girl. Nobori huffed. I ignored him and asked Irika, is there anything else you need, sensei, or can I go back to my book? Irika gave up and just nodded, and hours later his class came to an end. Most of the students left right away, while some took their time. Hinata sat watching Naruto, while Shikamaru was too lazy to get up. Ino chased after Sasuke, along with 20 or so other girls, while Sakura and Naruto walked over to me. The former, like he always does after class when I showed up, asked, hey Hikigaru-chan, you want to go out with me? No. Come on. Please. He asked again. No. Please? There's a new flavor of ramen at Ichiraku that I want to get you. He offered. Just leave her alone, Naruto. She already said no. Sakura muttered. How you put up with his constant advancements, I'll never know. I had to refrain from giving her a sarcastic glare, but she then added, besides, I was hoping you could help me, Hikigaru. The Genjutsu scroll you gave me is kind of easy, but for some reason I keep getting the colors wrong, and I just can't get it right. There's something I'm missing, and I'm hoping you can point it out. Sorry you too, but I can't really do anything today. I have some personal training I need to get to. I stated, snapping my book close, and placing it into my inventory. Naruto-kun will go try out their new ramen another time. Sakura-chan, Ask Irika-sensei to point out any flaw in your genjutsu, or a hyuga. For now, I need to get home. All right then. Sakura nodded, but I could tell she was a bit disappointed with how her chakra felt. I'll see you two tomorrow, I waved, opening the window, and Naruto, don't forget. No pranks or jokes tomorrow. Understand? Yes, Hikigaru-chan. Good, now go prank that sarcastic JRK for me. I'll pay for ramen if you get him good, and I'll make it all you can eat if you somehow turn his hair green. Dark green or neon? Neon. Don't encourage him, Hikigaru-chan, Sakura tried to argue. You don't want to be blamed as an extension if he gets in trouble, do you? Don't really care, to be honest. All I want is for that annoying kid's hair to be green, and to go train. I then hopped up onto the window and looked back. See you two tomorrow. Bye, Hikigaru-chan. They both waved as I hurried off. When I got home, I pulled out a calendar from my inventory and glanced at my notes. It was Monday, tomorrow would be the tests, and the day after students were supposed to get their registration photo taken. Then teams will be assigned on Thursday. The exact dates were always sketchy in the show and manga. Everything I knew about the show, as best as I could remember, was written down. Starting tomorrow, it would be the beginning of the anime and manga. I already knew Naruto was going to fail. He could, at best, make one clone. Even then, it was slightly off. His transformations were spot on when he didn't fool around, but other than math, I knew he was going to fail the tests. Irika wasn't going to just let Naruto pass, and if he does, Mizuki would argue otherwise. The traitor still needed to be dealt with, and his plan was for Naruto to fail. No matter what, he'll see to it. If Naruto passed, then there were too many variables to consider if his plan doesn't go through. On the upside, I helped Naruto perfect his CC technique. It was now to a point where even I felt the urge to leap back, spraying blood from my nose. The curves were quite nice, and the way he made his bust perk up was masterful. But before I could worry about the details of tomorrow, I still had today to deal with. Tossing my clothes into a basket, I looked myself over in the mirror. I was 10, and in a few months, I would be 11. Even then, I had more muscles on me than I ever had in my old world, but I wasn't narcissistic, and I didn't want to stand around looking at myself naked. I pulled on an olive green long-sleeve shirt and matching pants. They both were just smaller, recolored versions of what most Konoha shinobi ran around with. They were not special, but they looked nice. Over that, I slipped on a maroon poncho, with a tall collar and 2 black stripes around the neck. For shoes, I wore the same sandals every other ninja wore, only maroon to match my color scheme. Then I pulled on my kunai and shuriken pouch, and after opening my menu, vanished into the same dungeon I used to train in for the last few years. Like a second home, I muttered while going through the dungeon option, and now it begins. Are you sure you wish to replay this event? Yes, sir. Before I clicked yes, I clapped my hands together and turned transparent. Then, after pulling out 6 kunai, each with 5 paper bombs attached to them, I accepted the challenge. The world around me shifted, and no longer was I in a forest, but was on a roof. It reminded me of the building that Dosu confronts Gar on, with golden fish and all. The sun had set, and the moon rapidly rose. I was still transparent, but standing not 5 meters away from me was a very tall, very large monstrosity. As memorable as the Onimusha series was, and as epic as their weapons were, there was always one foe that every fan remembered. Marcellus, the creation of Genma. His chakra tasted like boiled beef, which was odd because no demon before him had chakra. It was dark and wrong but somehow welcoming. His orange eyes looked about, but he could not see me, even with the light of the full moon. Marcellus looked like an oni, with horns as red as blood. His skin was pale and gray, and he wore black samurai armor over purple clothes, but he wore nothing over his chest. On his left hand he wore a brace with a large metal plate. In his right, a large green orb glowed with chakra. It was different than the chakra in him, but it had no flavor. It was just there. Dungeon Event Replay. Rooftop Showdown, 13th attempt. Objective: defeat Marcellus. Bosses killed, 0-1. Hidden objectives: kill Marcellus without getting hurt. Kill Marcellus within 1 minute. Rewards: 5 000 XP. Plus 2500 XP hidden objective. Curved Bakushindo. Marcellus. Level 30, Ultimate Demon Warrior. Loyal to Genma. Hit points, 50,000. Chakra, 2,000. Once a warrior of the Oni named Murakoto, and after his horrific demise, which began when he accepted a duel by Guildenstern, he was turned against his own kind by the demon Genma and is now named Marcellus, which roughly means Ultimate Warrior of the Genma's Legion. This fight had become routine. The first 3 times I killed Marcellus, he put up a DMN hard fight, but now, to put it simply, I knew his moveset. I didn't bother using my weights, the experience was worth it alone, and I didn't need to handicap myself. When I tossed the 6 kunai, they became visible, but before Marcellus could summon his sword and shield, they struck him in the pit. The 30 paper bombs exploded, blowing him off of the roof, and causing the kunai to shrapnel themselves into his chest. It caused 18,000 damage. I leaped off of the roof after him and pulled out another 6 kunai. Aiming to where he'll land, I tossed my weapons ahead of him. When his face hit the dirt, my thrown attack peppered his left side, and as he rolled on the ground, he exploded. He took another 18,000 damage and now laid at the bottom of a crater. 10 seconds had passed, and 11, I pulled out another 6 kunai. At 12 he stood up and summoned his sword and shield. At 13, in one large sweep of his curved Bakushindo, he used half of his chakra to blast a great wind in all directions. It lasted till the 16-second mark, and come 17, I tossed my weapons. The 6 ninja tools hit him in the chest, and I let my transparent technique end. He finally looked over to me. I was the last thing he saw as the last 30 paper bombs finished him off. 18 seconds and the event was over. My reward was more of the same. I had yet to find out what that mystery item was, but considering this was where Samanasuk gained the wind orb, I could make a guess as to what it was. A part of me really did wish I could get that wonderful wind blade of his. Shippu was a nice green, and it would match my outfit. That or the red fire blade Enryu. Instead, I was given yet another giant sword. The same one Marcellus used, and even if it wasn't enchanted with the wind, it would come in hand for what came next. Opening my menu, I clicked on my next event and vanished. I didn't bother using my transparent technique against Osric. The idiot didn't deserve the chakra, and as the second menu appeared, telling me my task, I waved it away. I had 5 more events to go through. I wasn't going to be slowed down by annoying pop-ups or simple distractions. Oh, a little girl has come to be eaten. I wonder how she'll taste with her blood on the outside. The pig demon laughed, only to swing his club at me. It moved so slow that I was able to leap far, far away from him before it hit the ground. The worst part about fighting you is always the smell, I grumbled, pulling out my gun. 2 shots blinded him as his eyes were blown out, and 6 explosive tag-covered kunai later and he was dead. And on to the next one. It was an eventful night, but it ended in ash as the 6 skill scrolls I saved burned away. Turns out, you can't use them on something above level 70, so my goal of maxing out my stealth was dashed off. Even worse, I couldn't undo it, so I had to use them. It was annoying, but on the upside, I did put them all into killing intent, so I could scare people now. Mostly civilians, some Chunin, Genin, and Academy students. Hikigaru's stats. Level 34, Child of Jiraiya, Academy student. LV, 34 experience, 1,505 70,000. Total experience, 706,505. Points, 105,300. HP regeneration PS 2,727.7 horsepower PS. Cha, 965. Cha regeneration PS 5.325 Cha PS. Vigor, 300. Chakra, 25. Strength, 60, -60. Dexterity, 60, -60. Intelligence, 125. Wisdom, 190. Sensing range, 3,800 meters. 44. Additional stat gains. Leveling up plus 1 point per level past 5, 19 points remaining. Vigor, strength 0. Dexterity, 0. Intelligence, 0. Wisdom, 0. Training. Vigor, 18. Strength, 48. Dexterity, 48. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 0. Perks. Alphabetical order. Child of Jiraiya, assess to the Toad summoning contract, 2, to Vigor, 1, to Strength and Wisdom per level, and gain the Pervert in Training perk. Child of Tsunade, access to the Slug summoning contract, 2, to Wisdom, 1, to Dexterity and Intelligence per level, and gain the Medic perk. Combat Biologist, because you have 100 intelligence, you do an additional 50% damage every time you attack an enemy's vital spot. Die Hard, because you have 100 vigor, your passive hit point regeneration is quadrupled when you have less than 50% of your max hit points. Evasive action, through hard training and a bit of luck, you know how to duck, weave, and push your way through a war zone. You gain 1, to Strength, Dexterity, and Luck per level. Gamer's Mind, allows the user to calmly and logically think things through, allows for a permanent peaceful state of mind, immunity to psychological status effects, and allows you to experience the world as if it's game. Genjutsu Resistance, because you have 50 wisdom, your understanding of reality is quite sound, and you gain a 25% bonus to spotting and breaking genjutsu. Grand Balance, because of your 100 dexterity, you will never lose your balance unless it's through an injury and status effect. Healthy Livin', while others would die, you hang on for dear life. You gain an additional 5 vigor per level. Hardy, because you have 50 vigor, your passive percentage regeneration for every 25 vigor is doubled. Hunter's Wisdom, because you have 100 wisdom, your understanding of people helps you track them, take them down, and not just people, but animals. You gain a bonus to tracking equal to 1/4 your wisdom, and you gain a bonus to damage equal to 25% when attacking an unsuspecting target. Konoha Born, 1 vigor per level, easier time tracking through forests. Medic, you gain a bonus to learning healing skills, and healing others equal to 25%. Mind's Eye, because you have 50 intelligence, you can imagine objects, geometry, and people in your mind's eye perfectly, without flaw. Pervert in Training, you're a pervert and know the transparent escape technique. How you use it is up to you. Quick Hands, because you have 50 dexterity, handling all weapons is easier and easier. You gain a 50% bonus to handles weapons you have some experience with. Reincarnation, because of your past life, you gain 2 to intelligence and wisdom per level, along with a bonus to, both equal to that of your past life. Along with it, you gain the following: a 50% bonus to teaching others, the memories of your past life, including how to read and write, firing a gun, and any motor skills you had. Resistant, because of your 200 vigor, you become immune to most status effects. Season Sensor, because of your 150 wisdom, the range for your sensing abilities is doubled, 20 meters per point of wisdom. Sensor, you are a sensory ninja and are able to detect the presence of those with chakra, 10 meters per point of wisdom. Strong Back, because you have 50 strength, your back and spine won't give out while under heavy pressure and will only break when attacked. Stonewall, because of your 100 strength, you gain plus 10 damage threshold against blunt attacks and plus 5 damage threshold against slashing and piercing attacks for every 25 points of strength. This stacks with other forms of damage threshold. Tough, because you have 150 vigor, the standard hit points you gain per level is increased to 150, and the hit points you gain per stat point of vigor is increased to tough 2, because of your 300 vigor, the standard hit points you gain per level increase to 450, and the hit points you gain per stat point of vigor increase to wall walking. Because of your training, you walk and can run on walls. Water walking, because of your training, you can walk and run on water. Skills of note: Cooking LV 19, Genjutsu LV 21, Handgun LV 27, Hand Seals LV 24, Kenjutsu LV 42, Killing Intent LV 48, Kunai Accuracy LV 42, Ninjutsu LV 12, Shuriken Accuracy LV 42, Stealth LV 70. Taijutsu LV 45. Teaching LV 33. Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive and the world I'll turn it inside out, yeah. And floating around in joy. So don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I sang in English as I skipped from roof to roof. I didn't care if people heard me, and I didn't care if anyone gave me a dirty looks. I'm a shooting star, leaping through the sky, like a tiger defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car, passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. As I landed on Naruto's roof, I spun in place and opened my menu, again looking at my new perk. I'm burnin' through the sky. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light, I want to make a supersonic man out of you. I didn't expect to get another version of the tough perk, and I didn't realize what I had achieved until I woke up to a pop-up in the morning. The achievement was jaw-dropping, and I couldn't stop my excitement. Don't stop me now, I'm having such a good time, I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now, if you want to have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now, 'cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now, yes, I'm having a good time, I don't want to stop at all. Will you please stop, Hikigara-chan, I'm trying to sleep, Naruto muttered from behind me, and what are you even singing? I whipped around to see a rather tired, barely dressed Naruto rubbing his eyes. He was on his balcony and was still dragging his blanket behind him. But Naruto, you don't understand. Today is a special day. I sang, still grinning, but as he asked, I did stop my singing. Yeah, I know, graduation is in a few hours. He mumbled, only to yawn again. I'm going back to sleep. Oh no, you're not. I beamed. Put your orange on, Naruto, we're going out for waffles. You mean? His eyes widened as he looked at me, a date? Then no. Oh come on, don't raise my hopes up like that. He yelled. Don't worry, Naruto, I'm sure there's a girl out there somewhere waiting for you. One with hair as pretty as mine, and eyes as dazzling as the moon. Naruto deflated and shook his head. I'm going back to bed. It's not even 7 yet. Fine, you spoil sport. I'll see you at the academy. Don't be late. I laughed as I leaped away, and right back into the song, I went as I headed towards the sweet smell of waffles. Thanks to my actions, Naruto never painted the Hokage's monument. In fact, people were better targets for paint than objects, and I could tell the kid I asked Naruto to prank was wearing a henge just to look normal. It was all I could look at after finishing the paper exams. The questions were quite basic, even less so than what Irika was testing his days before. Naruto sat beside me and struggled his way through everything. The only written test he didn't struggle with was math, and even then, he had to keep himself quiet. He often talked when working out the problems and got yelled at twice. The transformation test was effortless, and for our taijutsu test, we had to face a chunin. Looking up to the largest of the teachers in the academy, I had to ask, are you sure it's all right if I don't hold back, Daikoku-sensei? He nodded. You don't have to worry about me, Hikigara-chan. Just go at your own pace and show us what you can do. You have 10 minutes, or if you knock me out of the ring, or if you somehow make me admit mercy. Can I have a minute to take off my weights then? Sure, Hikigara-chan. Though I didn't know you used weights. He nodded, but when I tried to walk off, he asked, where are you going? I'm going to the bathroom. I wear a weighted training bra. It doesn't have a hook, so I have to take off my shirt to get it off. I explained. Oh, be quick about it, then. He hesitated. I nodded and ran off, and when I returned, I took my position across from him. Get ready, Mizuki said with a hand in the air, and begin. To say Daikoku-sensei was overweight would be half true. The man just had a large build, but he had bulk to him. He was strong but not too fast. I ran up to him at a slow pace and threw a punch at it. Speed I knew Sasuke could throw. It was wide open, and Daikoku-sensei took my bait and lifted an arm to block it. When his hand was centimeters from my own, I reached out and grabbed his pinky. With a twist to the right, it was dislocated and bent 90 degrees. He screamed, pulling his hand away from me. Landing in front of him, I kicked, with all my might, the leg he had outstretched. It jutted to the left, and he lost balance. Reaching out a hand, I grabbed the large man by the collar as he fell towards me, and in one heave, tossed him over my head and out the ring. "I'll assume I passed," I said, looking at Mizuki. The light blue-haired Chunin was shocked, to say the least. As I stepped over to my fallen sensei, I commented, "Daikoku-sensei, I'm sorry I broke your finger." "It's fine." He winced, looking at it. "I can fix it for you if you put it back in place," I offered, weaving a modified ox seal, then the tiger seal. When he saw the familiar green glow of my hands, he nodded, "Yes, Hikigara-chan. And that was a wonderful throw. Your taijutsu is spot on." "Thank you, sensei, but I think that had to do more with speed and power." "True, but you tricked me into thinking you were slower, and that's a wonderful strategy in the shinobi world." He praised me, and soon his finger was in working order for the other students. The test took all day long, but come 4 in the afternoon, the last test came. The dreaded clone technique. There was no question that I passed. 3 clones were enough, and I knew I could make more. As I left the classroom with my headband in hand, I refused to put it on. I would wait to join Naruto, but even then, I wanted to go have the blue change to a wonderful maroon. It just didn't look good on me at all. When I stepped back into the classroom with Naruto, I gave him a thumbs up and pointed to my headband. He smiled back to me and his grin just made me sad. I knew what was going to come next. When he was called, I left a clone sleeping in my chair as I snuck after Naruto while transparent. Standing outside of the classroom, I didn't have to try that hard to hear what was going on. Naruto's chakra filled the air like a thick butter, but it was a bit too much for the clone technique. Even after all of the training we had done, it was still off. When the technique was finished, Naruto's chakra began to wax in pride, while Irika's just grew disappointed. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but you failed." "What?" Naruto gasped. "But it's almost perfect." "I'm sorry, but no." "Irika," Mizuki started, and I could tell he was giving Irika his best, nice guy, look. "Naruto has improved quite a bit in the last year with Hikigara's help. His math score is well over passing, and he did outpace most of the other students earlier. This is his 3rd try at becoming a shinobi, so we could cut him a break and pass him." Irika contemplated it. He really did, and his chakra danced about. Uneasily, only for him to state clearly, "I'm sorry, but even with his improvements, we can't pass Naruto." All of the other students were able to make at least 3 clones, and Naruto could only make 1. Even if it's only mildly off, it won't fool anyone. At best, if he was able to make the clone perfectly, he would have only passed with 1 or 2 points. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but you're not going to be a genin." It was heartbreaking how sorrowful Naruto's chakra shifted. The flavors became dull, but the anger was there. "Please," Irika continued, "return to the classroom until school ends." When school did end, Naruto sat just outside on the swing. Behind me, the parents of the other graduates all made snarky remarks, while Irika stood alongside Hiruzen. Naruto's chakra soured even more when I walked up to him. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," I said to the orange-clad boy, and not 6 meters away Mizuki waited for me to leave. "I really wanted to pass with you." "I'm sorry." He didn't say anything and just gripped the rope on the swing tighter. "I wanted to put this headband on at the same time as you, but now." I let myself trail off, only to turn and walk away. Naruto stole the scroll, and from the moment he entered the Hokage's office, I began to stalk him. When he ran off into the forest, I leaped through the trees behind him, and when the moon was low in the sky, he talked to himself as he opened the scroll. "Let's see, the first technique is the shadow clone technique." His head fell back, and he let out an over-exaggerated sigh. "Ah, come on. Not another clone technique." "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'm sure you'll get it," I encouraged, appearing beside him. He let out a high-pitched yelp and fell away from me. "Hikigara-chan. What are you doing here?" "I went to speak to Irika after class and overheard Mizuki talking to him about you." I lied. "So, I came out here to help encourage you. Besides, I told you I wouldn't put this headband on until we did it together, then I felt the Hokage's chakra appear above us, but I continued, and I'm here to help you if you need it. Really? Thanks, Hikigara-chan. He looked back to the scroll and added, but the first technique is more clones. You think I should skip this one? Considering it's the first one, I'd say it's the easiest one. Lay the scroll flat down so I can see it, and we'll get started, alright? Sure. When he placed the scroll flat on the ground, I moved to smooth out the wrinkles. Then, a pop-up asked me something not surprising at all. Scroll of Seals. You have found the Scroll of Seals. Would you like to learn a technique? Note, this will not destroy the scroll of sealing or damage it in any way. I refrained from clicking yes and looked at the multiple shadow clone technique. The explanation was straightforward, but I am near convulsed at its chakra requirement. Good news, you'll be able to master this one. Quickly. I chuckled, but my voice was shaky. It's more based on division and having a lot of chakra. Sweet. Division is easy now. Naruto laughed. Yeah, why don't you get started going over the hand signs and I'll go through the details. We don't want to miss anything, do we? This is your last chance at being a genin after all. I offered. Don't worry, Hikigara-chan, I got this. He winked, only to make the clone hand seal. Yeah, you do got this. I agreed, and I clicked yes on the pop-up. Select an available technique. Bringer of Darkness technique. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. 8 trigrams sealing style. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Telescope technique. It was an automatic no for 4 of these techniques. I'd never be able to use shadow clones like Naruto could. Chakra-wise, while I could use the additional tools to great effect, throwing an extra 20 giant shuriken never really helped anyone. I didn't want to know a seal that could kill me, and I didn't need to know the 8 trigram seal. Bringer of Darkness could be useful, but I already had a way to eliminate sight as a variable, but the telescope technique? I could track people well enough as it was, but if I carried around a crystal ball with me, then I'd be able to spy on anyone when I needed to. Hey Naruto, while you're looking at the shadow clone thing, I'm going to see what else is in this scroll. Alright. Sure thing, Hikigara-chan, Naruto said. Oh, this is going to be so awesome. I clicked on the technique I wanted and unrolled the scroll partways to act as a cover. Yeah, I said, smiling at the scroll, it really is going to be awesome. Minutes turned to hours, and Naruto never worked harder in his life. Arika and Mizuki was coming, and I sat against a wooden building with the scroll beside me. You almost got it, Naruto-kun? I asked as the boy began to pant heavily. Why yeah? He huffed, and Arika landed silently near us. I could tell he was glancing between the two of us, but when he spoke, it was in a low growl, and Naruto yelped in surprise. Naruto! Hikigara! It's over! I expected better from you both. Naruto just laughed, and like in the show, his charm caused Arika to turn confused. Oh man, you're quick, sensei. Hikigara and I only had time to learn one technique. Yeah, how do you always find Naruto all the time, Arika-sensei? Are you a censor and never told anyone about it? Hey, can I show you the technique I learned so I can graduate, Arika-sensei? Naruto added. Come on please? If I show you a technique from this scroll, I can graduate, right? Who told you that? Mizuki-sensei. I piped up. Yeah, he told me about this place and how to get the scroll. Naruto pointed at the scroll beside me, only to trail off at the horror on Arika's face. What's wrong, sensei? I asked, but I already knew. Behind Arika I could feel Mizuki's chakra. He hid his killing intent, but the way he threw his kunai made enough noise for Arika and I to act. Arika tossed Naruto out of the way of the attack, while I tossed the scroll towards Naruto, and leaped in front of the kunai, protecting Arika. It didn't really hurt, but one of the kunai did hit me in the left lug, and it made it hard to breathe. I fell to one knee anyways, and let out a throaty croak. Hikigara-chan. Naruto screamed, and Arika just gasped. A second passed and I was fully healed, even if there were 5 kunai embedded in my body. You always were a good little girl, Hikigara-chan. Mizuki's voice echoed through the trees. Drop the honorific you trotter. I wheezed out through fake, heavy breaths. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Naruto didn't hear him and ran over to me. Hikigara-chan. He cried, and I could tell he wanted to help with how he looked at me. I'll be fine, Naruto, but we've been tricked. I reached up and pulled out a kunai that was dangerously close to my throat. You need to take the scroll and run. Do as she says, Naruto. Iruka ordered, pulling out his own kunai and moving to protect the scroll. Don't let him get it no matter what. It has forbidden techniques that could destroy the village. What? Naruto gasped. Mizuki used us. I coughed, and I let myself fall forward into Naruto's chest. He smelled of sweat, and for the 100th time, he had forgotten to use the deodorant I bought him. So he could get the scroll for himself. Naruto, don't listen to them. Iruka has lied to you your whole life, and Hikigaru is no better. He growled. They're both afraid of you possessing the scroll. So give it to me. What? Naruto asked, and I could feel his eyes on me. Don't listen to him, Naruto. Just take the scroll back to Lord Hokage. Run. Iruka bellowed, throwing his shuriken at the traitor. Mizuki caught the kunai and laughed. I'll tell you the truth, Naruto. Don't. A rule was reacted after the incident that occurred 12 years ago. A rule? Naruto asked. He's talking about a decree. Set by the Hokage. I said into his shoulder, and he looked down to me. That's right, Naruto. A rule that only you, Naruto, cannot find out about. Only me? Hikigaru, what's he talking about? Naruto cried, looking down to me, dropping the chan honorific. What's the rule? Stop, Mizuki! Iruka yelled as he charged the Chunin. Using the kunai he caught, Mizuki tossed it at Iruka, making the academy teacher leap away. It's the rule not to say that Naruto is the Kyuubi, the demon that attacked our village 12 years ago. What? In other words, you are the nine-tailed demon fox who killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Stop. You've been deceived by the village people all this time. Don't you think it was weird for everyone to hate you so much? Even Hikigaru lies too. You. What? Naruto yelled, and his chakra flared. Hikigaru, please tell me he's lying. Hikigaru. I didn't say anything, and just looked away from Naruto, and he continued to cry out my name. Hikigaru. Hikigaru. He shook me, but I kept looking away from him. Please tell me he's lying? You don't lie to BD. Mizuki, you BSD. Iruka yelled. No one's ever going to recognize you, Naruto. Mizuki rode. Everyone hates you. The closest thing you had to a friend was a lie. She can't even look at you anymore. Hikigaru-chan. Naruto stuttered, looking down to me. Now die, Naruto. Taking off the large blade on his back, Mizuki tossed it with all his might, and I felt Iruka's chakra move as he leaped in front of the weapon. Naruto had started crying, but his question as to why Iruka leaped in the way came out as a throaty croak I couldn't understand, and Iruka, like in the show, went on about being alone as a child. It ended with him looking down onto me and saying, "You were lucky enough to have a friend that cared about you, Naruto. She knew the day she met you, you were different, but the Hokage told her she wasn't allowed to speak. None of us were. Don't make me laugh. Iruka has hated you since you killed his parents. He just wants to get the scroll back." Naruto cried as he ran. His chakra felt so wrong, and I hated myself for pushing him through it. I'd rather be impaled again. When Mizuki chased after Naruto, I wanted for Iruka to follow after him before moving. I felt Hiruzen watch me as I stood up, and as I slowly started to pluck the kunai in my lung out, I looked up towards Presence and said, "By the end of this, I'm explaining to Naruto he's a Jinchuriki." I didn't bother pulling out the rest and turned towards where Iruka and Mizuki ran. And we better be on the same DMN team. He's not the demon fox. He's Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Iruka finished as I stood just above them in the branches. I didn't bother turning transparent. "Iruka, I said I would kill you later, but I take that back. Now die." Mizuki shouted, but before he could throw his massive shuriken, Naruto tackled him, and I realized my mistake a moment too late. Like a flying buzzsaw, the massive shuriken ripped apart the branch that I stood on, and if I didn't leap up higher into the tree, my lady bits would have been sawed in two. That was close. I chuckled quietly. "DMNU." Mizuki grunted as he pulled himself up from where Naruto had knocked him down. Don't you dare touch Irika-sensei. I'll kill you if you do. Naruto growled. Mizuki's eye twitched, and he stated with a clenched fist, Fine, I'll kill you first. Try it, Jiraiya. I'll do 1,000 times more damage back to you. Naruto shot back, holding his hands up. We'll see about that, you monster fox. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, and Demon Near fell over from how widespread his chakra became. Lifting hand to my forehead, I steadied myself as I leaned against a tree. There was a downside to sensing chakra, and I guess this was it. Mizuki screamed as his beating began. Through it all, I just watched as he screamed. He more than deserved it, and after a few minutes, I removed the other kunai in my body. When the sun began to rise, Irika gave Naruto his headband. Congratulations, you graduated. Naruto was speechless, and Irika then added, All right, let's go celebrate. I'll treat you to ramen. Irika, Ichiraku doesn't open till 9. It's 6. I finally announced my presence as I slowly put on my headband. Hikigara-chan, you're okay? Naruto turned to me and smiled, and leaping forward, he tackled me into a hug. Thankfully, I used chakra to keep my feet connected to the ground so we didn't fall over. Yeah, I healed myself, you all left. I then looked over to Mizuki and the scroll behind Naruto. We better take these back to the Hokage before we get ramen, and don't worry about the bill, Irika-sensei. I'll help you split it. But, before that, there's something I need to explain to you, Okuen. Now that you know the truth, Irika-sensei is right. You're not the QB, and I did know about it since we were kids. I reached forward and poked Naruto in the stomach, but I know the difference between you, Uzumaki Naruto, and a giant angry fox. It didn't stop me from being your friend. Naruto tackled me again, and this time it was with enough force to knock me over. Meant it, Naruto-kun. I cried as we hit the ground, and the waterworks began. As I sat in my seat, my eyes glossed over as I waiting for school to begin. I was the first to arrive, and was going to be the last to leave, if the Hokage puts me and Naruto on the same team as Sasuke. My hopes were high since I was the daughter of Jiraiya, but I mostly wondered where Sakura was going to go. Kurenai was her only real option besides Kakashi. There was no way she'll be placed under Asuma since he already has the Ino Shikachowled. She could be placed on one of the civilian teams, but then I doubted she'll pass. Most of the kids here weren't even going to become genin. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I hummed, as the orange boy sat down next to me. He just gave me the cold shoulder. What's wrong? Still mad I stopped you from looking like a fool in your shinobi registration photo? I then pointed at the Uchiha sitting to my left. Or are you mad I'm sitting next to Sasuke-kun? I spent 3 hours making it look right. Naruto turned on me, not caring who I sat next to. And I spent 3 seconds dumping water on you. I waved him off. What's your point? You looked better without it, anyways. Oh, and did you throw out that old milk? Yes. He grumbled. Good. I'll buy you more milk later then. Why do you always buy things for Naruto? Sasuke surprisingly questioned me, but it was in a small whisper. It's only for Ryo. And besides, you always do nice stuff for your friends. Lets them know you care. I said back, not looking away from Naruto. He just grunted in acknowledgement. What are you doing here, Naruto? Shikamaru asked, but I turned away from them, ignored their conversation about Naruto passing. Then, charging into the room, Ino and Sakura started their little commotion. Unlike normal, Sakura actually won, and as she threw up her arms in victory, Ino just sulked. Naruto didn't bother looking over at them, and as Shikamaru retook his seat, he muttered something about them being too loud. He was always right, they were always too loud. Running over to me, Sakura then begged, Hikigaru-senpai, please let me have your seat. Pretty please. Oh, but it's so comfortable. I grumbled, letting myself slump in the seat, and just to mess with her, I fell over slightly, leaning into Sasuke. She, Ino, Naruto, and even Sasuke got annoyed by my actions. Hikiguru-senpai, what are you doing? Sakura gawkwed. Yeah, Hikiguru-kun, why are you leaning into Sasuke like that? I'm just tired, and I know Sasuke's soft enough to be used as a pillow. I joked, and the Uchiha just growled at me. Are you calling me soft? He asked me. Well, I certainly don't chip my nails when I spar against you. I teased him, pointing a finger at him. Wait, you spar with Sasuke? Sakura screeched, and Naruto looked just as bewildered as she did. All the time. Like, every other day we get real physical. I smirked, and my phrasing made their chakra go crazy. Sasuke was annoyed, Ino and Sakura were flustered, and Naruto felt betrayed. Then the other girls in the class started to go crazy as they glared at me. Get off me! The Uchiha huffed, pulling away from me, and I laughed. What's wrong, Sasuke-kun? Don't like me being so close now that there's a crowd? Hikigaru-senpai, you traitor! Sakura screamed, and I couldn't hold in my laugh. I trusted you not to go after Sasuke-kun. Relax, relax, I'm just teasing all of you, and I froze when Naruto leaped up onto the table, looking Sasuke in the face. Reaching into my inventory, I grabbed a disposable camera I knew had film in it and waited. Naruto! Stop staring at Sasuke-kun. Sakura barked, while I hid my camera under my poncho. Then the kid in front of them moved, and I pulled out the camera and took a picture. Their screams filled the classroom as I laughed, holding up the camera. Oh, I'm making copies of this. I hollered. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Sasuke coughed as he spat and suppered. I think I saw tongue too. I added, only to look over towards the 7 set-off girls. Each one of them glared death at Naruto, and my comment didn't make it better. Naruto? Sakura scowled. It was an accident. I swear. Naruto cried and then added, Hikigaru-kun, please stop laughing. Sakura began to crack her knuckles and I looked over to them. Don't tell me you're all going to attack Naruto over this? I questioned, only to finally test my killing intent. I had wasted all of my scrolls on it, and had yet to find a real reason to use it. The air became choking, and even Sasuke looked over to me surprised. Because if you were to attack Naruto-kun over something like that, I put the camera away and stood up, then we'd have a problem. Reaching into my inventory, I pulled out the very first sword Marcellus dropped. The one from my first battle with him, and the one that was still covered in my own blood. Because items from my appeared with no smoke, the massive blade materialized out of nowhere and made them gasp. It was larger than any single one of them, and between my killing intent, the blood dripping from the blade, and its size, their anger was quickly replaced by fear. No! Ino squeaked, looking at the massive weapon. All right, Sakura-chan? Sakura shook as she just nodded. Yes. No problem at all, Hikigaru-senpai. I let the weapon vanish into my inventory and dropped my killing intent. It had worked wonderfully, and giving them a toothy grin, I ended. Spectacular. I didn't want to be blamed for making a mess in the classroom anyways. Thanks, Hikujiro-chan. You're welcome, Naruto. I smiled, only to look up Hiruzen's chakra. Since I had entered the class, it was there, watching us, and far off, in the Hokage's private room, I could feel his chakra shake with disapproval. Eventually, everyone arrived, and Irika said in a proud tone, starting today, you are all official shinobi, but you are still new genin. You all will be in a group of 3, where you will accomplish missions under a jonin instructor. I should add, however, with the exception of one group. Because we have 28 students this year, one team will have 4 genin on it. Most of the students kept quiet, but Ino and Sakura went off on guessing who was with Sasuke. The Uchiha snickered, and Naruto looked over to me with hope. Irika then went on, we've arranged the groups such that overall abilities are equivalent. Team 1 will be Shinobi rank, genin. Because you've gained the rank of genin, you gain 2 stat points per level, instead of 1, and 1 skill point per level. These points extend to previous levels, not including level 1 through 5. Chance, a possibility of something happening. It's often looked at as luck, but what is luck? It's your chances of having something good or bad happen to you. Just being alive in this world opens several variables of change. I was the daughter of Tsunade, and if I stayed with her, instead of coming to the village, then nothing pre-Tsunade would have changed. It wouldn't have been till Orochimaru came looking for her that Papa found out about me. Then again, Papa did say he visited her just a few months after I left. Still, I chose to leave her and come to the village. This made the variables change subtly in the short run. Who would be on whose teams? What could I do to inspire or discourage people? Would I change Orochimaru's plans because of who my family was? Would Naruto even pass graduation? Would Gaara face someone who isn't Lee? The butterfly effect made it all a mystery, and it's a mystery that few can guess. However, at some point, life stops caring about luck, and logic breaks through. Who would be best on a team? Who has the best connections? Who knows who? In the manga and show, Iruka told Naruto that teams were based around balance. In reality, that's not quite right. Each team was made to fill a role. A tracking team with Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. A capture team with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. An assault team with Lee, Neji, and Ten. Between Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi's team was also an assault team, but with Sakura, it was less so. Their true role as set by the Hokage was to help Kakashi come out of his shell. It also made sense putting them together. Naruto is Minato's son and Sasuke is the last Uchiha. Having Kakashi teach them makes sense and is symbolic. I don't really know how Sakura plays into the mix, but she does. Her attraction towards Sasuke could remind him of Rin, but if we do look back at what Iruka said, then having her there does make some sense. So when in doubt, look back to the simple rule of balance. What makes sense? Sakura's physical scores were the lowest, while Naruto's had to be quite high. He was able to evade Chunin chasing him around the village. But now that I was in the mix, I had anxiety over what was going to happen. I wanted to be with Naruto, and I made sure Hiruzen knew I wanted to be with him. Not as a lover or anything so idiotic, but as a friend. He was family at this point, but I also wanted to be on Sasuke's team. We would often spar, so having me close would help him open up. They both would be paired together under Kakashi no matter what, so it was just a case of luck to see who I would get with. I knew there was a chance I would be on Team 8 under Kurenai. My sensing abilities, even if I kept the details scarce, was known by the Hokage. I was also close to Hinata, so having me with her would be good, and I just held my breath as the first 6 teams were announced. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Hikigare. Yeah. Naruto cheered, interrupting Iruka. We're on the same team, Hikigare-chan. I smiled and let out my held breath. Please don't interrupt, Naruto, our sensei requested, and I noticed a small icon in the top left of my vision appear. As I was saying, Team 7 will be Uzumaki Naruto, Hikigare, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, really? I shouted, standing up. Yes, Hikigare-chan. Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and you are on a 4-man team. I let myself fall back into my seat and threw my arms up in joy. Yes, I cheered, not expecting this team layout. I could only wonder why Hinata was on Team 7, but that notification could reveal the answer. What luck? 1 in a million. Between your luck, your mama putting her luck against your papa, and your actions in Konoha, you got more than you want. And it seems Hayashi had something to do with it too. Perfect. I smiled. Going to have to thank Hayashi-san later. Team 8. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura. Ah, why do I get Bug Boy and Dog Boy? Sakura cried, letting her head hit the table in front of her. While I may not be on Sasuke-kun's team, at least I'm not you, Sakura, Ino laughed. What was that, Ino pig? Sakura snapped. You heard me, forehead. Ino stuck out her tongue. You may have beaten me getting here, but you'll never get Sasuke-kun hanging around those two. Team 10. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru. Looks like you have to team up with me, Shikamaru said, giving Ino a cheeky grin, knowing that it bothered her. She just growled, giving him a glare. Then, Akimichi Choji, Iruka finished. That's it for groups. Iruka-sensei, Naruto stood up and pointed a finger at Sasuke. Why is a top student like I interrupted Naruto by driving a fist into his side? He let out a gasp and curled forward, leaning on the desk. Chill, Naruto-kun. I'll explain later, I said to him. In between his wheezing and gasps of air, he somehow grunted in a sad cry, "Why, Hikigara-chan? Why?" Irika gave Naruto and I a quick glance, only to go on, "I'm going to introduce the Jonin teachers in the afternoon. Meeting adjourned until then." "Perfect." I leaped up only to look at Sasuke. "You'll be joining Hinata, Naruto, and I for lunch, yes?" "No." "You sure?" "I'll see you after lunch," he said, only to stand up and walked off. "Forget about him, Hikigara-chan, why don't you go to lunch with me?" Naruto spoke up. "I wasn't asking Sasuke-kun out on a date, Naruto," I sighed. "We're a team now, so we're going to be spending the next year or 3 together." I pointed at Hinata. "Why don't you go ask our other member to join us?" Naruto, turning around, waved a hand at Hinata and yelled, "Hey Hinata, you want to join us for lunch?" Sure." Lunch was nothing more than Naruto eating 3 bowls of ramen. He would have had more if I was paying, but I wasn't and told him such. Hinata had 2 bowls, and thanks to our focus training, she never looked away from Naruto. Each time he laughed, her chakra fluttered and bubbled happily. Each time he asked her a question, she tried her best not to stutter, but was only ever able to get out 2 or 3 words at a time. She never passed out, but her cheeks were always flushed. It was cute watching her, and all I wished for was Naruto to stop hitting on me. I just knew Hinata felt the same way. For myself, I ate a packed lunch of homemade pulled pork, honey mustard baked beans with brown sugar, and a grilled salad. Even if my pulled pork wasn't as flavorful as the old dishes that I once ate in Texas, it was still better anything found in Konoha, and I say that even after joining Choji for homemade barbecue. When returned to class, knowing what was coming next, I opened a book and ignored all of the other students as they filed out. I even used earplugs to block out Naruto, while sitting in the back of the class, alone. But I wasn't reading. I was using my sensory skills to track our sensei to be Kakashi through the village. The reason he was late was because he and Hiruzen took a stroll through the village. It started at Naruto's home, and if I didn't often visit him, he would never clean it. I recalled it being a dumpster fire when first shown. Food left out, dirty clothes on the floor, an unmade bed, and trash around every corner. One simple line changed all of that. How can you expect to bring girls home to a dump like this? Do you want to be a ladies' man? Clean up once in a while, Naruto-kun. Girls hate the slob. That's all it took, and he started cleaning. They then broke into my home and spent quite a long time looking over my dirty laundry. I'd call them perverts for it, but I knew they weren't looking at an 11-year-old's panties. I went through clothes like Naruto eats ramen. When training in dungeons, I sometimes face enemies that will hit me no matter what I do, and some days, I just let the blood-stained clothes sit in the basket longer than necessary. I knew they could smell the blood, and considering last time I nuked my laundry room with cleaning supplies was a month ago, I knew they knew it was there. It didn't take them long to go to Hinata's home, and with the way Hayashi's chakra grew warm, I knew he was happy over who Hinata's sensei would be. After that, it was Sasuke's apartment, and then they lounged about near a park. When Kakashi started walking towards the academy, Naruto began to scream in annoyance, but our sensei just took his sweet time. 3 hours had passed, and now Naruto was putting the eraser on top of the door. Speaking up, I stated, "Come on, Naruto-kun," I pulled out my earplugs, "I expect better from you." "But Hikigara-chan, he's late. And he deserves it for making us wait so long," he cried. "Naruto-kun, please," Hinata muttered. "Our teacher's a jonin. You think he'll fall for that?" Sasuke asked. No. You got me wrong, Naruto-kun, I don't want you to take it down. I just expect better pranks from you. Also, I snapped my book closed and put it into my inventory. He's here. It was easy to say Kakashi knew the eraser was there and let himself fall for the prank. It was another thing to see it happen. The soft clunk as it hit his head was accompanied with Naruto's laughter. I ignored him, reached out to taste Kakashi's chakra. It was like a sea salt ice cream, only with added iron. It was soft but heavy, and like the day I had lunch with him 2 years ago, calm and refined. When he reached down to pick up the eraser, I said, "It's good to see you again, Kakashi-sama. I hope Gaisen hasn't driven you crazy with his challenges." Last time I spoke to him, he said something about an obstacle course with beavers, so I hope you're fine. Beavers? Hinata mumbled, looking between our soon-to-be sensei and me. He hummed, how do I put this? My first impression of this group, all but one of you is an idiot. A gloomy haze shifted over Naruto and Sasuke, while Hinata just looked down. Follow me to the roof. We'll speak there. As we all got up to leave, Naruto asked me in a low murmur, hey, how do you know this guy, Hikigara-chan? I pay attention to history, Naruto-kun, I said aloud. I'll explain later. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? One at a time, Kakashi ordered. Like what? I asked. Like things you like. Things you hate. Your dreams for the future. Hobbies. Things like that. He answered. Why don't you go first? I mean, so we know how it works and all that. Naruto suggested. All right then. I'm Hatake Kakashi. Things I like and things I hate? I don't feel like telling you that, he said plainly, and it felt odd. Each word he said I already knew, but I knew what I was going to do next. Dreams for the future? Never really thought about it. As for my hobbies? I have lots of hobbies. I took a deep breath and started. You are Hatake Kakashi, son of Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang. Your Jonin sensei was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Your hobbies are reading. I've seen you once or twice with my papa's book. I know more, but I'll let you talk about that stuff when you trust us. It would be impolite to tell everyone your secrets. Like how you copied over 1,000 jutsu and all that. I took one glance at Sasuke as I ended my little rant, and I knew he caught it. Wait, you're the student of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto beamed. You seem to know a lot about me, he mused, ignoring Naruto's question. Research into the Hokage for history took me on a twisted route of fun, I explained. Well, why don't you talk about yourself then? I like a lot of things, like my papa, training, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Hinata-chan, all my friends, really. I like pushing myself and seeing just how hard I can fight. I like it when I'm fighting someone, and they get a good hit on me, and I just shrug it off. I like how I can tell where everyone in the village is, regardless of how well they hide their chakra, or what they do to disguise it. I then tapped my chin. Guess I should move to what I don't like? I don't like barbecue I didn't cook. People just can't get it right, and it's disappointing. I don't like it when Naruto-kun hits on me. I don't like it when Sasuke-kun gives up after a long spar. I don't like most of the older people in the village because of how dumb their opinions are. My dreams are to be strong and to help my friends reach their dreams, or ambitions or goals. My dreams are to make sure my friends are always happy and to make sure I don't have to feel their chakra when they're sad. It has a negative side effect of making me sad, and then I get stressed, and then I get anxiety, and with all of my emotional problems because of my mama, I just can't deal with that. So yeah, I do my best to make everyone happy. I leaned back and looked to the sky. As for hobbies? Not much to really add. I like learning, but it mostly comes down to training. Learning to cook, learning to fight better, learning how to face life with a smile. Oh, I do buy and sell a lot of stuff. Working the trade market in Konoha is really fun, and in a few days, I'll be putting together a shipment of samurai swords to be sent out south to Sunagakure. Though they did talk me into doubling their order for only 80% of what it's worth, but hopefully after the C-rank mission is sent out, I'll get a nice profit of just under 2 million ryo. I am sending 500 of the things, plus a large bonus of free goods to help smooth the transaction over, but I do have to hire a second team to go along for added security. It is quite a bit of cash to just be thrown about, and I don't want to be robbed. There was a very long, very drawn-out pause as the four just looked at me. The silence was broken by Naruto, who screamed, 2 million Aro. I promptly flicked his forehead and hissed, what have I said about screaming? Sorry, Hikigara-chan, but that's a lot of money. Naruto stuttered. Why yeah, Sasuke agreed. How did you get so many swords? Hinata asked. Trade secret, Hinata-chan. I'd have to kill you if I told you, I joked. I hope you have a license to trade with other villages, Kakashi pointed out. Yep, and the Hokage has a copy. He didn't believe me when I told him the details, but after producing the goods, He just grumbled something about paperwork and I being my papa's daughter. I didn't really get why he said that. I don't cause him too much stress, and I've only spied on the bathhouse once. Besides, I made the Kazekage very happy over the whole thing, and our relationship with their village needs to be strong. I beamed. All right then. Kakashi pointed at Hinata. You're next. I am H. Hinata of the Hyuga clan. I like cinnamon rolls, Hikigara-chan, and yeah. She then glanced at Naruto only to continue, I don't like people that are mean, and I don't like people who are rude. My dream is to be good person, and to make my clan proud and to, Again she glanced at Naruto. Hobbies? Walking through the forests. You, Kakashi pointed at Naruto, go next. The blonde boy smirked and stated, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like instant ramen in a cup, and I really like going out to eat at a chiraku with Hikigaru, but I hate the 3 minutes you have to wait after pouring the water in the ramen cup. My hobbies are eating different kinds of ramen and comparing them, and my dream is to become the greatest Hokage. Then I can protect everyone in the village from harm, so no one has to worry about their loved ones dying. Sasuke grunted at the last bit of Naruto's rant, and I saw his eyes narrow. Last one. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. I snorted, you like tomatoes? The Uchiha gave me a glare. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know it's rude. It's fine, he remarked. I don't have a dream, only an ambition. I will restore my clan, and kill a certain someone. There was a pause in the conversation as everyone looked to Sasuke. Guess that's everything, I said, standing up. Or, is there something you're not telling us, Kakashi-sama? Hikigara-chan, it's Kakashi-sensei, Naruto corrected me. Not yet, it's not. I corrected him. What do you mean? Hinata asked. She's right. I'm not your sensei just yet. Starting tomorrow we'll have our first mission together. A survival exercise. What kind of survival exercise? Fishing? Camping? Dodgeball, but the ball are actually shuriken? Naruto asked. What? Hinata asked, looking at Naruto a bit worried. Yeah, Hikigara helps me train sometimes by throwing shuriken at me, and I have to dodge them. It's fun, when they don't hit me. I just wish she would use training shuriken, he added. Kakashi just laughed, but it wasn't at what Naruto said. Of the 28 graduates that came here, only 9 will be accepted as genin. The other 18 will be failed, and sent back to the academy. You have a 66% chance to fail, so it's make it or break it. What? Naruto hollered. Yep, but you said the wrong number, Kakashi-sama. 10, not 9. I pointed a finger at the 3 next to me. 4 here, plus the squad with Sakura on it, and the squad with Ino on it. Past that, none of the other students will pass the test. No. I decided if you pass or fail. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, be near training ground 7. Bring your ninja gear. He turned on the spot and looked away from us. That's it. You're dismissed, and oh, you better skip breakfast tomorrow, or you'll puke. As he began to leap off of the roof and run away from us, I waved goodbye and said, piece of cake then. See you tomorrow, Kakashi-sama. When I knew his chakra was far enough away, I turned to my teammates and stated, hope you 3 are ready for tomorrow. I'll be going home and cleaning up, oh, and since we can't eat in the morning, eat dinner right before you go to bed today. Hey, that's a good idea, Hikigara-chan. Naruto praised. I'm heading home. If this is a survival test, then I need to prep. You all should do the same, so yeah. I leaned back and let myself roll backwards over the railing. As I fell, I added, I'll see all of you later. Equipment slots. They were a resource I rarely used, but they were there. There were 18 slots in total, and were listed as such: head, forehead, eyes, neck, face, shoulders, armor, chest, body, right wrist, belt, right hand, left hand, trousers, left shin, right shin, and feet. Because I never wore hats, the head slot was never taken up. Because I didn't need glasses, the eyes slot was never taken up. Because I didn't wear any armor, the armor, wrists, and shin slots weren't taken up. Granted, my weights took up those slots, so to say I didn't use them would be wrong, but overall, to sum everything up, yes, it wasn't a resource I used. I had to blame my choices in dungeons though. I chose to use a single dungeon over the infinite possibilities I had at my fingertips. I was learning how to throw a shuriken, I was learning how to block a sword with a kunai, I was learning how to sneak around, and I was getting used to using my chakra. I wasn't looking for loot or looking to power level. It was training, and the drawback was that I gained only weapon drops, experience, and combat experience. No armor, no knickknacks, and no novelties. But that didn't mean I couldn't buy them. I spun in place as I looked at myself in the mirror. Today was the first time I had ever equipped armor. With my weights in my inventory, I fiddled with the metal plates strapped to my left arm. To put it simply, I paid for arm and shin guards. Both looked exactly like the arm guards that Kakashi wore as a kid, only the metal was dulled to match my headband and much, much thicker. Compared to my weights, they were as light as a kunai, and overall I looked adorable. They didn't clink together when I moved and were strong enough to block most sharp things. I didn't bother using observe on the armor. I didn't need to and could guess at what it could take. It was thick metal plates. Swords and shurikens won't be able to get through it. A well-thrown kunai might, but I doubted most shinobi couldn't throw a kunai through 3 centimeters of hardened steel. I know there was some that could, like a strong wind-style user, but it would be a long time before I faced them. With today being the 23rd of January, I had exactly 129 days till the start of the Chunin exams. 8 more days in January, not including today, plus all of February, March, April, and May. Zabuza and his crap happened sometime in March, so after today, I had 2 months of D-rank missions to look forward to, but there was no question that today was going to end in success. I had no doubts. Luck was on my side, or at least my mom's bad luck. She did bet against me. But with my clock reading 4:04, it was high time I started heading to Hinata's home, and with a coffee in hand, I was quite grateful for my gamer's mind. Even with only 6 hours of sleep, I was as awake as I could be, but the coffee was only an excuse as to why. With my door locked behind me, I took a sip of my coffee and enjoyed its sweetened bitterness. "Good morning, sleepyhead," I waved to Hinata. The Hyuga was too tired to speak, and just mumbled something along the lines of, "Good morning." Her head was downcast, her eyes were barely open, she was slumped over, and the bags under her eyes were as black as the night. Beside her, Hayashi stood tall. If his smile was something to go off of, he was happy. "Good morning, Hikigare-chan," he said with a bow. I bowed back to him and joked, "Hinata, you look like you need a coffee. Care for a sip?" I held up my cup. "Hikigare, we're not allowed to eat anything," she countered in a low, dull voice. "Yeah, Kakashi-sama said for us to skip breakfast, but I know for a fact that coffee doesn't count as breakfast. I've been told it at least 600 times. I might be highballing it, but you'll never know." "Hold your head up high, Hinata," Hayashi ordered. "Today you're becoming a genin, and a Hyuga doesn't slouch." "Yes, Otosan." Hinata fixed her posture, but the sleep in her eyes didn't waver. "Don't worry too much about the test, Hayashi-san," I reassured him. "I did a lot of research on my papa, the Yandame Hokage, and Kakashi-sama. So I have a good idea as to what to expect from today." "Really now? And what do you expect from him, Hikigare-kun?" A waiting game, followed by him making the 4 of us look like a joke. Chunin by 6, Jonin by 12, Umbu just a few months later. I know he became an Umbu captain at some point, but I just don't know how old he was when it happened. But he retired from Umbu a few years ago and is one of few jonin whose name alone can strike fear into shinobi from other villages. "I know more, but that's all personal stuff," I explained. "Yes, Kakashi-san has always been a prodigy. He would make for a strong sensei," Hayashi mused. "See Chunin by 6? Hinata's eyes were wide, and her jaw was hanging low. "Umbu by 12? There are some even younger than us, Hinata-chan, that are stronger than jonin. The world's not fair, but we won't have to deal with that kind of stuff anytime soon. Today, we're just going to deal with a survival mission. Nothing crazy, mind you. Kakashi-sama isn't allowed to kill us," I reassured her, only to add, "or maim or severely injure." Think. Honestly, so long as he doesn't use 1,000 years of death on me or you, I think we'll be fine. If he does, then he and I shall have words. Hayashi's chakra bubbled, and even if he suppressed it, I could sense faint traces of killing intent. What's the 1,000 years of death? Hinata questioned. A jutsu so dark, so terrible, that if it is ever used on you or I, then the day of his death will be marked in the history books as the day the village was painted in blood, I said ominously. Or he'll go to prison. I'm fine with either. She just gulped in fear, and I had stopped myself from laughing. With the way her chakra shivered, I knew she was thinking of horrific, monstrous things. It is best you both head out. Do not be late, you two, Hayashi spoke. Of course. Come on, Hinata-chan. Time to put our lives on the line. I cheered, taking long, over-exaggerated marching steps, and my free hands swung back and forth with each one. Neither Naruto or Sasuke looked any better than Hinata, and by the time we arrived, I was finished with my coffee, and my empty cup was put away in my inventory. Good morning, I said to them with a skip in my step. Morning, Hikigara-chan, Naruto mumbled, and Sasuke just stayed quiet. So now that we're all here, do you guys want to hear the good news or the bad news? What? Hinata asked, looking up to me. The good news or the bad news? What do you guys want to hear first? I asked again. What are you prattling on about, Hikigaru? Sasuke grumbled. I'll start with the bad then, I hummed. Kakashi-sama isn't going to show up till about 9? Don't know. What makes you say that? Naruto asked. He told us to be here by 5. Yes, he did, and there's a reason for it, Naruto-kun, but he's not showing up till about 9 or 10. Hell, I can tell he hasn't even gotten out of bed, I mused, looking off towards Kakashi's chakra. You know more than you're letting on, Sasuke pointed out. Like yesterday you said you knew more, but they were personal. Just what else do you know? His name, his old teammates, a lot of things I won't say, but I pointed as Sasuke. He's known for being a shinobi who's copied over 1,000 jutsu, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes widened and his chakra flared, but I raised a hand stopping him, and no, he's not a part of your clan, and I'll explain later when you and I are alone. This is something you have to know, but it's not for everyone. When the two of you feel Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan have the right to know, then you'll tell them. For now, let me explain what we'll be doing today. Wait, what's the Sharingan? Naruto asked. It's the Uchiha Kekkai Genkai, Hinata answered. I'll explain later, Naruto-kun. I waved Naruto off. Now, as I said, our sensei-to-be won't be waking up anytime soon, or even showing up, but that's not the important part. What is that we're not the first team to be assigned to Kakashi-sama. I was only able to confirm 2 teams, but I think it's closer to 12, but long story short, every team he's given this test has failed. What? Naruto screeched. No way. Hinata gasped. Just how hard is this test? Sasuke asked. Well, it involves fighting against him, but there's something to it. There always is. I was able to learn a few of the tests that most jonin give their students, but I don't know what he'll do. I lied. But there's no way we could win in a fight against him. He was Chunin by 6, Jonin by 12, Umbu a few months later, and later an Umbu captain. Leaned towards Sasuke and added, he's the one who trained him. Again, Sasuke's chakra flared, and he gritted his teeth. Then why was he assigned my sensei? He's the only one who can help you master the Sharingan and knows his skill set, I answered honestly, but no matter what, his skills can't be questioned. If he wanted to, he could kill all of us in the blink of an eye. I'm not joking either. There was a record of achievements and feats he was known for during the Third Shinobi War. One of them was cutting a lightning bolt in half. It wasn't natural, but it was going to kill his platoon, and to stop it, he leaped halfway up to the clouds and ripped it in half with his bare hands. No, this isn't an exaggeration. There are several eyewitnesses. One of which I respect, so I consider it credible. That's impossible. Lighting is, like, really fast. Naruto protested. Never underestimate a jonin, Naruto-kun. You can't become a Hokage if you don't see the truth in even the faintest of rumors, I scolded him. And we're supposed to fight him? Hinata quivered. Fight? No. I began to pull off my poncho and tossed it into my inventory. All we got to do is, whatever he asks us. It's going to be tough, but so long as we work together, we should at least be able to pull it off. If we act by ourselves, then we'll be nothing more than a joke. If he likes us, and from what he said yesterday, I think he only likes me, and I think it has to do with the fact I tipped him off of the beavers. So we could have eaten something. Naruto then cried as his stomach growled. We don't get to pick what orders we follow, Naruto-kun. As I said, we follow them. All of them. Now, I suggest the three of you take a nap since Kakashi-sama won't be here anytime soon. I'll be doing some morning exercises to help get the blood flowing. I reached up, started to stretch. No, you're going to tell me why Kakashi-sensei is known for having the Sharingan, Sasuke insisted. All right, I shrugged and waved for him to follow. When we were far enough away from Naruto and Hinata so they couldn't overhear us, I leaned against a tree and looked towards the dark blue-haired shinobi. Should I start from the beginning or around the time he got it? Just don't skip over any details, he requested, and from the way his chakra shifted, I could tell he was impatient. It started with him being placed on a team with Uchiha Obito. If you want to know about their third member, then you'll have to speak to Kakashi-sama, but Obito and him, in short, didn't get along at all. Kakashi's arrival was marked with an explosion. An explosion I caused, and the 27th one at that. As I started to jot down the results of my homemade paper bombs in a spiral notebook, writing down the height and width of the blasted water, Naruto began to yell at Kakashi for being late. I ignored them and took out one last homemade paper bomb. It was attached to a kunai, and as I tossed it into the lake, the final 28th explosion boomed through the training ground. It was much louder than the last, and the blast of water was doubled the size of the one before. I had to take a step back just to prevent myself from getting wet. I think I found my new standard paper bomb, I laughed as walking up to the group of onlookers. Good morning, Kakashi-sama. I hope you slept well. How was your breakfast at Kumamoto? Quite nice, he hummed. So it was a lie. You didn't run across a black cat at all. Naruto yelled, and I flicked him in the ear. Don't yell so loud, Naruto-kun, I scolded him. Just because we're outside, doesn't mean you can't use your inside voice. He just grumbled as Kakashi cleared his throat. Let's get started, the silver-haired jonin said in a calm voice. Then, pulling out a clock from his bag, he placed it on one of 3 slightly wet tree posts. The current time was 15 past 11, a bit later than when I thought he'd arrived. Here we go. It's set for noon, he went on, meaning we had 45 minutes. Producing 3 bells, he then started going over the rules that failed so many before us. Your assignment is very simple. You just have to take these bells from me. That's all there is to it. He then jingled his bells. If you can't get them by noon, then you go without lunch. You'll be tied to those posts, and you'll watch as I eat my lunch. Glad I ate dinner before going to bed then, I hummed. Out of the 4 of us, I was the only one not grimacing. Even Sasuke looked dejected, but somehow the look that Hinata held was even more flabbergasted than Naruto's. I take it there are only 3 bells because one of us will fail, no matter what? I inquired. Correct. One of you will fail the mission, be tied to the post, and will be sent back to the academy. He jingled the bells again. Teams are only made up of 3 genin and 1 jonin. There are 4 of you. The weakest link will fail, but, then again, all 4 of you could fail. So that's why so many genin team failed before us, Naruto realized. Kakashi glanced at him, then towards me, only to go on, you may use any weapons, such as shurikens or swords, ninjutsu, genjutsu, anything you see fit to use. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't get the bells. I lifted a hand up to my chin, looked down, and tried my best to look like I was thinking. When I say start, you can begin. Should I? I muttered to myself, quiet enough for everyone to hear, but soft enough to make it look like I was talking to myself. Get ready. My 3 friends readied themselves to pounce on Kakashi, and begin. I threw my hands out, grabbing Sasuke's and Hinata's collars, and with a foot, I grabbed Naruto's back with a bit of chakra. Before they could get angry with me, I said, I volunteer to be the one who goes back to the academy. Make sure the three of you get these bells, no matter what. I don't want to hear any complaints. Seriously? Sasuke asked me, looking shocked and bewildered. But Hinata tried to stutter. But Hikigara-chan, this is our chance to be. I wasn't having any of their complaints, and I interrupted Naruto by bending my knee and pulling him closer to me, then slamming the other two into him. As the three lay crumpled in front of me, I narrowed my eyes and activated my killing intent at quarter strength and stated, the only reason I came to this village was to show my beach of a mama what loyalty was. I refuse to betray anyone I care for. I refuse to leave them to die. I refuse to stifle them so their dreams are never reached, or use them as a crutch to grow stronger. I'll take the fall. I'm 11. You're all 12. I still have 2 more allowed years in the academy, and with my shockingly far-reaching sensor abilities, there's no question I'll be placed on a team in a few months. So today, all of you will become genin. All of you will pass. All of you will eat lunch, and when I go back to the academy, you all better stick to the rules. You're scum otherwise, I raised a finger, but you know what? Those who abandon their friends? Those that betray the ones that trust them? Those that leave them to die? Those people are worse than scum, and I refuse to be like Mama. I ended my rehearsed speech by lifting my killing intent and looking towards Kakashi. I knew my words would get to him. They weren't word per word to what Obito said, but they were close. Close enough for a connection to be there. Close enough to make sense, given my past. Close enough to make him feel that spark he felt so long ago. While I didn't like my mother, I didn't think she was scum, but no one else knew that, and Kakashi's chakra was swelling with pride, regret, and joy. His one visible eye was widened slightly, and it was only after he heard a sizzling below him that he realized I had rigged the ground him with paper bombs. He leaped away as the explosion went off. Before the explosion, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata looked just like Kakashi. Their eyes were widened, their chakra was a mixture of joy and pride, and in Naruto and Hinata's case, love. The former had a crush on me, so I ignored his feelings, and the latter, I knew, wanted to thank me for taking the fall so she could be with Naruto. Then the explosion made them jump, and before they could say anything past screaming, I chased after Kakashi. He couldn't hide from me. I knew where he was at all times. He could suppress his chakra, but even then I could still feel it if I just looked around. Without my weights, I was fast enough to catch up to him quickly. He was still faster, but because he took his sweet time getting here, I had enough time to lay traps for him. You three hide, I yelled out as a second and third explosion shook the training ground. He's a Jonin. Figure out a plan that can sneak up on him to take the bells while I distract him. Work together, because if even one of you goes back to the academy with me, I'll make your life hell. They ran off as I tossed 3 kunai with paper bombs attached to the ends. Unlike the time I tossed my weapons at Marcellus, I detonated the explosives long before they reached Kakashi. The kunai ripped apart into a wide blast of shrapnel. It ripped apart the tree Kakashi hid behind. Using the blast as cover, I clapped my hands together and ran towards cover. The wood was thicker than I was tall, so it held, and Kakashi just peeked his head around the corner. You're going to have to do. He trailed off, looking around for me, only for another paper bomb to go off near him. Again the sounds of it burning away was enough of a warning for him to leap off, right into where I was hiding. With 2 stacks of paper bombs nearly invisible in my hands, I tossed them in every direction and leaped away. The crackling of the paper was all Kakashi had as a warning. He leaped away as 50 paper bombs blew apart 12 trees, 3 bushes, and scorched the grass so violently it became dirt. He landed in the clearing next to the clock and looked back. I let my jutsu drop as I slowly walked out of the dust cloud that it made, and smiled at him. You really are coming at me with the intent to kill, he hummed. I'm starting to like you more, though. It makes me wonder how many of those you have. I tapped my chin and looked at my inventory. Telling him was the wrong thing to do, but it let me stall. 12 short of 600. You'd be surprised how big of a discount you can get if you buy only in bulk, but that's just the standard ones. Got another 200 homemade ones, but they're a bit shittier. I only recently got the standard formula down, and I'm working on a better one to use. I ended my little explanation by pointing at the lake. They're still usable though. In fact, I've not even touched my standard ones yet. Before he could say anything, I made the snake hand seal. It was my go-to at this point and could set off explosives or turn me transparent. I did both and vanished as the explosives under him detonated. They didn't do anything, and he leaped away again. I knew if he could see me, he would have attacked. I also knew that between all the smoke and explosions, my teammates were expertly hidden and could work out a plan in peace. I doubted they could have come up with something that could get the bells, but that didn't mean they couldn't surprise me. "You're not like the others, are you?" Kakashi said, reaching up towards his headband. "I'm going to have to take you a bit seriously." I decided to let my jutsu fade the moment he revealed his Sharingan. It may not have been a Byakugan, but it could see chakra. It could see the chakra I used to hide, and I knew it. It was how Obito knew there was a ninja sneaking up behind him. Was how Sasuke evaded Deidara's C4. The red pinwheel I spotted me instantly, and with his other closed, he waited for me to act. His figure was relaxed, his chakra was happy, and it just made me happy seeing him like this. Doubly so because I knew his Sharingan wasn't going to help him. Reaching into my inventory, I slammed down a yellow ball of paper into the ground. Yellow smoke burst out in every direction, only for dozens of more to be thrown out from inside the cloud. One landed just a few meters in front of Kakashi, while another was thrown in the direction of my team. If Kakashi was going to spot them, my smoke would prevent it. Sniffing the air, Kakashi asked, "Peppermint? You added peppermint to the smoke bombs." I didn't answer and pulled out Life Giver. I moved to where his front was and aimed at the center of his chakra, roughly around the belly. Even through the smoke I could tell where he was standing. When I pulled the trigger, I knew he would see the bullet appear out from the smoke. I knew he would be fast enough to dodge it or block it. If he didn't see the bullet, then it would strike him in the stomach and bounce off the armored jacket he wore. The bang of my gun meant nothing, since the bullet moved faster than sound. There was a very loud ping, followed by Kakashi appearing behind me. A scuffed kunai was in his hand, and his arm was wrapped around my throat. You know, a gun really isn't a shinobi tool. Dropping his kunai, he snatched my well-crafted weapon from me and held it up. "A bit fancy. You had it crafted after your father's image?" "Not quite," I mumbled from under his grip. "If I wanted to do that, I would have added naked women on the grip. I modeled it after his legacy." "I guess that makes sense." He put my gun in his back pocket. "I'll give it back after the test, but I'm curious how you'll get out of this hold. Can't use paper bombs without hurting yourself, after all." "You're right. I can't use paper bombs," I agreed with him, only to look into my inventory. "But it's been 5 minutes, so I'm hoping they have some sort of plan now. By the way, have you spotted them yet?" "Why would I tell you that?" he asked, only to look about with his red eye. "So no then. You missed them. Now I just need to slow you down somehow to make you easier to take out," I laughed. "Slow me down? Just how do you plan on?" Kakashi yelped as I interrupted him by withdrawing a samurai sword. "One of the rules about my inventory is that I must hold the item in some way when it appears." There was no exception, and after clicking yes on a prompt that told me, "Withdrawing this item like that will cause it to appear inside of you and Kakashi," I looked up to my soon-to-be sensei and a sword was going through the both of us. I made it appear through my stomach, and with how short I was compared to him, it went through his knee. His eyes were wide as he looked down at me, and I just smiled up at him. "You saw my laundry room, Kakashi-sama, so I'll give you a little hint." I grabbed the blade and walked forward, pulling it out of him. He didn't fall over by shifting his weight over to his good leg. I inherited my Sosofu's regenerative abilities. Didn't get his wood style though. Him in shame, but I did get fire from Papa and water from Mama. I then ripped the blade out of my stomach. My blood peppered the ground, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata let out a shocked and horrified gasp from behind the bushes. Then the wound closed. Kakashi saw it close, and Obito's Sharingan witnessed every detail. "So now, as long as we all rush you and use tactics that require you to move about," I pointed at the 3 bells hanging from his belt, then we'll get those from you, and the silver lining is that now you don't have to worry about Guy's beaver problem. You'll be recovering for about a week with that injury. Longer, if people don't know how to do their job. Then Kakashi melted away, and my gun fell to the ground. I blinked, cursed, and kicked myself. Turning around, I stared at a rather amused-looking Kakashi. Mud clone, I huffed, crossing my arms. I had been so focused on the man grabbing me that I missed him hiding not 10 meters behind me. Trying to help me get out of Guy's foolery, are you? Wow, I really am starting to like you, he laughed, and I already knew about your healing. Hayashi-san reported it months ago, but we weren't quite sure of its limitations. I don't know myself, I lied with a smile, and I don't want to know. I then shook my head and pinched the bridge of my nose. A mud clone? Really? How could I be so dim and stupid to fall for that? Don't worry. I fool a lot of people. I know that. You're smarter than a Nara, tougher than a Akimichi, have the eye of a Uchiha, the nose of a Inuzuka, and have enough combat experience to teach a class on war. I picked up my mud-covered gun and tossed it and my sword into my inventory. Your eyes? Every time you use those seals, you shift your eyes around, Kakashi pointed out. Saw that, did you? DMN Sharingan. It really does spot every little detail. I reached into my inventory again and in my left hand, pulled out 3 smoke bombs and a small stack of paper bombs, and in my right, I withdrew the sword I used to scare the kids in class. Minus the blood. Slamming down the smoke bombs, I leaped towards the bushes and covered my weapon in the explosives, but Kakashi didn't follow. His chakra rushed towards where my team had made noise, and I gritted my teeth. Crap. I gave chase, only for the Jonin to turn around and leap at me. With an outstretched hand, he pulled my headband over my eyes and sucker-punched the air out of my lungs. The hut wasn't as hard as Hayashi's, but I wasn't able to fight him off. I threw a punch in his direction, only to miss. I tried to kick, only for him to sweep my feet, knocking me over. Before I hit the ground, he grabbed me, and using the rope he brought with him, he began to tie me up. When he tossed me over his shoulder, he said in a very somber tone, Shinobi Rule number 29. A shinobi must avoid capture at all costs. Let's see if those seals of yours work with your eyes covered. Oh, they do, I said back. I'm not going to use them though. I want to see if they got a plan put together first, before cutting myself free. Well, not see, but you get what I mean. Kakashi stopped in his place and looked over at me. Even with my eyes covered, I could feel his eyes on me, and with the way his chakra moved, I just knew he was. You know the answer to this test, don't you? He sighed. In a very faint whisper, I said, I knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki within a week of befriending him. Within 12 hours I knew who his dad was. Something like this? I figured it out the moment you pulled out the bells. I grinned at him, but I meant every word I said, Kakashi-sama. I won't be your student. I'm okay with that, but I'll be demed if they don't pass. Naruto-kun needs friends, and if he fails today, he'll never become Hokage. Sasuke-kun needs to open up, and if he fails today, he'll never be strong enough to kill his brother. Hinata-chan needs to be braver, and if she fails today, she'll lose a chance to grow closer to Naruto-kun. They can't get that being academy students. I'd rather die than see them fail, I answered from my heart, and it was true. I died once, for myself. Dying for others just seemed right. If that means I have to play both you and them so they can pass, I will, and I'd rather do this, than see them fail. Kakashi panicked. I knew he did, based on the way his chakra flexed away from me. The paper bomb I withdrew from my inventory began to burn. 10 of them, right under the ropes. He used something I assumed a kunai, to cut the ropes, and grabbed the bundle out of my hands. He tossed them into the air, before leaping away from them. The blast still caught us and it stung. My left ear was ringing and my headband was blown off. I was thrown from Kakashi's arms and hit a tree. The Jonin landed in front of me but was still standing, even if his clothes were smoky. There was another call of my name from my 3 friends, but I ignored them and continued to whisper to Kakashi, they'll work together. I know they will. Just give them some incentive. Again, his chakra was a mix of pride and joy. He covered up his Sharingan and yelled, all right, listen up, He grabbed me by the back of my shirt and lifted me in front of him with one hand. You've had enough time milling about. I decided now was a good time to go limp. Attack me now. I felt Kakashi press something against my throat, or I'll kill Hikigaru. What? Naruto gasped. Why you can't? Hinata cried. Put her down. Sasuke demanded. Why don't you make me? Sasuke and Naruto rushed Kakashi. The Jonin tossed me over his shoulder again as Naruto's chakra multiplied. Sasuke was the first to reach us, and only to gasp as Kakashi knocked him away. Then the very recognizable sounds of Naruto's clones popping hit me, followed by one of Naruto's clones actually hitting me. I decided to let out a soft groan of pain, even if it didn't hurt. Watch it, Naruto. Don't hit Hikigaru. Sasuke snapped at him. I didn't mean to. Naruto yelled back. Hinata decided it was time to help and rushed Kakashi. If he was faster than me, he was faster than the 3 fresh genin, and Hinata's forward charge was laughable. Another clone popped, and Sasuke grunted as Kakashi kicked him. A minute passed, and Naruto's chakra divided again. Each one started to yell as they charged, only for Hinata to be used as a battering ram to rid the world of half of them. It was a mess of grunts, huffs, insults, and wheezes as they tried to catch up to Kakashi, and I could barely make out any of it with my eyes closed. I didn't dare risk opening them. Hey, what's with the book? Naruto snapped, and his chakra twisted in annoyance. To see how it ends, of course. Besides, compared to Hikigaru, I don't need to worry about any of you, Kakashi said dryly, and I heard him flip a page. She might only be a smidge faster than some weaker jonin, but she's leagues above any of you. Then put her down. Naruto demanded. We did what you wanted, so put her down. No, I don't think I... Kakashi froze in place and reached down to his side. Where'd the bells go? His voice was concerned, but his chakra wasn't. I could tell he started to look around from the way his hair brushed against my side. Naruto scrambled towards something and yelled, Guys, he dropped the bells. He reached out to pick them up, only to actually pick all 3 of them up. There was no trap, and I instantly knew something was wrong. Jingling them about, he stated, We got them. He then tossed Hinata and Sasuke one. Well, I guess you 3 are now my genin team. Congratulations, but, well, you see, Kakashi shifted me forward again and held me up. I still have Hikigaru. But the test's over. We have the bells. Naruto cried. He's right. Put her down, Sasuke demanded. Why yeah? Well, you all aren't wrong. You may have gotten the bells, but the bells had nothing to do with Hikigaru. I can still kill her if I want to, and I want it for hitting me with those paper bombs. Kakashi put his book away and repressed a kunai to my throat. I get to pick if she lives. He pressed the kunai into me again, and blood began to spill from the wound, or dies. You bstd. Naruto yelled. You take 1 step forward and she dies, or what? Sasuke demanded. I don't really want a genin team, to be honest. I'll let her live. If you all give up being shinobi, drop those bells and fail. He purred, and I had to resist the urge to smile. I finally got why he dropped the bells. W. Hinata gasped. DM it. Sasuke hissed, looking at the ground. So I take it that's a no? Kakashi asked, and his voice was eerily happy. There was a jingle as Naruto dropped his bell, followed by Hinata. Sasuke's chakra twisted as he looked at me, and with a growl, he hissed, Fine, let her go. Then his bell hit the ground. Kakashi pulled the kunai away from my throat. But from this day forward, you all, he paused for dramatic effect and put away the kunai, are Team 7. You pass. Congratulations. What? The boys screamed. I wasn't really going to kill Hikigaru, but if you all put your own ambitions above her life even after what she said, then I would have failed you. Kakashi then dropped me, and I let myself go ragged as I crumpled before his feet. Naruto was the first to my side, but Hinata and Sasuke were close behind. Kakashi just went on, those that disobey the rules are scum. Those that abandon their friends are worse than scum. She summed it her quite well, and the number of bells was meant to turn you all against each other. Hikigaru figured that out and decided to put you all before herself. She's also faking being hurt. Could you have not? I asked, opening my eyes. He just chuckled. What? The three gasped. She figured out the test and knew that if you three didn't work together, then you'd fail. She asked me to give you more incentive, so I used her as a hostage. She what? Naruto and Sasuke gasped, while Hinata went slack-jawed. Sorry for leading you three on, but if I flat out told you what this test was, there was a chance that Kakashi-sama would have just failed us. I promise I'll make it up to you. Somehow. At least you three passed, right? I apologized. You four. Not three, Kakashi corrected me. From this day forward, all five of us are Team 7. Oh. So we're all a genin team? Hinata questioned. Yes. Kakashi nodded. Yes. Naruto yelled, leaping to his feet. Wonderful, Hinata smiled. Again, I'm sorry guys. At least it worked out in the end, right? I laughed. Naruto just nodded, Hinata smiled, but Sasuke just looked away from me. His chakra was a mix of angry, pride, and disappointment. Starting tomorrow, you four will go on your first D-rank mission. For now, why don't we eat? I'm sure all of you are quite hungry. Like you would not believe. You'd be surprised how hungry you get when your body can heal from anything. I sprang up to my feet and stepped away from the ground. Reaching into my inventory, I pulled out a table, 5 chairs, and my own little lunchbox. When I turned around, I found 4 rather surprised-looking faces staring at me. What? If I got strong enough seals to carry almost anything in, I'm DMing well going to carry around anything and everything. Now come and sit, or do I have to eat alone? They joined me, but over the course of our meal, I had to ask, Sensei, did you really need to use your Sharingan on me? Am I really strong enough to merit you using it? No, not really. Since you knew so much about me, I figured you knew I had it and would act more recklessly if you saw me pull it out. I was right and you fell for it, he mused. DMN, I sighed. Fortinbras, the final boss of Onimusha. He looked like a bodybuilder, a deathclaw, a hammerhead shark, and a snake had a child, and that child grew horns, demonic bat wings, and a third eye. Considering they were using his second appearance, and not his first, annoyed me, but it wasn't a bother. He lay curled on top of a bed of stone, while a waterfall of blood poured down behind him. The chamber he resided in, which was made of a dark cyan blue stone and red steel scales, was massive and was large enough for Kurama to run around in, with little problems. His breathing was slow, and I could feel chakra coming from him. Something he shouldn't have, but I ignored the hiccup. His chakra felt strong, sour, and reminded me of cream cheese, only there was a kick of paprika and garlic in it. When he breathed out, and his breath softly sounded through the chamber, I whispered, Observe. Fortinbras. Level 40, God of Light, King of Gunma. Loyal to himself, loyal to the Gunma. Hit points, 100,000. Chakra, 25,000. At the beginning of Earth, Fortinbras was born in the chaos. In time, Fortinbras created the Gunma to thrive and do as they please. While he also created the human race, Fortinbras's reason were for his Gunma to have a SLV race, and the deity showed no remorse of seeing humans being mere fodder for the Gunma to feast and enslave upon. A millennia or so had passed before the Oni intervened on humanity's behalf in a millennia-long battle that ends with Fortinbras's physical form destroyed and his spirit sealed with a star that traveled to the netherworld. This forces the Gunma to agree to a truce with the Oni where humans are allowed to thrive and flourish on the condition that the Gunma could have a number of humans be sacrificed regularly to themselves. However, having become technologically advanced through the Genma's indirect actions, humans become autonomous and ended the ceasefire when they begin to fight the Gunma themselves. 2 things caused me to pause. The first was that I didn't know Fortinbras was a god. It made little sense, and the second was that, in the Onimusha universe, he created humans. I accepted both fully, because it was something that could happen, and started to pull out large stacks of paper bombs. My feet didn't make noise as I walked around his bed, and neither did the paper crinkle as I planted the large stack of bombs. Fortinbras's deep inhales were great, but his exhales smelt hoarded, and I was grateful that I didn't smell at all. If I did, I'm sure he would have woken up as I planted a bomb next to his face. When the first 100 stacks of my homemade paper bomb planted, it was time for the second 100 to be set. Then a third and then a fourth. The fourth stack was standard paper bombs, but if my math checked out, he'd die from it all. A single paper bomb alone could kill most people if you planted it on their face. Even Guy, and how he had more hit points than I, would die if I stuck a single paper bomb inside his gut and detonated it. As tough as he was still human, and dismemberment didn't care what your number said. Unless you were hiding. I stood as far away as I could, pulled out a pair of earbuds, took a deep breath, and activated all 400 paper bombs. Even if I was at the far side of the room, the blast hit me. Even with my earbuds, my ears popped. The back of my head split open when I hit the wall, only to close a second later when I hit the ground. I didn't bother getting up right away and winced at notification that told me I resisted a concussion. I immediately regretted my decision as a large glob of Fortinbras fell atop me. I threw off the internal organ and kept my mouth closed as tightly as I could. My hair was drenched with his blackish-red blood, and if my lips weren't pressed together, would have gotten in my mouth. Dungeon boss killed. Experience gained, 250,000. LV, 36 progress, 284,752 72,000. Total experience, 1,047,570. Reward, Slayer of Fortinbras perk and stats score improvement scroll. Slayer of Fortinbras, the Oni have taken notice of your accomplishment. You are now able to find the true swords of the Oni throughout the dungeon and use them once found. Stat score improvement scroll, permanently increase a selected stat by 1 for future levels and all previous levels. I ignored the pop-up telling me I leveled up 4 times. I ignored the pop-up telling me my reward. I ignored the pop-up telling me that demons are rushing to figure out what happened, and that, if I wanted to stay to gain additional experience, I could in an all-out Gemma rush. Never before have I exited a dungeon so fast, and never before have I leaped into my shower, and took an actual shower with my clothes on. After an hour of just sitting there, letting the blood run off of me, I stripped, placed the clothes on the shower floor, and started to wash myself properly. To give myself something to do, and to try and not think about the chunks that floated in the water, I turned on my music and started to sing along. First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been, the way that things have been, Second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea, the master of my sea, The bottle of soap I used to wash my hair was recommended to me by Kakashi-sensei, had no smell, but let me keep the color of my hair without it staining. It was wonderful and came with a strengthening conditioner to boot. Say, was grateful would be an understatement. I was broken from a young age, taking my sulking to the masses. Write down my poems for the few that looked at me, took to me, shook to me, feeling me. Singing from heartache from the pain, take up my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain. Seeing the beauty through the pain. I broke from my singing to wash my mouth out with some water, and to gargle with mouthwash, only to grab my sponge to wash my body. The still wet blood was easy to get off, and I was grateful I wasn't growing any hair anywhere else. When the second verse started, I cleared my throat, took a deep breath, and kept on singing. Third things third, send a pray to the ones up above. All the hate that you've heard has turned your spirit to a dove, your spirit to a dove, I was choking in the crowd, living my brain up in the cloud. Falling like ashes to the ground, hoping my feelings, they would drown. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited. Till it broke up and it rained down. It rained down like pain. You've made me a believer. A notification informed me that I only had 60 minutes to arrive at my next meeting and that I should hurry up. I ignored it since I was cleaning up for said meeting, and kept on singing as I began to wash the blood from under my nails. You break me down, you built me up, believer. Pain, I let the bullets fly, I let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from pain. You made me a believer. There was a pause in the song, and I took the time to lift a foot and give it a thorough scrub along with my toenails and between each toe, only to nearly slip on a chunk of God. In a fit of annoyance, I kept on singing while kicking the meat chunks on top of the pile of clothes. Last things last, by the grace of the fire and the flames, you're the face of the future, the blood in my veins, oh, the blood in my veins, oh. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited. Till it broke up and it rained down. It rained down like pain. You made me a believer, believer. After cleaning my right foot, I swapped to the left, letting the song go on for 2 words before leaping back into it. You break me down, you built me up, believer, believer. Pain, I let the bullets fly, oh let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from pain. You made me a believer, believer. When the song came to an end, so did my shower. I stepped out, dried off, put my hair in a bun, and using tongs from the kitchen, fished out my clothes into the trash, along with my sponge, and what was left of the God of Light. Then I pulled out the trash bag and put it inside 3 other trash bags, only to nuke it with scent-neutralizing shinobi-grade air freshener. When I was done nearly gassing myself, I returned to my shower and turned the water back on to drain out all of the extra blood. Then I hummed along with the next song that came on, some older violin song that I can't remember the name of and didn't bother checking, and pulled out a suit. A dark gray, almost black, collar shirt, a black tie, a black jacket, vest, and matching dress pants, black shoes and black gloves. It was black on black on black, and demon, I looked professional and cute with it on. I even pulled out a second headband, this one with a black wrap, and used it as a belt. When I was done getting dressed, I pulled my hair out of the towel and styled my hair. What I went for matched Enos, only I had 2 bangs that hanging down, instead of just 1. By the time I was all done, I had 20 minutes to get to the meeting. After turning off the shower and throwing on a perfume, a black truffle mixed with tuberose and lotus, I sprang out of my home with a skip in my step. Then leaped up onto the roof, only to rocket off towards the buildings behind the Hokage's office. With each leap, I bounded over several buildings, only to land in front of Konoha's bank. I adjusted my tie as I stepped through its doors and looked about. The building was very bland, the floor was an ugly beige carpet, and the walls were painted a dull cream white. It was an eyesore. I was the best-looking thing around, but the large painting of the past Hokages hanging on the far wall was a close second. A man, who also wore a suit, only gray and worn down, flagged me down. He had a very short, had a sheet stain of a mustache and was bald. His black eyes glistened when I stepped up to him, and he stated in a firm voice, "You look wonderful, Hikigara-san. Are you ready?" "Yes, Kunisada-san, and thank you for the compliment. Is the appraiser present? Has the samurai arrived?" "Yes, everything has been taken care of, and all parties are present, including the samurai. The meeting will begin the moment you step through the doors. Best not to keep anyone waiting, Kunisada-san. Please escort me to the meeting." Kunisada showed me to a private room. Within it was a woman named Sekigawa Kami. She smiled at me, wore her own black suit, but with a dress, and standing behind her was an Ambu guard with a dog mask. He was my protection provided by Hiruzen due to the nature of this deal. The samurai, who I didn't bother using observe on, sat beside Kami. I already recognized the man from the show, and he bald head, 2 facial scars, and red scarf were dead giveaways. His violet eye were pupilless, and both softly rested on me. I bowed to the both of them and said, "Good morning, Okazaki-san." "Good morning, Kami-sama." They both bowed back but remained quiet. I took a seat against the southern section of the square table they sat at. To my right was the Kami, and across from me was Okazaki. The man's chakra felt sturdy but soft, and the easiest way I could put it would be bread. You open up that exterior, he was everyone's favorite friend, only it tasted like sweet potatoes. The woman was a civilian and her chakra was a lemon marmalade. I gave them both a genuine smile, showing very few teeth, and reached into my inventory. 2 words that I acquired from a recent trip into my Onimusha dungeon were produced, and everyone's eyes were fixated on both blades. The only one that didn't show any interest was Kami, but his chakra did shift. This is Aoshiru. I pointed towards the blue-wrapped katana, and this is Akashiru. I pointed toward the red-wrapped katana. Both were very expensive, very exotic, and along each guard, the imagery of ogres in battle with demons could be made out. In addition, their scabbards were just as exotic. You may do whatever you like to inspect them, within reason, of course. As I stated, they are chakra blades and are much tougher than standard katanas. I pulled out a list of characteristics from my inventory, all nicely scribbled down in my best handwriting, and held it out for him. Everything my observe told me, along with everything I learned through appraisal, was listed. Starting offer is 750,000 Ryo each. Price is negotiable. Proof of appraisal, I lifted a hand towards Kami, was made by your own, and while I brought my documentation, do expect you to have already seen it on her end. Taking the list from me, Okasuk read it over but said nothing. I didn't mind. The longer I had to feel out his chakra, the better I could make out his emotions. The pull towards the katanas was interest. An interest that kept growing stronger. It made his chakra take on a ranch flavor and reminded me of fast food. Sweet potato French fries, dipped in ranch. All I was missing was a burger and a drink, and it would be a meal. In my case, it would be Hyuga Ko and Choji's father. If these three men were in a room and were all gushing over something, then I'd be taken back to a time of my old life. It was a welcomed bliss and betrayed his stoic figure. Yes, I provided him everything we've gone over. However, we feel that the figure it a bit too high. Our starting offer is 650,000 Ryo each, Kami declared. The rather busta woman, who worked under the samurai, tried to look as stoic as her counterpart. Only to a lesser degree, and whenever I wasn't looking at her, she would look towards me the same way Okasuk looked towards the swords. My suit really did make me look adorable. Then the negotiations can begin. As I said, I'm willing for any test to be done to prove the strengths of these swords. I'm willing to even risk their destruction to prove their worth, and will not blame either of you if their value falters because of it. I stood up, reached into my inventory, and withdrew a tamashijiri. Heaving the heavy object up, I stepped over towards the corner of the room and placed it down. Then I put another two next to it alongside a thick, steel pipe. A pipe thicker than my arm and wider than I was. Would you be willing to use these blades, Okasuk-san? I asked, only to add, please. He refrained from leaping at the offer. He even tried to look annoyed and in a reluctant voice, one that oozed dread, agreed, very well. He took his time standing up and paused for almost 3 minutes while he decided which blade he wanted to use first. He even inspected them both to see any flaws. It was all a lie, and his chakra grew stronger, feistier, and more erratic. He picked them both and tried them both. I wasn't able to keep track of his swings. The pipe and all three tamashijiri split apart with 2 cross slashes forming an X. If this wasn't a deal with over 1 million Ryo on the line, then I'm sure the man would be smiling. I would even see it behind his scarf though. He hid his face well, but not his emotions. Now that you've had a chance to test the blades, if you'd like to speak in private over price, then I'd gladly step out. My total offer is 1,500,000. There will be no need. Our offer stands, Okasuk stated, speaking for the first time since he arrived. He still held the swords, and a part of me didn't want to ask him to put them down. Then my first counter offer is for us to meet in the middle. 700,000 Ryo, and I'll provide you with more things to cut, Okasuk. Your posture is too relaxed with those blades in your hands. I know you want them. He didn't flinch. His chakra did, but I didn't move. There is no need. He placed both blades in their scabbards, then sat down. Then just 700,000 Ryo. Given the quality of the weapons and Okasuk's approval, we offer 620,000. 680,000. 620,000. 675,000. I placed one finger on each blade and they vanished. No smoke, no dust, just dematerialization. I'd rather not speak with my second contact for these swords. He is a nin from Kirigakure, whose sword collection is rather impressive. His offer is 650,000. I reached into my inventory and withdrew a letter, and I'm sure you know about him. He's bought at least 6 swords from the samurai. I placed the letter on the table, stood up, and walked towards the door. I'll allow you all to go over my offer. Umbu-sama, would you please join me in the hall to provide them some privacy? Kami didn't answer right away, glanced at Okasuke, and the soft love she had for me was gone. Okasuke was still there, but I gave up on reading his chakra when I and Dog left the room. I began counting the seconds they took deciding. 12. It took them 12 seconds to agree on my terms, now knowing there was another buyer, and gave a toothy grin, bigger than Naruto could ever give, as the legal documentation was signed. The moment my presence was no longer needed, I bowed to the two of them, stated, "Thank you for the business," and ran off as fast as my feet could carry me, while my bank account grew more than 1,000,000 Rio larger. Monday through Friday was our team's weekly working days. By my insistence, we all would meet up at Training Ground 3 at 7 to train together. When Kakashi showed up, we would head off and a D-rank mission, then get the rest of the day off to ourselves. It was up to Kakashi and the Hokage what we did. On Friday, or whenever he felt like it, we would wait to go on missions, and Kakashi would drill us on squad marching orders, combat formations, and general basics that we would all need to know. Otherwise, we did our own thing. The week after we became genin was dull, and the only exciting part was a betting pool between Kakashi, Hiruzen, and I over how much Naruto would complain. In total, we did 4 missions and I was up 2,000 Rio. The second week slower than the first. It was the start of February, but now Sasuke agreeing with Naruto, even if it wasn't vocal. Walking dogs? Hinata and I love dogs, but when it peed on Naruto's foot, he lost it. Painting a fence? Turns out I was already level 30 at painting. I don't know why, it was just something I was good at and enjoyed. When Sasuke fell into the paint, getting it all over him, he lost it. Helping an old lady go shopping? It went by faster with Naruto clones to act as manual labor drones. By the end of week 2, we had another 5 missions under us. Week 3 was the same and was when I got the swords and contacted several possible buyers. Now it was the end of week 4, the 23rd of February, and a Friday. Kakashi wanted us to take on an extra mission this week. I had to drop out, but he already knew that and said it was better that way. He knew the mission he wanted them to take, and I didn't bother helping my team when I saw what it was. It was better that I didn't, and much, much funnier. The cat they cased after was as nimble as a chunin, as fast as a chunin, and made the 3 weighed-down genin look like fools. If I stepped in, not only would I catch it in seconds, Kakashi wouldn't get to witness their chaotic antics trying to keep up with the girl. Deciding on mastering my stealth, I began to stalk our sensei while he followed behind at a gingerly pace, like I always do. Kakashi couldn't hear me over the hissing of a cat and the screaming and yelling of 3 genin. I stood downwind of him, so he couldn't smell me, and between my transparency and the shade of a tree, he couldn't see me. I forced my breathing to match his own, and I only moved when he did. He took short, slow steps, and I matched each one, but with a long stride. When I needed to, I would leap from cover to another form of cover. Sometimes I just hid out of sight and allowed my sensing abilities to guide me. Naruto-kun, Niji-kun. Watch, a loud crash, 2 people yelping interrupted Hinata's. Warning! Get off me, you fool! Niji, who Hinata was probably jealous of at the moment, screamed at the top of his lungs. Naruto's lay on top of the boy, and I'm 90% sure the soft click of my camera gave away my position to Kakashi, but I didn't care. The 69 position they were locked in was too good not to capture. Ah, Kakashi-sama, the Tora mission I see. I hope your genin do well. Guy announced loudly, from his handstand. Sitting atop his legs was a rather embarrassed Tenten, and beside them was a rather energetic Lee. It's going about as well as you think, Kakashi hummed, only to point off towards the cat. You 3 better get after her. She's getting away, and no complaining about your weights. It's how Hikigara-kun got so fast after all. They use weights too? Lee asked himself, but his question was ignored by everyone. Hinata-chan, do you still see her? Sasuke asked, and I knew he would have been annoyed at Naruto if the sight of Tenten sitting on Guy didn't throw him off. Weiss. She's heading to the park, she answered. Then let's get after her. Naruto yelled as he sprang up off the floor. Niji had already knocked him off, and once up, ran off. Sasuke quickly followed behind. We're sorry, Niji-kun. Hinata cried as she ran after her teammates. Her infatuation with that boy is just it. Niji half huffed, half shivered to himself. Quite the energetic bunch, Kakashi-sama, but I heard you got 4 genin instead of 3. Where is Hikigara-chan? I was hoping to see her to congratulate her, Guy asked, only to add, and you must introduce them to me later. Hello Guy-sama, it's nice to see you. Hikigara-chan had business she had to take care of regarding selling a pair of swords. I gave her the morning off to deal with it, and I'll think about introducing you to them. Our schedule is booked. Kakashi lied. Another time then. Guy lifted a hand to give him a thumbs up, causing Tenten to yell at him to keep his balance. He did, and her yelling was unfounded. When Kakashi body flickered away, I made a mental note to learn the jutsu, and leaped out from cover, landing in front of Guy and his team. Guy then said to his team, I hope you're ready, Tenten, because we have to make up for lost time. We're expected at the Hokage's office any minute now. Oh no, was all Tenten was able to get out, but before Guy could run off, I appeared, making the Jonin yelp. Now crouched down next to him, I gave him a smile, and stated, you know, your pragmatic rival has an opening in his schedule next Monday, right after our D-rank mission, which is over at about 12, so, give him an hour for lunch and you'll catch him during some free time. Hikigara, it's good to see you, and I must say, you look absolutely dashing in that suit. The Jonin praised, giving me an instant thumbs up. Hey Hikigara-chan, Tenten waved nervously only to screech when I leaped back and snapped a picture of her and her sensei. You destroy that right now. Destroy what? I asked, placing my camera in my inventory. I don't have a camera or any proof of this moment. I looked back towards Guy and added in a whisper, I'll send you copies to hang up later. Got to document this precious moment. Can't let the memory of this youthful day go forgotten, now can we? No, we cannot. Isn't that right, Blee? Guy agreed, giving me knowing grin. Sometimes, and I really do mean sometimes, he was self-aware, and today was one of those days. The boy hesitated, only to salute, yes, Guy-sensei. Lee, you traitor. Sorry, Tenten-chan. Anyways, before I run off and continue my stealth training by stalking my sensei as he and my team go about, I have a bit of a favor to ask you, Guy-sama, and I want it to be a surprise. So don't say anything to Kakashi-sensei until I do. I want to make his day but mostly make him proud. I took a deep breath, stood up straight and bowed. Please teach me how to open the inner gates. I already know all the risks involved through rumors, legends, speculations, and general knowledge, but I need a true master like yourself to help me open them. Guy didn't answer right away, and I didn't look up or open my eyes to see what he looked like. His chakra didn't tell much either. He was still happy and existed from earlier, and when he spoke, his tone was stern. Do you now? Tell me what you know about the gates. I stood up straight, took a deep breath, and filled my lungs with as much air as they could take, and then some. The 8 gates are 8 important chakra points on the body that limit a person's physical abilities so that they don't kill themselves while going about the day-to-day. The gates, in order, are as such: opening, healing, life, pain, limit, view, wonder, and death. The opening of the gates can grant one an increase in physical strength, stamina, blood flow, speed, general power, and will push them to achieve great things, but at a cost. Each gate places a strain on the body that will cause great physical trauma, strain, or in the case of the final gate, death. The first 2 gates are located in the brain, while the rest are located throughout the body. Gate 6 is located in the stomach, while Gate 8 is located on the heart. While I don't know gates 1 through 7 are opened, Gate 8 requires one to puncture their heart. The only time such a gate should be used is when you're giving your own life for the sake of others, and that there's no other possible way out of the situation you're in. However, such things are not something I'll be worrying about since I doubt any of my friends will ever get into a situation that needs me to open the 8th gate. I took another deep breath, only to bow once again and ask, "Please teach me." You weren't lying when you said you knew a fair bit about the gates. More than I thought, to be honest. Guy paused and pondered. His eyes were closed and one hand was on his chin. Very well, I will teach you. We'll work out a schedule another time. For now, the Hokage awaits, but I must say one thing before I go. Guy gave me his nice guy smile, the same one he gave me when we first met. You'll make Kakashi-sama proud with that youth of yours. Never stop thinking about your friends, and you'll do just fine. Thank you so much, Guy-sensei. I'm free all day tomorrow. Seek me out when you want to make a schedule. I wake up at 6 or 7, depending on when I go to sleep. I'll be sure to swing by. You and Lee can work on this together, Guy declared. Niji then asked, but it sounded more like a demand. Just what exactly are the 8 gates? I'll explain later, Niji-kun, but for now, don't worry about it. Guy waved him off. We have a Hokage to see. I stepped to the side and said, thank you again, Guy-sensei, and oh, Niji? What? Try to be nicer to Hinata-chan. I slammed my hands together and vanished. Tenten's not the only one I snapped a picture of. What? The Hyuga screamed, only to activate his Byakugan and run off in the direction of my team. He wasn't able to catch me, on the count that I took an unconventional rough and leaped in the opposite direction. The following skills have leveled up. Bukijutsu, LV40. Barter, is now level stealth, is now level, your reputation has changed. Might Guy, exalted. Okasuk, light. Rockleaf thick. Tenten, mixed. Niji, disliked and despised.